thank each and every one of you for your support, not just today, but for the last 25 years. So many of you in this room and outside of it have been part of our journey, sharing your mornings, your afternoons and evenings with us. And for that, we are truly deeply grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, as was said, every milestone is a moment of reflection as well as a call to action for what comes next. Let me take a moment to address both. We were India's first business news channel, but as many of you in this room know, being the first mover doesn't always guarantee success. There are many other firsts that we can take credit for. Democratizing the Indian stock markets and making them accessible to the retail investor is perhaps our biggest contribution. Every day, for the past 25 years, a growing class of Indian investors has tuned into us from 9 in the morning to 4 p.m. to navigate the world of equities, currency, commodities. As India touches a new record of demat accounts, I can proudly say we've helped build the culture of responsible investing. We've also helped create a new framework of corporate engagement, now popularly called QSQT, quarter se quarter tak. Every quarter, many of you in this room and so many others face the camera and our team of sharpshooters to give shareholders and the general public access to your boardrooms. We mainstream the idea of regular disclosure and more transparent reporting. In many ways, we helped create a new framework of governance standards in India. We also made entrepreneurship aspirational and entrepreneurs household names. Today, many CEOs have a legion of fans and followers and are ambushed for selfies, something previously seen only with Bollywood stars. We helped create a new class of heroes who've inspired a new generation of Indians to have both the audacity of hope and the audacity of ambition. We continue to be India's most watched, most trusted, and most influential business news brand. And I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I can sincerely say that we shaped and defined the business news category in India. And I dare say, like strong power brands, we are synonymous with the category. When you think business news, you think CNBC TV18. I could go on, but time is of the essence and the future beckons. Leadership, ladies and gentlemen, is not just about protecting the past, but also about attacking the future. So as we look at the next 25 years, we must continue to add to our list of firsts. We are doubling down on our promise of putting the customer first, and so CNBC TV18 is transitioning to become a channel on TV, digital, and on ground. We're proud to say we are the largest Indian business news brand on YouTube with over 3 million subscribers. We're also the largest on WhatsApp with 6 million subscribers and growing. We are committed to delivering credible insights in every category that requires the consumer to make an informed choice, be it stocks, mutual funds, insurance, alternate asset classes, health, or even education. We are not just a stock market channel. We are growing into a consumer brand that will power smart choices. As we look at the next 25, we hope to become the port of call for information that you need to make any significant life decision. And I hope for your continued support, feedback, and encouragement. Today is also a day to express our deepest gratitude to our viewers. Thank you for your trust. We take it seriously. We truly believe it is the most valuable currency to trade in. To so many of our former mentors and colleagues, thank you for being our co-travelers. We appreciate the contribution made over the years. We wouldn't be here had it not been for some very strong shoulders and able hands. Thank you to Rahul Joshi and the management team at Network 18 for giving us the opportunity and the flexibility to grow. And finally, thank you to the most wonderful team. It has been a joy to work alongside some of the best and brightest people in the industry today. Each one of you is a custodian of our story, and I deeply am grateful to you for your unwavering commitment for our continued success. I'd like to take a moment to make a special mention of someone who tirelessly toils away at the back end to make this magic happen. Bijay Shankar and our team of backroom magicians, producers, writers, video journalists, editors. You keep the CNBC TV18 machine churning. So deep thank you to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud that we've created a culture where people not just are encouraged to try, but are also given cover if they falter. So let me end by sharing with you what continues to drive us in our newsroom. As Adam Grant puts it eloquently, no matter who you are, no matter what you did, no matter where you've come from, you can always change, become a better version of yourself. Daily improvement is our quest for excellence. It is what continues to drive us and will drive us over the next 25 years. Thank you very, very much from all of us here at CNBC TV18, ladies and gentlemen.
And a big, big thank you to you, Shireen, for setting the foundation for our 25-year celebration and forward-looking to a day that is going to guide us on India's journey over the next 25. Now, I'm sure you've seen some amazing and beautiful spots outside to take pictures. So a reminder again, click as many as you can, post them on your social media, and do tag us, use our hashtags, CNBC TV18, GLS, and CNBC TV18 at 25.
That's right. And now moving on, let's invite Bodhisattva Ganguly, the Group Consulting Editor, Network 18, for a very special interaction with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry. His visionary leadership has been instrumental in shaping policies that drive India's growth trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for Minister Piyush Goyal.
So thank you, Minister. Thank you for gracing the occasion, the 25th anniversary of CNBC. As Shireen mentioned, we are in an election season, so thank you for taking time out from your campaigning schedule. So let me ask you a topical question. We can come to another election maybe a few questions later. But firstly, how are the elections in Maharashtra looking here?
Outstanding. I've just returned yesterday after a tour of Marathwada and Western Maharashtra. At one point of time, a stronghold of the Congress and Mr. Sharad Pawar. But I can clearly see the winds of change even in those areas. Mumbai, Konkan, of course, will be a complete clean sweep for the Mahayuti, the BJP and its allies. But all in all, now everybody seems to have accepted the reality that the Mahayuti government is going to come back. The people of India do want to see a government aligned with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. And I do think, looking at the kind of governance that the government led by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray had given to this state, people don't want to see a repeat of that. So I can clearly see before my eyes, once again, Prime Minister Modi leading from the front. In fact, he's here this evening at about 4:30 p.m. at Shivaji Park. And we are all eagerly awaiting the message that he will give us today.
So if the Mahayuti were to get a majority, who would be the chief minister? Would it be Mr. Shinde? Has any call been taken on that?
We'll decide that once the elections are over. All the four partners in the alliance will sit down, and just as we've made all the decisions very amicably, this decision will be equally smooth. The good part is all the parties hold Prime Minister Modi in such high respect that they believe that whatever decision is taken collectively by all of them and blessed by Prime Minister Modi will be final.
Because in a sense, the BJP gave up the chief ministership when the Shiv Sena split 2 years back.
I don't agree entirely with that. I think it's not a question of giving up chief ministership or accepting it or demanding it. It's always a consensus that you draw up amongst friends. It has happened in the past. For example, in Bihar, we had many, many more seats, many more legislators than the JDU. But we still chose to agree to have Mr. Nitish Kumar as the chief minister. So similarly in Maharashtra, we thought that Eknath Shinde ji should lead the state the second time around when we came in after 2022. And I think he's done an absolutely fabulous job.
So one of the features of the Maharashtra elections is obviously the Ladki Bahin scheme, which is supposed to be a game changer. But there is also, a debate on the culture of reveries and freebies, and both groups, opposition parties, you often blame the Congress and the kind of, what you call excessive welfare in Himachal and Karnataka. Why is this scheme any different?
First of all, I'll just correct your choice of words. It's not supposed to be a game changer. It is a game changer. And almost every feedback that we are getting seems to suggest that women across the state of Maharashtra, and nearly 25 million women have already received 5 installments of 1,500 rupees each. That's about 7,500 rupees. We plan to increase that to 2,100 per month. So effectively in the next 5 years, every woman in that age group would be receiving nearly 1.25 lakh rupees. In terms of why we believe the scheme is good for the state of Maharashtra and for our women, I'd like to clarify that Maharashtra being a prosperous state and having a good balance sheet, a good budget surplus, a good situation within our fiscal deficit available to be able to fund such a scheme was carefully considered before we launched the scheme. What we have seen happen in Himachal, where even salaries got delayed, forget implementing the promises that they made. What we've seen in Karnataka or Telangana, where huge promises or guarantees were given and the people were told, khata khat fatafat, you'll be getting all of these things. Unfortunately, for several months, if not years, they're still waiting to receive those promises or have those guarantees implemented because the states did not have the capacity. Maharashtra, we carefully considered it and it was a part of our budget announcement. So it was not something out of the budget or a future promise which would lead to fiscal imprudence. Second, all of us in this room from the business world know that a twin track approach, on the one hand, deep investments in infrastructure, promoting industry, promoting business, has been the credo of the Modi government. On the other hand, Prime Minister Modi from 2014 has consistently focused on bringing the women of India into the mainstream, empowering them to contribute to the formal economy, empowering them to gradually become equal stakeholders in the national political or economic agenda. Whether it is through the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program to ensure that the girl child does not drop out of school. And I still remember my son doing a case study in all the municipal schools, even of Mumbai, coming up with a report that lack of sanitary pads and separate toilet for the girl child were one of the main causes for girl children leaving school or dropping out of school in the classes 4 to 6. Even in a city like Mumbai. But Prime Minister Modi, coming from very humble background, recognizes all the difficulties our sisters and daughters and mothers have faced. So if you will see his 10 years, whether it is building 120 million toilets to make sure no woman ever has to live a life of indignity, whether it is ensuring every household gets a cooking gas connection, so that they are free from the 400 cigarettes of smoke that they have to take in, whether it is making sure that everybody gets access to healthcare through the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, which is now expanded so that all those who are above 70, irrespective of income, will also be covered under an additional 5 lakh rupees for the old people, or whether it is the Jal Jeevan Mission, which has already taken water from a tap directly to 150 homes, and another 2.5 years later will ensure Nal Se Jal, water from a tap for every woman in the country. 43% of our STEM graduates, and we have the world's largest number of STEM graduates every year, are women today. The idea being that we need to get them into the formal economy, we need to get them contributing to national growth, and therefore Prime Minister always said it will be women-led development. It will not just be the development of women. In the political arena, we've ensured that 33% of our members of parliament in the Lok Sabha and all the state assemblies will be women once the census and delimitation exercise is done. Every single aspect of a person's basic needs, Prime Minister Modi has been focusing to ensure that without discrimination, our women folk come up in life, become an equal stakeholder in the economy, and within that, we all recognize that consumption is a very important element to drive the economy. So while infrastructure and industry investments are a major priority, consumption also takes a very important role in national development. 2019, we had come up with a scheme to support our farmers, and nearly 120 or 140 million farming families were given a monthly support, so that in the time of an emergency or in the critical times, they have some comfort of money in their pocket. Similarly, I think the Maharashtra government has very wisely ensured that the poor or the lower middle class families, women, have their bank account given through direct benefit transfer without any middleman, without any corruption. And that gives them the ability, the self-confidence to be independent, to be able to take care of their own, and not to be always stressed out if they want to pay the fees of their children or buy some books for their children, or in Diwali or Dasara or Dhanteras or Christmas or the New Year want to buy some new clothes for themselves, for their children, for their family. These small requirements can be taken care of by them. Similarly, yesterday in Pune, I met one financial market influencer. I think her name was Miss Reshma, chartered accountant called Miss Reshma, who I'm told is guiding all the women who get this Ladki Behna monthly honorarium or support to invest that money wisely through an SIP, through an insurance product, through a savings product. So I think there are several aspects to this which can help transform the lives of our sisters from Maharashtra. And I compliment the Maharashtra government for the very, very timely intervention to support our women.
So I'll just pick up on some of the themes that you mentioned. So you talked about consumption, perhaps the need to support consumption. So the Indian economy seems to be going through a bit of a soft patch right now. I mean, inflation is above 6%, markets have fallen, some of the recent data has not been so good. So are there any measures the government is looking at to boost consumption? Are you looking at cutting some tariffs, for example, to, so that it doesn't feed through to inflation, or any other measures?
Bodhi, first of all, I think everybody in this room will at least recognize and appreciate that to pick up on what Ms. Bhan just said, audacity of ambition, audacity of hope, this government hasn't ever fallen short of audacity of action. And we have always been at the forefront of acting on every single agenda that can help this economy, that can help the country and the people of India. As far as the inflation goes, the kind of synchronized action that both on the monetary policy front and fiscal policy front, government and the Reserve Bank, and you'll hear it from Shakti Kanji when he comes, have been, for the last 5 or 6 years, been very, very actively intervening, has helped India remain one of the best performing economies in the world in terms of inflation management. In fact, if I'm sure CNBC TV18 with its glorious research team, must be doing the data analytics. The inflation under the Modi government for the last 10 years, average inflation has been the lowest India has seen since independence. In fact, when the Monetary Policy Committee came out with their recommendations last time around, they had predicted this month, the last number, to be a spike in inflation. It is not something which is rocket science. I see all the top honchos of the stock market here. They could have told CNBC TV18 the same thing if you had asked them. It was not any surprise. But at the same time, we all recognize that we're going to see that falling again by December or January. We have all, I think we are all smart enough to know what's happening, what the base effect is, what are the factors, what was the festival demand. Similarly, in terms of softening of demand, I have 2 points to make. One, I think it's time that industry also and businesses also look at consumer choices and consumer demand for more attractive pricing. And I was just looking at the numbers of a company, an automobile company which just went public. The same would probably go for most of the automobile companies of significance. I was seeing an EBITDA of more than 21%. I was seeing a PAT possibly of 9 or 10% on their balance sheet. I was seeing that they have invested $200 million 25 years ago. But in the last 10 years alone, I didn't have the time to research all 25 years data. Maybe Rahul, your team can help me with that, with a complete analysis. But in the last 10 years alone, on an investment of $200 million, they have already remitted dividend and royalties of upward of 12 or 13 billion dollars in 10 years. They are sitting on a market cap of which their own holding is still about $15 billion. And I still don't have data of how much they are supporting their own suppliers, international suppliers, maybe their subsidiaries or other companies. And aggregate returns on their investment, I think anybody in this room, if you calculate, it's phenomenal.
It's been staggering.
Staggering. And they have a huge demand in India. There's a huge competitive edge manufacturing in India gives you. So I think if smart business people start offering better pricing, better value for money, I'm sure the market will give them a boost. It's for them to decide whether they want to sit on high margins and then, as I read in the paper a couple of days back or maybe yesterday, say that, oh, market is softening, auto market, passenger sales, vehicle sales will be down to 3-4%, or to be more aggressive and try to capture a larger market share at more competitive pricing. I personally am one of those who believes that economies of scale, that the huge demand that 140 crore Indians provide, the demand of 1.4 billion aspirational young India, the demand that our growing economy, our growing income levels offers is unmatched. And the affordability, the competitive edge that this economy of scale gives you will help you not only meet India's need, but also international demand. So choices of businesses, if Rohit Java or all the other big businesses who are sitting here, I don't know who else is there that I can see, Subrakant, I see a lot of friends here. If they become more competitive in their pricing, I'm quite sure they can capture much bigger markets, get much better profits. At least we in government don't work on a quarter tak philosophy that was just now articulated. I think it's time investors also looked at the long term and not panic on every quarter.
So I'm sure they'll be paying close attention. So you're saying basically cut prices. That's what you're telling FMCG companies,
I'm
auto
not
companies.
suggesting anything. I just stated a matter of fact. Choices of the businesses, whatever they want to do.
Should the RBI, since you're saying, obviously everyone knows the inflation was anticipated, that it'll be bad. Should they cut interest rates in December? Or
I certainly believe they should cut interest rates. Growth needs a further impetus. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. we can do even better. And frankly, the largest component of inflation is food inflation. I think the chief economic advisor had also assessed the whole situation. And this is not something I say today. If you look back at the archives, some of the friends here may have heard me talk, even when I was in the opposition, before I came into government. I had been consistently saying, we have a senior RBI governor sitting here, maybe he can throw more light on it, but I think it's an absolutely flawed theory that food inflation should be considered while deciding on the interest rate structure. Food inflation has nothing whatsoever to do with managing inflation. That's a demand-supply situation. That's not something that is being hoarded or stocked in large numbers. I've seen the data of stocking or stockpiling of food products. As Consumer Affairs Minister, we used to monitor that month on month. And I think it's time that the policymakers and regulators seriously sat down, discussed with all stakeholders, discussed with economists even beyond their own, and we came to a considered view whether food inflation should at all be a part of the decision making for inflation or interest rates.
So I'm sure Dr. Ragarajan and indeed the governor will weigh in later. So do you think he should go big like the...
This is my opinion. I don't speak for the government. You asked me my opinion. So I'm not necessarily speaking for the government. I'm quoting from the CA's report and I'm stating on record, this has been my considered view for the last 20 years at least.
So 50 basis points or 25 basis points?
I'm not Nostradamus, nor am I an astrologer.
No, but what do you think they should do?
Well, they are wise men. I leave it to their judgment. Okay. It's signaling also. Very often it's signaling. Very often it's the intent. Very often it's the confidence you give to the market.
So you also alluded to, I mean, you didn't directly, but on this private capex not picking up. So
I didn't allude. Don't put words in my mouth, sir.
No, you didn't.
I never said. Did I ever say that?
You were.
I think private capex is picking up massively.
Right.
Every industrialist I meet, every foreign investor I meet, they talk of massive plans in India, massive growth in their industry investments, massive growth in looking at infrastructure assets. So pardon me, the private sector is very bullish on India. I think we need to see some more bullishness amongst the journalists.
Among the media, yeah. Point well taken. We'll keep that in mind. Okay, so let me change gears somewhat to another election, another consequential election which happened earlier this month. So, President Trump, Prime Minister Modi do share a common, perhaps a worldview to some extent. They get along well at a personal level. What are the changes do you see in this all-important India-US economic relation going forward? I know he's not yet in office. There is, whether he'll impose 10%, 20% tariffs or 60% on China remains to be seen. But how do you see this playing out?
Well, I think we have all seen how the Prime Minister over the last 10 years has made every Indian proud of being an India, and every Indian across the world today is received with respect, is received with dignity, something which we didn't see 10 years ago. And that is because Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government has never interfered in the affairs of any foreign country or the politics of any foreign country. Governments are chosen by the people of the land. We've worked with the Obama administration. We've worked with the Trump administration. We've worked with the Biden administration. And we will now work with the Trump administration again. And our relation with the US has only got better and better with every passing day. Mr. Trump is on record to say that Prime Minister Modi is a wonderful person. Prime Minister Modi is a dear friend, a great friend. And I'm sure that we will do very well going forward. We've heard President Biden say India-US relation is the most consequential relationship of this century. I think Prime Minister Modi has earned the trust not only of politicians and governments across the world, but of the business community and the people of the world. because he works with a clean and honest intention. He says what he does. He advocates peace in the world. He advocates greater dialogue and diplomacy so that we don't have conflict around the world. And therefore today, he has not only been the most popular leader consistently for the last 10 years in India and across the world, as the Pew report shows us week on week. He has not only been the most popular in the world, but he's the most trusted leader in the entire world today.
I'm being asked to wind up, but I'll ask you a couple of questions. It's about Elon Musk, as you may have anticipated. So the first one is not the usual. He has been, he and Vivek Ramaswamy are heading this commission, DOGE or DOG, the commission to improve the efficiency of the US government. Does India need something similar?
Well, I think it's a good idea that Mr. Trump has initiated, and I compliment him for that. I hope they come up with good results, or at least better than the results we saw last time they had made that effort. We in India have been very successful in improving the efficiency of the government. We have a capacity building commission which trains all bureaucrats. We have brought in a number of efficiency elements. For example, all files are digitalized, all paperwork is reduced, public interface is through video conferencing. So government in India in the last 10 years has used technology to bring in efficiency in a big way. And I think going forward, we in India will continue to persevere. But it's a two-way sword. For example, it's not that you cut down people everywhere. In the Trademark and Patents Office, which comes under me, the amount of work in India, thanks to the thrust on innovation and R&D that we have been giving, has increased so much that we are actually hiring 1,000 more people. But how does that impact us? Before we have hired them also, in the last 10 years, the number of patents we have granted have increased from 6,000 in 2014 to 100,000 in 2024. Look at the pace of growth, and that's before the new people have come in. Once we have 1,000 more, we are already coming up with the Anusandhan NRF, National Research Foundation, to support public-private academia partnership in research and development. We are trying to encourage private sector to invest more in technology, in research, in innovation. And therefore, I believe that the Patents Office will need to continue to grow and bring more efficiency. So you have to assess item by item, department by department, what is important, what is good to be done.
What about the much talked about plans of Elon Musk to invest in India? The trail seems to have gone cold some months back. Is something happening there?
Well, that's a choice that Mr. Elon Musk will have to make. We will be very happy to welcome all the companies from across the world to come and invest in India, to make electric vehicles in India. This government over the last 10 years has consistently focused on sustainability. We are giving a number of incentives and schemes to promote more and more adoption of electric vehicles through our FAME scheme, through the recent PM e-bus Seva Yojana. I personally have been monitoring the cost differential between electric vehicles and ICE engines. I think today, on a total cost of ownership, it just doesn't make sense to buy anything but an electric vehicle. It's the right time. Two-wheelers have almost all gone electric. On buses, I think it's a great economic model to go electric. With the fall of prices of batteries and with newer ideas like the plug-in hybrid, where you first run on a battery for about 100 kilometers, your passenger car, and after you run out of it, it switches to petrol. It's not a hybrid of the traditional type that we saw, let's say the Camry. This is significantly different. And the more I studied it, though I was always anti-hybrid, publicly, including on CNBC programs, I was always anti-hybrid. But when I studied the model of the plug-in hybrid, where you can have the first 100 kilometers of a passenger car on electric, and only in the case of emergency switch to petrol, It takes care of range anxiety, and it helps cut down petrol consumption probably by 90-95%. I was assessing my own vehicle's consumption or distance travel, and I could see only 1 or 2 days in a year when I go more than 100 kilometers by car. If it's anything longer, you take a train or you take a flight. So I think it's something whose idea has come, but more and more our buses, our trucks, our passenger vehicles are going to see electric mobility. Companies are taking on this challenge also. They're looking at being net zero, some by 2030, some by 2035. I invite industry to at least immediately look at switching over to electric vehicles or better modes of transport and logistics and contribute to this effort to make India a great place to live in, bring down pollution, and contribute to our sustainability effort.
So, Minister, what the US does have a huge signaling effect for the rest of the world. Still, the Inflation Reduction Act is likely to be substantially rolled back once President Trump assumes office, including the emphasis on electrification and all that. But we are not going to change. We are going to go all in for electric as we...
I think we are not going to change. We stand committed to promoting sustainability, and we believe, even though we are not responsible for this problem in the first place, I think everybody in this room recognizes supporting 16% of the world's population. Our contribution to the mess up there is less than probably 3 or 4%. So we are not responsible. But Prime Minister Modi, who played an important role to make COP21 a success, to bring the Paris Agreement to fruition, stands committed as the leader of the Global South to be a part of the solution, even though we are not the problem in the first place.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Piyush Goyal, for your valuable time this morning and adding so much to our special day here at CNBC TV18. And thank you, Bodhisattva Ganguly, for taking us through that session. Both of you, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure hearing you both.
All right. Moving on, let's welcome Shireen and Ms. Essie Eggleston-Bracey for a powerful discussion on boosting brands and business growth.
Well, the next generation marketing icon, Ms. Essie Eggleston-Bracey, who's the Global Chief Growth and Marketing Officer at Unilever, is here with us. She brings unmatched expertise in driving growth in category creation and market resilience. Over to you, Shireen.
Thank you very much, Essie, for being here with us and flying in overnight to join the Global Leadership Summit. We truly appreciate your time. Please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Honorable Minister as he makes his way out of the Global Leadership Summit. Well, a little bit about Essie. She spent over 3 decades tracking what's happening in the world of consumption, what's happening with FMCG companies. And today, what is the last count, Essie? A couple of months ago, it was 3.4 billion people consume something that comes out of the Unilever stable every day. What is the current count?
Yeah, it's 3.5 billion people that we serve all around the world with our products, and I'm so proud of that. But first, thank you for inviting me, and congratulations on 25 years of success.
Thank you very much. I know what it takes to create a legacy brand, and you have plenty of... You said everything is changing in marketing, yet nothing is changing. So let's address that. Given the many dynamic changes that we are seeing today, as you look at consumption, as you look at consumer behavior, what are the few mega trends that you're tracking that you believe will shape the way that companies address and serve consumers?
Yeah, so first of all, Unilever it has the privilege of serving, as you mentioned, 3.5 billion consumers each and every day around the world. We're in over 190 countries. We have over 400 brands. And so there's so much that we can capitalize on with that breadth. I do say everything and nothing has been changing. That means the fundamentals of what people need don't change. The fundamental foundation of how you build a brand doesn't change, but people's lives have changed, and in ways that are enormous. And there's so many trends that are driving the change. And I think of those in three areas. One is people are living differently, and that is a lot because of the macroeconomic changes that you're experiencing here in India. We see a rising middle class and affluence. We see that doubling the number of people in the middle class over the time period until 2030. We also see increased urbanization. We see it by 2050, almost 70% of the world's population will be living in an urban environment. We also see, in terms of these macroeconomic shifts, population shifts in terms of aging. We have seen and project by 2050 a tripling of people living over the age of 80. That is enormous. India, on average, has a younger population, but it will also age over that time period. So we see tremendous macroeconomic changes. But then there's some lifestyle changes that go along with that. One of those trends is what we call the wellness revolution. People want to live better. That's physically better, and it's mentally better. And that is changing and creating enormous opportunity for us to grow and boost our brands. The other thing we see is what I would call the joy and experience economy. That's people wanting to invest in themselves, products that bring joy, pleasure, delight, experience, and interestingly, that earn a premium. We see, because of COVID, there's so many of these lifestyle trends. People returning to their homes, a home culture, investing in their homes. As you can see in our portfolio of products, home care products, that makes a difference. And then we see the huge influence of social. And the influence of social in the market is driving aspiration and creating imagination and access to commerce and new global trends. We see that in food all around the world. People are craving food culture. In the Western world, Indian flavors. In the Eastern world, Western flavors, because of this influence in social. So we see a number of lifestyle trends that we're able to use to innovate, make new markets, and grow, certainly, our business. And then the business trends. Media and retail are changing. Retailing is changing. Data is becoming the king, and not just relationships as it has been in the past. And then, we're talking trends. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk technology and what's happening with AI, Gen AI, and its disruption. So a number of trends that we can count on to drive our brands and our business.
Well, a number of trends, and let me unpack some of what you just said, and let's pick up on technology, which was one of the key aspects that you spoke about. How are you at Unilever leveraging AI capabilities? How are you leveraging the power of data and technology to drive your power brands forward?
Yeah, so we're driving technology in lots of ways. When we think about technology, it starts first with what is our business strategy? And when our business choices, how can we use technology and AI to unlock that? Because really it's a tool to do things better, faster, and more productively. In terms of our strategy, it starts with our brands. Our goal is to focus on those power brands. So of the 400, there are 30, so unlocking the potential of those power brands. The other thing is to expand and create new markets with innovation, coming to market quicker with those innovations in a more bigger and disruptive way. And then the other is to drive premiumization and productivity. So how we're using technology is to speed up our innovation cycle. We have a wonderful innovation called Wonder Wash. It may surprise you, but people don't like to spend a lot of time doing laundry. So our Wonder Wash,
No surprise there.
no surprise, cuts down that cycle time of doing laundry in a machine by 15 minutes. And up until now, there's been no detergent, no laundry detergent that is designed to work in a fast cycle. We brought that to market in an accelerated time by the prototyping that we were able to leverage by using AI. What are the right scent preferences? How do we cut down on ingredient results. So we've been using AI, like 500 applications of AIs for decades, and we continue to use that for the strategy to build our brands and to innovate.
So let me just ask you a quick follow-up question on that. You talked about the accelerated pace of innovation and how it's brought down the time to go to market. What are we talking about? A couple of weeks, a couple of months? I mean, what's the turnaround time now between idea and execution and market?
We have some examples actually near and dear to our heart in India where we've been able to innovate in 3 months instead of an 18-month or 2-year period. Significant. An example of that is Sunsilk with onion and jojoba. The AI leverage of innovation allow us to identify, again, the trends, the ingredients, and do rapid prototyping, significantly reducing cycle time.
Let's talk a little bit about India, Essie, and it's great to have you here. Of course, you've got your entire team here in India working their magic on how to draw in more Indian consumers. But as you look at what's happening in the world today, as you look at the demographic shifts that you spoke about, the consumption shifts that you spoke about, how would you pack in India as far as Unilever's global growth strategy is concerned?
India is known as the heartbeat of Unilever.
Heartbeat of Unilever.
And we see Rohit here, my colleague, who is the CEO of this beautiful business. And India is so important to the business. India is really the only market leader that sits on our global executive team. It is an important pulse of the Unilever business. And we'll continue,
does deserve a round of applause
and will
there,
continue
yes.
to be. If we look at all the trends that I spoke of early, India is at the core of those trends. The affluence of the middle class. Look at aspiration. And of course, 1.5 billion people in India and growing its impact in the economy. Of course, it's fundamental to what we do. And even more importantly, it is the projected growth of the economy and how important it is to our business. So all those trends, home culture, food culture, joy economy, beauty culture, wellness culture are alive and vibrant. Rohit will be speaking later today. As we've renewed our strategy into 2030, we've reaffirmed the critical role of India in delivering our growth. Said another way, if India doesn't grow, we will not be able to accomplish our objectives, and India will grow, and we will deliver our objectives.
So India is crucial to Unilever's global growth strategy?
Unequivocally.
Unequivocally. So let's talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the world at this point in time. It is volatile, that would be an understatement, and there are many things that are impacting the way that consumers spend. Inflation hopefully is starting to taper down globally as well. What are some of the opportunities as well as some of the global risks that you're factoring into business?
Yeah, it's a dynamic time. So much so, I would say, change on its own is a big disruption. We talk a lot about the AI revolution, but change its own. And for me, I would actually respond to that more in terms of leadership. The biggest thing we need, companies are people. So what we need in addition...
And consumers are people.
And consumers are people. And in fact, you know, and I think about what's important for us in business is to remember that, because we often think about people as consumers and not always as humans. So they're humans that buy our products, that we earn that purchase through, and they're humans at the core. So as we think about disruption, we have to think about people. Us as business leaders, how we arm ourselves to be fit in this agile, dynamic journey. So much is changing around us. We have to keep ourselves fit, fueled, inspired, educated to deal with the changes and understand the changes that people who consume our products will go through. And look at that as opportunity. Opportunity for innovation. Look at that as opportunity for our businesses through technology. So when you ask about dynamic times, the most important thing for me in that is people capacity.
Speaking about being fit, fueled and inspired, Essie. You know, what does it take for you to be able to do that? I mean, is there a mantra that you follow to stay fit, fueled, and inspired?
Oh, that's so interesting. It's a good question. I think about, I have a range of leadership principles. One of them is manage your energy, not your time, because time is finite, energy grows. So what I try to do in my life is invest time and effort in the areas that I get energy from. So people often say to me, AC, how do you do all those things? I mentor a lot. I'm passionate about so many things. What I do is get more energy from the things I do than I give. My visit here to India, upon your invitation, brings me energy instead of adding an energy. So when you ask about a mantra, it's setting up my life so that I'm fueled by the things that I do to manage my energy so that it grows instead of limiting. And that keeps me fueled, inspired, and energized.
Well, thank you for adding that. I think that's a wonderful mantra. Manage your energy, not just your time. I think that is something that I'm certainly going to take back away from this conversation, Essie. But I want to understand from you, and I know that you're a big champion of this, ensuring that companies like yours and the brands that you work with become more accessible, not just to consumers, but also become much more inclusive. As you look at category creation today, from an impact point of view, from an inclusion point of view, do you believe that those are going to be some of the critical pillars that will drive growth as well as brand creation?
Unequivocally, yes. When I think about equity and inclusion, there's so many reasons that's important. And I always start first with what's happening in the world. We started first with trends. One of the demographic shifts is we think about the next billion and a half people that come in the world, that where that growth is going to come from. It's going to come from Africa and Asia. We see the shifts in immigration. There is more diversity in the world, growing than ever before, and people are more demanding for authenticity, self-expression, and identity than ever before. People don't want to be put in a box. Some of that is because of social media, where people are finding people like them in their tribes that they want to express themselves to. So diversity and understanding people and our uniqueness and all of that difference, if it is how we show up in our beauty needs, having a more textured hair like mine, melanin skin with different needs is super important. And our ability to understand that is essential for our growth. So that means in business, we have to create and attract the same diversity of people. Throughout my career, the 30 years I've been in business, I've seen the power of that. I've seen the power of that on brands and businesses. We see that at Unilever. We see success from making products for textured hair. We see that in our brands Dove, our brand Shea Moisture, and many more. We see the success in managing different skin types on body. We see that in our brands Dove. We see that on Vaseline. So equity and inclusion are good business overall, and as was just discussed on the earlier panel, good for society. Because we often see when people underserved could have needs met and join the workforce, it drives consumption and it impacts society.
Essie, you spoke about one of the big mega trends, and I'll end by asking you about that, the wellness trend, the live better trend. How much of that is likely to drive innovation for Unilever, you know, in the next decade or further?
It has already significantly driven innovation for Unilever, the wellness revolution. I will say in 2020, the global well-being market was about 4.4 trillion euro. In 2024, it is about 7 trillion euro. That's in a 3-year period. We acquired a business called Liquid IV. I don't know how many of you here are familiar
I know
with
about
that.
Liquid IV, yes.
Liquid IV is a supplement that you add to water for superior hydration. It gives 3 times the hydration of water. It's used for a number of reasons. Some adults like to use it after they've had a lot to drink to avoid a hangover, but athletes use it, children use it. In fact, women disproportionately use it. When we acquired that business, since then, we acquired it in 2020, the business of Liquid IV is more than 4 times its size in 4 years. So it is slated to be our next billion-euro brand. So it has already significantly driven our business. That's one example. We have so many more. Here in India, how we've extended Horlicks. There are examples. Will it contribute to our growth? It has contributed to the growth. And the trend is living better longer. So even in living better, we have so much more in the aging revolution as a part of the wellness revolution.
Essie, finally, 2025, how confident do you feel about India's role as far as Unilever's strategy is concerned in 2025?
Yeah, there's 2 things that you said that I'll use as a foundation of answering that. One is India's role in our growth is critical and significant, and that will continue in 2025. The second thing is how dynamic the world is. I am confident we will experience headwinds, but I'm also confident in our continued growth, and that our growth will come from volume-led growth, from penetration, offering superior value through our brands across the whole brand experience, and continuing to earn a premium. And we will face headwinds and overcome those challenges as we deliver continued growth.
Essie, it's been an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Essie for joining us here at the Global Leadership Summit, for sharing your business as well as your life mantras with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you for
so
having
much.
me.
And thank you, Essie and Shireen, for taking us through that insightful conversation. It was a pleasure listening to both of you. But to lead the next session, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Lata Venkatesh. She's the finance wizard at CNBC TV18, breaking down everything that you ever need to know on the economy.
A name synonymous with banking journalism. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lata Venkatesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate our march towards Viksit Bharat, we now turn to that one institution which has contributed so much to this whole economic effort, the Reserve Bank of India. It has been in step with the political leadership and has steered India into becoming one of the fastest growing large economies without any major accident of exchange rate or inflation. That's their big achievement. In the 90s, if you remember, the Reserve Bank successfully transitioned India from a largely state-controlled economy to one where you had market-determined exchange rates and market-determined interest rates. A largely government-owned banking sector was transitioned to one with healthy, competitive private and public sector banks. Now, to salute this effort today, we will be shortly honoring 3 former Reserve Bank of India governors, Dr. C. Rangarajan, Dr. Bimal Jalan, and Dr. Reddy, for their iconic contributions to the Indian economy. The current governor, Mr. Shaktikanta Das, also has a distinguished record. He has been named the top banker globally by Global Finance, the magazine, for 2 years in a row, exactly for the same thing, for his outstanding performance in inflation control, economic growth, currency stability, and interest rate management. So growth has always come with good macros. In step with the central government, the Reserve Bank led, Mr. Das led the Reserve Bank to infuse liquidity into the economy during the dark COVID days, but was quick to withdraw it in time when normalcy returned, and therefore did not suffer the consequences of high inflation which many so-called developed countries are going through and are, barely able to control. Sir, Governor, we at CNBC TV18 have been covering the Reserve Bank ticker by ticker, headline by headline, going back at least 100 monetary policies. And we are honored that the Governor has come here today to be part of our Silver Jubilee celebrations and to deliver the keynote address. May I also thank Deputy Governor Ravi Shankar, as also former Deputy Governors Shamla Gopinath, Mr. Kanungo, all of them for coming in so that we feel that we did a good job of covering the Reserve Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, may I present to you Governor Shaktikanta Das.
I'm just trying to adjust this to suit my convenience. I hope I'm audible. Is that okay? I'm audible? Yeah, thank you very much. Sri Rahul Joshi, Managing Director, Network 18 Group. Dr. C. Rangarajan, former Governor, Reserve Bank of India. Former and present Deputy Governors of the Reserve Bank of India who are seated here in the audience. Chief Executives of banks and other financial institutions and the corporate world, distinguished members of the audience present here and those watching this program virtually, members of media from the team CNBC, Network 18, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here this morning at the Global Leadership Summit, which marks the 25th anniversary of CNBC TV18. I would like to congratulate the entire team CNBC TV18 for its successful journey over the years. It's indeed an honor for me, and I repeat, it's indeed an honor for me to join this occasion to felicitate three distinguished former governors of the Reserve Bank of India. Dr. C. Rangarajan, who is present here, and I'm immensely humbled by his presence here. So the CNBC is honoring Dr. Rangarajan, Dr. Bimal Jalan, and Dr. Y.V. Reddy. And what can be a better occasion for me personally to be present here and watching the event. With their exceptional performance, these three former governors of the Reserve Bank of India, with their exceptional performance in the economic and financial sector policy making, they indeed occupy a pole position in the art and science of central banking and have left a mark not only in India but across the countries. As stewards of a full-service central bank, they initiated fundamental shifts in the monetary frameworks as well as in the financial, exchange rate, and external sector policies of the country. I humbly bow to the rich tradition and legacies left behind by Dr. Rangarajan, by Dr. Bimal Jalan, and by Dr. Y.V. Reddy in shaping what the Reserve Bank of India is today. Drawing inspiration from their contributions, I have chosen to speak on the theme, Sailing Through Turbulence, India's Tryst with Financial Stability. In recent years, the global economy has gone through a period of continual and unprecedented shocks. This was a period of great volatility, as I have described it elsewhere, quite distinct from the earlier era of the Great Moderation. Complex and varied shocks of a global pandemic, supply chain disruptions, wars, geopolitical conflicts, and climate change hit the global economy very hard during this period of global volatility. These were not typical shocks dealt with in dealt with in standard textbooks or having standard policy responses. Now, sailing through this turbulent period has therefore been a daunting challenge for every country, including India. After almost a synchronous adoption of expansionary policies following the pandemic, central banks across the world resorted to an equally synchronous monetary policy tightening when high inflation bounced back in the face of supply chain disruptions and the onset of the war in Ukraine. Overall, these policies across the globe appear to have worked well. That is, these policies of the central banks in tightening the interest rates and tightening monetary policy when the war commenced, and prior to that in loosening and going for an expansionary policy when the COVID pandemic hit the entire world. I think this time around, the policies of the central bank across the globe, they have worked well. Soft landing has been ensured, but risks of inflation, as I speak to you here today, but risks of inflation coming back and growth slowing down do remain. I'm talking about the global scenario now. Indian situation has its own characteristics. I'm now focusing on the global scenario. The headwinds from the geopolitical conflicts, geoeconomic fragmentation, commodity price volatility, and climate change continue to blow. During this entire period of great volatility, which I referred to a little while ago, maintaining price and financial stability have posed difficult trade-offs, as evident among others from the banking sector turmoil in certain advanced economies in early 2023. The challenge has always been the challenge for central bankers in particular has always been between doing too little or too late on the one hand and doing too much or too early on the other. Reading the interplay between monetary policy actions and the developments in the financial sector, as well as the evolving situation correctly, and timing the decisions are always challenging. Central banks have by and large performed well this time around. In this challenging global environment, let me highlight certain contradictions globally which we observe at the current juncture. First, government bond yields, I'm talking about the global situation. First, government bond yields are rising even as many advanced economies have embarked upon an easing path through rate, underscoring the fact Treasury are by a domestic that are mere adjustments. In US dollar now appreciating, although the rates. Second, by the high bond yields, prices of gold, oil, showing divergence. Third, interesting contrast emerging rising geopolitical risks, volatility, while political have really in years considerable risk in the face of uncertainties. Trade is to remain than previous sanctions, cross-border restrictions and disruptions. Fifth, emerging market economies have shown greater resilience than advanced economies in the current phase. Now let me turn to the Indian context. Amidst these headwinds and contradictions, the Indian economy is sailing through smoothly, powered by buffers like strong macroeconomic fundamentals, stable financial system, and resilient external sector. Our endeavor, that is our endeavor in the Reserve Bank, has been to seize every opportunity to further strengthen our fundamentals through prudent and proactive policy approach. Our primary focus has been to maintain financial stability, which breeds growth and prosperity. In 2019, we faced severe stress in the non-banking, that is in the NBFC sector. Liquidity had dried up and there was a crisis of confidence in the financial markets. There were also certain instances of bank stress, both in commercial and cooperative banking sectors. In all these exigent situations, the Reserve Bank took effective measures to stem the crisis from snowballing and to restore stability and confidence in the markets. In parallel, we strengthened our regulatory architecture and supervisory vigil to proactively identify weaknesses and be future ready. It is therefore appropriate to reflect on our experience during this period, not just, if I may say so, as a success story, but more importantly, to draw lessons for the future. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, our response was swift and decisive. We put in place business continuity measures even before the nationwide lockdown was announced. We set up special quarantine facility with about 200 officers and service providers and other staff to ensure continuity in financial market operations and in payment systems. All regulated entities were also advised to take immediate contingency measures to ensure business continuity and manage the emerging risks. Turning to monetary policy and the liquidity operations that we have undertaken during this period of continuing challenge, what I call the great volatility. Monetary policy, in fact, as we look back, has completed a full cycle in the last 6 years, an easing cycle during 2019-22, and a tightening cycle of equal magnitude thereafter. We have used the flexibility embedded in flexible inflation targeting to prioritize growth or inflation depending upon the prevailing conditions and the outlook. For instance, when economic activity came under severe stress during the COVID-19 pandemic, we prioritized growth over inflation and cut interest rates. We also infused huge liquidity into the system. These measures were nuanced, keeping in mind price and stability challenges that may arise in the future. In addition, forward guidance during the easing phase complemented and reinforced monetary policy and liquidity measures. In parallel, appropriate regulatory measures consisting of moratorium on repayment of loans and resolution frameworks for stressed loans were also announced. Later, when the Russia-Ukraine war caused massive supply disruptions in key commodities and threatened inflation to get out of control, we shifted our focus from growth to controlling inflation. We front-loaded our monetary policy actions and changed our stance to withdrawal of accommodation. We remained nimble and agile in our liquidity management operations. Further, fiscal monetary coordination, that is the Reserve Bank's rate hikes along with proactive supply-side measures by the government, helped in controlling inflation and anchoring inflation expectations. Coming to a more recent period, the MPC in its meeting on October 7th to 9th, that is in the last month, took note of the prevailing and expected inflation growth dynamics and decided to change the monetary policy stance from withdrawal of accommodation to neutral. It also decided to remain unambiguously focused on a durable alignment of inflation with the target while supporting growth. The change in stance provides greater flexibility and optionality to act in sync with the evolving conditions and the outlook. Overall, while average growth during 2021 to 2024 remained buoyant at above 8%, the receding of headline inflation in 23-24 and 24-25 up to September to within the tolerance band bears testimony to the success of the Reserve Bank's policies. What is equally did not undermine financial stability, and this is a point I would like to emphasize. Our rate hikes were preceded or accompanied by prudent risk management practices in the form of greater flexibility to the banks in holding government securities under the held to maturity, that is under the HTM category, that minimized mark-to-market losses. It is evident that while designing our responses to both the pandemic and the inflation upsurge thereafter, our policies were flexible and balanced. We remain consistent with our mandate of price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth. The underlying mandate of financial stability was also adhered to. During this entire period, communication became an important tool to complement our policy actions. During the pandemic, our endeavor was to give confidence to the wider economy, to the financial markets, and to the public at large. In the monetary policy statement on April 17, 2020, in the early part of the lockdown, I had said, I quote, "Although social distancing separates us, we stand united and resolute. Eventually, we shall cure and we shall endure," unquote. We began using quotes from Mahatma Gandhi like, and I quote, "In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of darkness, light persists." This was in April 2020. And going forward, one more quote. It's when the horizon, one more quote from Mahatma Gandhi, that it reads as follows: "It's when the horizon is beaten down to the ground that faith shines brightest and comes to our rescue." This was in May 2022, and several other quotes of similar nature. In particular, I would like to refer to my December 2023 statement following the macroprudential measures undertaken in November last year. I quote, "Financial stability is a public good. We do not wait for the house to catch fire and then act. Prudence at all times is our guiding philosophy." The spirit behind these statements, the spirit behind such communication, were indeed key to withstanding a period of multiple crises and giving confidence to the markets. Our communication was backed up by appropriate policy actions. It's not just that communication words were being sounded, statements were being made, but they were backed up by appropriate policy actions. Evidently, communication played a critical role in maintaining stability in the turbulent times of the recent past. It goes without saying that a sound regulatory framework for regulated entities, I'll just touch upon a little bit on regulation and supervision also. Now, it goes without saying that a sound regulatory framework for the regulated entities, whether banks, NBFCs, or other financial entities, together with a robust supervisory and monitoring mechanism, are key enablers for ensuring financial stability. From a prudent perspective, so far as the Reserve Bank is concerned, measures like the revised norms on classification and valuation of investments, the scale-based regulations, and multiple other initiatives which were taken. I'm not reading them out. It will be the copy of my speech will be uploaded in the RBI website. You can have a look at it. So all these steps together, including the steps to contain potential credit exuberance in unsecured loans, are some of the illustrations of prudent design of regulations in the interest of maintaining financial stability. Looking ahead, the financial system will continue to face newer challenges. There is a continuing need for the financial sector entities to strengthen their levels and quality of capital, while further sharpening the risk management standards. The Reserve Bank is now working on issues like the adoption of the revised Basel III standards in a phased manner, issuance of guidelines for expected credit loss, liquidity coverage ratio, that is the LCR, and prudent framework for financing of project loans. Our overall approach is consultative. For instance, with regard to the ECL framework, that is expected credit loss framework, even after issuing a discussion paper and receiving stakeholder comments, which we got examined by an external working group, we now propose to issue a draft circular for implementation of ECL. So the draft will be followed by issuance of a final circular. Again, we will get comments, and we are adopting this very careful approach because it, the introduction of the ECL framework marks a major transformation in the way assets, the stressed assets or the buildup of stress or the way the assets get classified. So considering their significance, we have decided to approach repeatedly a consultative approach. Now the idea is to get stakeholder comments on certain specifics of the framework, considering its significance for the banking sector. Our endeavor is to maintain a balance between banking sector stability and economic growth. I would like to stress this point again. Our endeavor is to maintain a balance between banking sector stability and economic growth, both of which are necessary and are complementary to each other. We are also working on climate risks and their impact on the financial sector. The final guidelines for disclosure framework on climate-related financial risks will be issued shortly. The process of supervision of banks, NBFCs, and other financial entities has also been unified and substantially strengthened with proactive on-site and off-site supervisory mechanisms. The focus is now on early detection and preemptive correction. The enhanced off-site assessment framework is more analytical and forward-looking, with introduction of macro stress tests, early warning indicators, fraud vulnerability index, microdata analytics, and microdata analysis, and use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. The on-site supervision now goes, that is RBI's on-site supervision, now goes into greater depths. Direct engagement with supervised entities is enabled through discussions and also through the Daksh portal, which we have set up, which is a SupTech initiative with end-to-end workflow solution to streamline and strengthen various supervisory processes. The College for Supervisors, which was set up in May 2020, is now helping our supervisors to sharpen their skills and remain up to date with the new and complex developments in the financial sector. The financial sector indeed has become more complex with the development of multiple digital products, common market infrastructure, and common service providers for IT services. These developments have elevated both the microprudential and macroprudential risks. The Reserve Bank has been proactive in addressing the growing cybersecurity challenges in the financial sector by issuing regulations relating to basic cyber hygiene in the regulated entities, and also with regard to digital payment security controls, IT outsourcing, and IT governance. Recognizing the critical importance of data and its future potential, an enterprise computing and data center is being set up in Bhubaneswar. Alongside, a cybersecurity training center is also being set up. Further, work on setting up of the Reserve Bank cloud facility is also gathering pace. Overall, sector in India is now more robust and resilient than at the beginning of the recent period of turmoil. There is, however, no room for complacency. The regulator and the regulated entities, many of you are present here, the regulator and the regulated entities must remain alert and future ready for the emerging challenges. I would now like to speak briefly on the external sector stability. India's external sector has also exhibited strength and stability in the recent period. The current account deficit has remained within manageable limit and stood at 1.1% of GDP in Q1 24-25. During the first half of 24-25, India's merchandise exports recovered from a contractionary zone in 23-24. Services exports have remained buoyant and rose by 11% during the first half of the current financial year. The robust growth in the services exports coupled with buoyant private remittances are helping to contain the current account deficit. On the financing side, net capital inflows have generally exceeded the current account deficit and contributing to accelerate foreign exchange and contributing to accretion of foreign exchange reserves. India has the fourth largest foreign exchange reserves in the world at 682 billion US dollars as on 31st October, which is sufficient to cover the entire external debt and about 12 months of merchandise imports. In terms of other key external sector indicators such as external debt to GDP, net international investment position, and short-term debt to external debt, India's position remains resilient. Our exchange rate policy is well articulated and has remained consistent over the years. India's exchange rate regime is market determined, and the Reserve Bank does not target a level or band of the exchange rate. The forex interventions are carried out to ensure an orderly movement of the exchange rate and to curb undue volatility, anchor market expectations, and ensure overall financial stability. It is important to note that the exchange rate is also a barometer of an economy's inherent strength. If the Indian rupee has remained relatively stable despite severe external shocks, including the largest and the steepest tightening by the US Fed in 2022 and 2023, it speaks volumes about the sea change in our macro fundamentals from the days of the taper tantrum. In fact, if we look at the other major segments of the financial markets regulated by the Reserve Bank, that is the money market and government securities market, they have also remained stable despite large swings and spillovers from global markets. The weighted average call money rate has remained range-bound within the liquidity adjustment facility, that is within the LAF corridor, and closely aligned to the policy repo rate. The 10-year G-Sec yield has also moved in a narrow range of 6.72 to 7.61% during the tightening cycle amidst global policy pivot, fluctuations in US Treasury yields, and global crude oil prices. The Reserve Bank has undertaken several regulatory measures in recent years to ensure resilience and stability of the financial markets. These include putting in place regulatory frameworks for benchmark administrators and electronic trading platforms, robust governance requirements for market makers in OTC derivative markets, and margin requirements for non-centrally cleared derivative reforms. As I proceed to conclude, let me add that the Reserve Bank has also played a crucial role in creating an enabling ecosystem for innovations in the payment systems. This has enhanced the efficiency and stability of the Indian financial system. Introduction of 24/7 NEFT and 24/7 RTGS, the success of the UPI, and implementation of the central bank digital currency, that is CBDC pilot project, that is the e-rupee, are transforming the wider financial system. Digitalization of banking services has received a further boost from the Reserve Bank's pilot project, namely the Unified Lending Interface. This Unified Lending Interface was developed and was designed and developed by the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub in Bengaluru. A few other initiatives of this innovation hub are also in the pipeline. Let me now try and conclude. The Reserve Bank's mandate spans multiple dimensions. Our consistent effort is to take a holistic view of stability, which encompasses price stability, financial stability, and sustained growth. We deploy multiple policy instruments to serve these multiple objectives. Today, India's economic growth remains resilient. Inflation is expected to moderate despite periodic humps, and the external sector is robust. Without being complacent, let me end by saying that the Indian economy has sailed well and sailed very well through the prolonged period of turbulence, and it exhibits resilience in the face of constantly emerging new challenges. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Governor Das. May I please request you to stay on the dais. We will have former Governor Rangarajan coming on to the dais for the award ceremony. Thank you very much for an almost encyclopedic coverage of the Reserve Bank's activities. Here, sir. Sir. Can you sit here? Yes, he's coming. Shireen Bhan, may I request you to please bring Dr. Rangarajan onto the stage. Governor, I know you told me that you only want to speak, but just before you came on, we had the Union Commerce Minister telling us that he's worried about interest rates and had was asking that food inflation should not be counted, that there should be an interest rate cut. Any response at all, sir?
I think the next monetary policy is coming up in the first week of December, so I would like to reserve my comments for that. Thank you.
Well, I tried to get a headline. Please, sir. Dr. Rangarajan, please. Well, this is our moment, the big moment of the Global Leadership Summit when we want to honor our icons. This is the citation. Dr. C. Rangarajan shepherded the Indian banking system and the economy for a decade and a half, first as Deputy Governor of Reserve Bank of India from 1982 to 1992, and then as Governor from 92 to 97. As Governor, Dr. Rangarajan, along with his Finance Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, planned and executed a bold liberalization of the financial sector. Under his watch, lending and deposit rates, which until then were set administratively, were freed and set by the banks themselves. The dollar-rupee exchange rate, which was also administratively set, became market determined. As banking regulator, Governor Rangarajan brought Indian banks to global standards of income and NPA recognition by implementing the Narasimham Committee recommendations. He also ensured a quantum leap in the Indian banking system by giving banking licenses to private entities. And you know, we now have a host of excellent private banks. Dr. Rangarajan is an inflation warrior, and he nearly stamped out double-digit inflation from India in the 90s. For his outstanding contribution to the economy, he was awarded the Padma Vibhushan in 2002. Post-governorship, Dr. Rangarajan continued. Post-governorship, he continued to serve the country as the chairman of the 12th Finance Commission. For his intrepid and intelligent leadership of the Indian economy and the financial sector, CNBC TV18 is honored to award him the title of Icon of the Indian Economy. May I request Shireen Bhan to join the Governor in presenting the citation and the memento to Dr. Rangarajan. Can we have the citation, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can give Dr. Rangarajan a standing ovation for his contribution to the cause of the Indian economy.
Dr. Rangarajan literally built the economy as we see it today. It was a very different socialist economy before his time. Dr. Rangarajan, may I please request you to address us, sir?
Governor Das and friends, I am deeply grateful to you for the award that you have conferred on me this morning. It's a matter of great personal satisfaction, as it is a recognition of one's work. I was in the first year of the college when India gained independence. Thus, I have seen independent India function through my entire adult life. I have seen India's successes and failures, aspirations and disappointments, crises and their resolutions. After a long stint in the academia in India and abroad, I left the academia in 1982 when I joined the RBI as a deputy governor. And since then, I have been involved in public policy in one way or another. India faced an acute economic crisis in 1991, triggered by a severe balance of payments problem. What was significant was the way in which we dealt with the crisis. We did not just find a solution to the balance of payments problem, but effected a fundamental change in the Indian economy with a view to ensure that such a crisis does not arise again. That we effected in 1991 and later on, of course. We made a break with the past in three important ways. First, we dismantled the large network of controls, licenses, and permits which dominated the Indian economy. Barriers to entry and growth were slowly relaxed and finally removed. Second, we redefined the role and the definition of the state in administration, in the management of the economy. While we fostered the expansion of the government in certain areas like social infrastructure, we contracted the role of the state in areas where we thought markets can function effectively or made to function effectively. Therefore, the third one was actually a very important one, and that is to give up the import substitution strategy of development. We decided to embrace the worldwide trade and be a competitor in the world system and be efficient in order to be able to compete in the world economy. In the case of the financial system, with respect to the financial system, as Lata mentioned a few things, the one important thing that we did, which is very critical for Reserve Bank of India, was also to automatic monetization of the fiscal deficit. Many people will be surprised to know that we had a system operating at a time because of an agreement between RBI and the government, that whenever the cash balance of the government fell below a particular level, it was automatically raised to another level, to the required level, by the issue of ad hoc treasury bills. This essentially meant monetization of the fiscal deficit. We put an end to it. And we also did one thing, that is, we dismantled the administered structure of interest rate. Even government had to go to the market to raise funds in the market determined rate. That is very important. We talk today about the financial system, developments in various areas, what happens in the money market and so on. All that is possible only because we put an end to the way in which the government was raising interest rate earlier. So in the field of the foreign exchange market also, it was already mentioned that did away with Reserve Bank of India determining the exchange rate every morning. I must tell you, I did this job for 10 years as Deputy Governor every morning. I had a special phone at that time because people should not be interrupting me at that time and or calling me at that time, and used up the phone. And that is what we did I did in 10 years. But I must also say that we were conscious of the fact that we need to do something which is what the market should be doing, and that is why I used to use the expression, we used to mimic the market when we were determining the exchange rate. But as Mr. Das was mentioning a little while ago, we made it clear at that time, while the market will determine the rates in the foreign exchange market, it does not mean that the RBI will not intervene. The whole question was only for what purpose the RBI will intervene, and we made it clear, and I think that has been practiced so well and so eloquently in the recent period of saying that it is really to maintain stability and reduce volatility in the foreign exchange market. We must also note that the rupee was made convertible on the current account during that period, and subsequently other measures were taken. And we made the banking system, or we tried to make the banking system more competitive. First of all, in the case of the public sector banks, we reduced the share of the government in these banks. Please remember, this is not such an easy thing. It may look like saying that from 100% you go down to 51%. It's not easy because there is a strong attachment among the politicians to the nationalization of the banks, and therefore not easy to get through it. But we did that. So in a sense, the prudential norms were introduced and all that. I want to mention one thing, that we anticipated liberalization. And in Governor Malhotra and I gave the freedom to the commercial banks to determine or fix the interest rate for deposits or for funds for less than 1 year. This could have been the beginning, but it was aborted. I must say, partly because of the lukewarm support of the government and the very inept way in which the commercial banks also acted. What they did was they made 8%, which was the ceiling that was put on all deposits from 15 days to everything, because some banks, which are not really very important, did that. But anyway, I say that we anticipated and did this thing. Let me come to one point. The results of these actions are clearly seen. The growth rate since the liberalization movement and the continuation of the liberation movement. I do not say that everything did only in the first 5 years or 10 years. It has continued. And the growth rate has improved. And the poverty ratio has also come down. I think very substantially the poverty ratio has come down. Today, we are able to think in terms of India becoming a developed country in 2047. Well, it's not going to be that easy. The journey is not going to be that easy. But we are talking about it because of the improvements that have already happened. It means, what is a developed country? A developed country is one which has a per capita income of $14,000. By 2047, the norm itself will become higher. 14,000 will not remain 14,000. But all calculations indicate that the required rate of growth in order to achieve that will be about 7% or more, depending upon what happens to the exchange rate and other things. But any improvement in the exchange rate, any improvement in the process is any growth rate higher than 6%. Up to 6% we can manage, but as I said, calculations indicate that it will be greater than 6%. And therefore, we need to have a strategy of development. Perhaps the seminars like this or the summits like this will provide that. But I don't know. I was asked to speak only 5 minutes or 8 minutes. Many questions were raised in the morning. I am sorry I cannot answer them. But I must say, there are theoretical issues that have come up. Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister, said about stimulating demand. Yes, stimulating demand is important. At the same time, please remember, in the 1950s, Arthur Lewis said, the core of development is how a nation which is saving 5% of the GDP saves 10% of the GDP or more, 50. Therefore, those who believe in the Herrera-Domar growth model, which says the trigger of growth is investment. Now, if investment has to increase, now it has to be financed, and therefore savings have to increase. Now, in the discussion on the performance of the economy, many people start talking about the demand is not increased. Now, when we say that consumption is not increasing, you are caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, we are saying that investment must increase. Then the investment increase must be supported by higher savings. But on the other hand, if you say that it is consumption increase is not there, and that is why the economy is not picking up, it raises a big fundamental issue regarding at what point in the development of the economy the demand factor begins to dominate over the other factor. I think not much discussion has happened on this, and I think we really need to analyze this particular problem. But I don't have that more time, and I will leave it here. But I would finally say, nonetheless, growth by itself is not adequate. I think the benefits of growth must reach out to all segments of the society. Growth and equity must be the two legs on which a nation must walk. If we ignore any one leg, then the nation or the country can only limp along. Growth and equity should not be posed as opposing considerations, but must weave together to produce an acceptable pattern of development. Therein comes economic wisdom or economic statesmanship. I would like to thank Mr. Das, Governor Das, being here and giving the award. He has done an exemplary job as the governor of the Reserve Bank. And he has managed through a turbulent time, which demanded at one time an expansion, at another time a contraction. And the excellence in monetary policy lies not only in saying what is needed to be done, but also in timing. That is critical. When to expand, when to contract, and when to identify. And therefore, I am very happy that the award has been given to me by him. And I also want to congratulate CNBC TV18 for the very fine work that they have done. As a channel, they have gained reputation for a clear presentation and a depth of analysis. And therefore, I congratulate them, and I am sure they will continue to be in the forefront as they move from the celebration of Silver Jubilee towards the Golden Jubilee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Governor Das, for being with us. We had also citations for Dr. Bimal Jalan and Dr. Reddy. For paucity of time, we are not reading it here, but it will be available on CNBC TV18's digital media. I just want to play out to you the reaction or the acceptance statements from Dr. Bimal Jalan and Dr. Y.V. Reddy. I think you will just be listening to what Dr. Bimal Jalan had to say. A citation he got for ably leading the Indian economy through very challenging times.
To CNBC TV18 for this great honor when we Lata and their team for coming over and this again. This event gives me an opportunity to reflect upon my career as a good policy maker of the government and the Reserve Bank of India. Two thoughts come to mind. One, that the aim must always be at a facilitator of public interest and not as controllers of public activity. The second is that policy decisions often involve resolution of competing interests of different stakeholders. While dealing with such situations, we must prioritize the need of the common citizen, and among them from the poorest to the poor. In working with these objectives, I have been very fortunate to have outstanding colleagues and other stakeholders who have all contributed immensely to the work we are able to do. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge their contribution and express my gratitude. Thank you.
So Bimal's attitude has always been very positive for almost everything. And I remember in the Reserve Bank, he used to say to his people that whenever there's a request, see how you can say yes rather than no. And that, I think, is a great philosophy and a way of working that anyone can follow.
Now have Dr. Y.V. Reddy's reaction, the man who took us through the global financial crisis without any scratch on our banking system.
Thank you very much, Lata. Yes, I'm congratulating CNBC TV18. In fact, I'm not only grateful to you for recognizing me by giving this award, but as much I learned from you people, particularly you on macroeconomics. I owe whatever I have in terms of achieved, in terms of important things in the policy, entirely because of political leadership. Second, I would say the collaborative, so cooperation, coordination among the colleagues, professionals was important. We were recognizing the whole system. In my view, it's a real recognition to the public service rendered by many people of India. Increasingly, public service has become career rather than service. I feel that it's more important to recognize the result in public service. In addition to that, I would say the people of India, from whom I learned a lot. There's no way I can learn things which I learned from books are only half, at best half. The other half came from people. Therefore, in a way, I would say this is a tribute to the people of India. With that, again, let me thank you very much. I dedicate this whole award to my family, particularly my daughter, Kavita, Aditya. My wife, of course, is here. Because the family bears the burden. In an increasingly materialistic society, when you live an honest living, family has to support. My family and friends have been of great support to me. I'm grateful to them. And then again, I thank you, in particular CNBC TV18 and their management. Thank you.
With that, we conclude this tribute that we have paid to the Reserve Bank of India. It's back to Ritu and Shruti.
Thank you, Lata and Shireen, for taking us through that. And thank you to our governors, past and present, Governor Shaktikanta Das, Dr. Rangarajan. It's been our pleasure to have you here. And of course, we thank you for your vast contributions for the Indian economy, for navigating what has been really turbulent times.
Absolutely, Ritu. Moving ahead, let's continue our focus on what CNBC TV18 is known for. The pulse of India's stock markets and the investment opportunities that make India a global financial hotspot.
Well, over the past decade, India has attracted approximately $667 billion in foreign direct investment, solidifying its position as a premier investment destination with substantial growth potential.
Well, the strength of India's markets is a testament to this appeal. With a growing focus on digital transformation, increasing capital flows, and a favorable regulatory environment, India's markets are set to offer investors diverse opportunities across sectors, from technology and manufacturing to infrastructure and consumer goods.
So in this next session, Investing in India's Today and Tomorrow, we will delve into the evolving landscape of India's markets, exploring both opportunities and challenges that lie ahead for investors.
That's right, Ritu, and leading the discussion is Prashant Nair, a name synonymous with CNBC TV18's market coverage. In the world of markets, the day truly begins with him. He's joined by industry veterans, Ramesh Damani, owner of Ramesh Damani Finance, Manish Chokhani, director at Enam Holdings, Ramdev Agarwal, chairman and co-founder of Motilal Oswal Financial Services, and Ashish Kumar Chauhan, CEO of National Stock Exchange.
Well, I'll invite the veterans of the market to take the stage for what is surely going to be a dynamic discussion on India's market potential and investment future. With that, it's over to you, Prashant.
Good morning, good afternoon actually now, and a warm welcome to our special session as we celebrate CNBC TV18's 25th anniversary, a quarter of a century of capturing the pulse of markets, stories of resilience and success, and the voices that shape the financial landscape. And actually, 4 of them are right here with me. 1999, the first time CNBC TV18 hit the airwaves, the mahal of the market was thick with the promise of the new millennium. Y2K fears were testing nerves, and the optimism about a tech-driven future that seemed just within reach. It was the dawn of India's emergence as a global IT powerhouse, a story of firms and whispered over cups of chai. Now, to jog everyone's memory, 99 was also the year that the Kargil war was imposed on us, and of course our brave hearts fought and won it. Coming over to Mumbai and Bollywood, the nation was dancing to the tunes of Karan Johar's Koi Mil Gaya from Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. And by the way, Karan is going to be here later as well. Investors, though, were humming the same tune, but for tech stocks, IT stocks. HCL Tech had just launched its IPO. Infosys was the undisputed Badshah of the Bazaar, and the Sensex had just hit 5,000 for the first time. By the way, over across the oceans, Nvidia had just made its debut on Wall Street. So as we raise a toast to 25 years of CNBC TV18, let's take a moment to appreciate the journey, the bull runs, the bear claws, and everything in between. Welcome to this session with 4 legends of the market who are with us from the very beginning and need absolutely no introduction. Gentlemen, thank you very much, all of you. I want to start by asking Rameshji, if you want to start, what do you remember of 1999?
Thanks, Prashant. Thank you first for having me here. It's been an exhilarating 25 years. I mean, it's bookended by, as you said, the Y2K problem in 99 and the pandemic a few years ago. But it's been an exhilarating journey for all of us as investors, and to see it was very interesting, not only from markets, politics, and business point of view. From markets, the Sensex, as you pointed out, was 5,000. It's closer to 80,000. But what people may not know, the Dow at that time was 11,000. So we were half the Dow level. Now we're almost double the Dow level. We're at 80,000 in the Dow at 45,000. So that's been extraordinary. Of course, in rupee terms, it's cheating a little bit, but that's what it is. In terms of markets, as you said correctly, Infosys got listed, and also Nvidia got listed, as you said. And one other company that became a tech giant got listed in 95, which is Alibaba by Jack Ma. That got listed in 99. And in terms of politics, what I find interesting, of course, October 12th, General Pervez Musharraf came to power in a coup in Pakistan. October 13th, Bajpayee ji was sworn in as for the 3rd time as Prime Minister of India. So exhilarating year and exhilarating 25 years, Prashant.
Oh, lovely, absolutely. Ramdev ji, were you humming Koi Mil Gaya or were you watching Infosys?
No, I think we have been the biggest beneficiary of birth of CNBC TV18, personally as well as the firm, and the spread of equity culture and common man really embracing the CNBC and the markets. And now, finally, it is happening. I mean, what seeds have been shown is from 99, finally from 2020, the demat explosion which is happening. I think the role you all have played is immense. So I'm sure this is just about the start of the journey of yet another, what Dr. Rangarajan said about deregulation of Indian economy, dismantle everything, dollar, rupee, interest rates, everything. I think that moment is here in Indian equities, starting from 2020-21. And let's see how, when there will be some ceremony, 25 years henceforth. And then they'll remember what Indian equities have done in next 25 years.
I mean, you've been a sort of absolute bull, and you've kept the faith, Ramdevji, and you've made the money. You just mentioned 25 years from here. You want to, right at the beginning, you want to tell us where we will be, index levels, 25?
2 raised to power 5. So I think, you see that 50, I've been in the market for 45 years, and I have seen Sensex at 100, which is at about 80,000 plus. So that has given about 15% compound. There is no reason now forex balance and the kind of goal clarity we have. We want to be Viksit Bharat by 47 and all. So those kind of things, they are even more encouraging. But I would not take the compounding to be even a bit higher than 15%. So every 5 years you'll double, and 2 raised to power 5 in next 25. Actually, when you talk about 25 years, you don't believe where you will reach, but we'll reach there.
That's very well put, Manish. What do you remember, 99?
They said it well. Actually, it's hard to imagine. India's total market capitalization was below $200 billion, which is not even equal to what TCS or Reliance alone have today. And that's been the journey that the market cap has gone up from 200 billion to north of 5 trillion. And I agree with him entirely that next 20 years, if you don't do 16 times more from here, I'm working on the basis that I'll be older and grayer, although I'm 10 years younger, I must confess. So I'm the baby on the panel. But I think in the next 20 years, if we don't do 10 to 15 times even from here, I'll be surprised. And we are on a takeoff trajectory. But I remember 1999 for the heroic valor of the Indian Army in the Kargil War. And the phrase which had got all of us youngsters back then was, "Ye dil mange more," from Bikram Batra when he took Tiger Top. So salute to the army for keeping us the way we are.
Absolutely. And very well put, Manish. Ramesh, you want to add something?
No, I mean, it's a salute, and it's been an exhilarating journey that I find astonishing. But one thing that I would probably disagree with Manish is that we can't extrapolate what happened in the last 30 years to the next 30. Otherwise, China would have been soaring in the clouds right now. It doesn't typically happen. And I do feel, for whatever it's worth, I think India will do fine, and it's a risk not to be invested. But I do feel that on November 5th, 2024, what happened in America changed the world. I think we'll understand the implications of that in a few years from now. When I was a young man in 1989 and the Berlin Wall fell, I knew something had changed in the world. I couldn't figure out what it was. That became more apparent as the years rolled by. So I think in the next 25 years, America is such an important world player, 30% of the global economy, 60% of the market cap of the world, that what happens in America influences the rest of the world. And unfortunately, I think America started looking backwards, looking inwards. I think we did a word cloud 25 years from now or 10 years from now. I think one word that would come up very frequently is a word called mercantilism. A change in the free trade, UN, and NATO. The world grew on the back of America. May not happen in the next 5-10 years. So the world will definitely look different. I would not be one to extrapolate straight into the future, but there'll be lots of opportunities to make money.
And I want to pick on those points in just a bit, Ramesh, because that is also something we want to address, because markets have been going through a bit of a tough phase. But let's welcome in Ashish Bhai as well. You know, I can say with some confidence that the three of you here and many in the audience are shareholders of National Stock Exchange. For those who don't know, NSE is now valued at $60 billion. It's, if it were listed today, it would be in the top 10 in terms of market capitalization. But Ashish Bhai, let's start at 99. I mean, you're also someone who actually, I can say, built the markets, the market infrastructure. You were at the NSE in 99. What do you remember of that year?
Thank you, and thank you for calling me. I think in some ways, the infrastructure of the capital markets, those days, it was a satta bazaar, right? All of us are wearing, at least they are wearing suits and coats. I am still on the older style. But those days, it was considered, basically nobody trusted. That $200 billion was probably 30% of banking system. 30%, the capital markets were very small and considered a kind of a sort of avoidable activity. Today, it is almost 220%, 2.5, or a few days back it was 2.5 times. Now, probably it's 220% of the entire banking system. That is the change. And the back end that NSE came about, first year it became larger than any exchange in India, but it also started clearing corporation. It started depositories. They were all building blocks of creating a framework, and then we were also working on setting up derivatives. So 1999, Vajpayee government came, and one of the first things I was told was that we required a change in the Securities Contract Regulation Act if we need to set up a derivatives market. And so we started working on that, although we were working on derivatives from 1995. At the last moment, it came saying, if you don't do this, this will not work. And so, of course, it went to the parliament, got cleared, and that's where the derivatives actually came about in 2000. I think June 12 is when NSE started.
You fought for derivatives back then, and now you're fighting for them again.
And
it's come
I think
full circle.
one of the first panels, I recall CNBC office just behind TV towers in Worli in Mumbai. It was like a industrial place, and it was with M.G. Damani, who used to be the ex-president of Bombay Stock Exchange. I was like 27, 20-year-old, and he was the doyen. And he was opposing derivatives, and I was saying the derivatives are going to change things. Although the Nick Leeson part in 95 had actually brought down, and it had got bad reputation, but I'd say things are going to change, and there were, of course, worries about overtrading those days also. So some of those same debates keep on coming, but what India has done over the last 25 years has been phenomenal.
But do you think we've taken a hard turn on derivatives here, or we can't say that as of now?
See, it's the overtrading issues will come up because the technology has changed. It's like travel. People used to travel by walking, and then it became bullock cart. It became several times faster. And then people were saying, why should people be traveling so much without sort of achieving anything? And then it became car. And you might have seen Naya Daur, right? If you have not seen, you should see that movie called Naya Daur. It is basically saying that old systems will have to change, although on a particular day, old systems may win. But the new technologies will, and then of course, railways and...
Right. So the answer is, it's here to stay. It is here to stay.
For me, as far as the society is able to manage the risk, we should be able to continue providing facilities for people to manage risks and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I want to, all of you are, we invite you for wisdom, to learn from all of you in terms of what, the lessons are for, and so many new investors have come into the market over the last 4 years specifically. 10.5 crore investors in this market now. Rameshji, before I get to here and now and what from here, just 2 or 3 most important lessons that new investors should remember.
Sure. I think 30 years in the market, Prashant, have taught me 2 things. One, remain broadly invested in the market. You can't time the market. It'll go up and down and you'll be happy and then you'll suddenly miss the great rally. A lot of the gains come in a very scattered amount of time. So broadly remain invested in high quality businesses, if you will. The second, of course, I think which all 3 will agree is the magic of compounding that takes place. I think you should never let that be interrupted. It's like you're rolling a ball of snow, as Buffett said, down a hill. So you want to make sure that the hill is very long, which means either you're very young or you live very old. And that's what's magical. I think compounding can take, in 1 generation, from poverty to wealth, if it's done properly. So I think the enduring lesson that I want to give to a younger audience or to a young India is understand how compounding work. It's actually the 8th wonder of the world.
Ramdevji, just 2 or 3 top lessons for investors, what you've learned really and imbibed.
I mean, for the guys who can afford, they should buy only equities out of their savings, should be fully invested. Don't time the market, what Ramesh said. It works brilliant. I mean, I've seen 45 years. It goes very smooth. Some days are painful, but that's the price you pay for 15% portfolio yield. So that's been the message. And there are only 2 markets in the world which are compounded, America and India. And we are lucky to be in India, I'm telling you. Because in China, which is as big a market, a much bigger market, you have, like, in 2020, CSI 300 was about 2,000. And in 25 years, they are struggling at 4,000. We were at that time 1,000 Nifty. Today we are at 24, 25,000. So that smoothness of the market is extremely important. That slope is very, very important. And that's the achievement of Indian way of working, entrepreneurship, the political management, the bankers' freedom to determine interest rates and those kind of things. And ever-building institution. You look at, I don't think there is anything like NSE in the whole world. I mean, you clear $7, $8, $9 trillion, and they can do still 5, 10x of that without any problem. So this country has that capability to create, and this technology, the digital technology, is so exponential. I think we have to be optimist. First thing is you have to be optimist to come in the market and stay invested and wait for your compounding to happen, because patience is going to be the most important thing.
Time in the market, basically.
Time in the market, but patience. While you are in the market, you should bring the patience when the things are bad. Like when the markets are roaring, everybody's in the market. But when times are bad, actually markets are falling. That time you should have the patience and stay invested.
I'm going to ask you whether this is one of those times in just a bit, but Manish, tell us, your 2 or 3...
Yeah, continuation of the same. So number 1 is the price that you pay is the only thing you control as an investor. So when there are times like what we're going through now, is not the time to lose the faith, but to actually double down. So enter at good prices. The soil in India is fertile for entrepreneurs and business. So stay the long haul, because you will compound a lot of money. And 3, back the right leadership. You can be in the best business with the wrong jockey on the horse, as you call it. But if you find the right jockey, he's going to make even a stupid horse run well. So back the right people, the right business, think long-term, be long-term greedy. But remember, price is the only thing in your hand. So be very, very strict on that.
I think all of you have backed The jockey sitting to your left. Ashish bhai.
Come on, Ashish.
So when are we going to see, how close are we to a listing at the NSE?
We do list companies every day.
It's a nice one.
And this year itself, we have listed 150 companies. 50 in the main board, 100 in the SME. This financial year, that is from April 1 onward. So effectively keep on listing, but if you are referring to NSE's listing, we don't have visibility.
But are we closer than we were last year?
I mean, every step looks closer, but ultimately...
Manzil dur nahi hai. It's
At the same time, one has to... In our case, we wear many hats, especially as regulators, and we need to be very careful on many things. At the same time, providing a well-functioning, fair, efficient, transparent, extreme low-cost, very orderly markets are the main priority.
Ashish bhai is using everything you said to avoid answering the question. Okay, let's talk about here and now. Ramesh, you said Trump and him sweeping America is like one of those pivotal moments, implications we will know later. I get the sense that that has kind of tempered your expectations of how well we'll be able to do. So first address, what are we going through now? Is this just a pullback in a broad uptrend? And to your mind, what does the election in the US really portend for markets like India, countries like India?
Well, it's more for the world, Prashant, because the US has moral leadership in the world. You know, it's the preeminent power in the world. I believe in American exceptionalism. What has happened for the first time in 75 years, I don't think people have understood that, is that first time a US president has unchecked power. He has the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court, the popular vote. If any Republican opposes him, he will use his base against them, so they will not be elected. The Democrats are in a state of shock. They cannot do anything because they tried impeaching, prosecuting, criminal trials. Nothing has worked against him. And now the worst fears of the America First MAGA movement can now be seen being implemented. So I'm really afraid that they might say, we'll put tariffs on there, which are economically suicidal to do. We'll stop immigration. America was built on immigration. So that impacts the world. Imagine after World War II, America rebuilt Germany and Japan. They've beaten them to the pulp, and still they use Marshall Plan to beat them. Can you imagine that happening in India, in America today? I don't think they'll help Ukraine out, or they'll help Russia out, or whatever. So I think the world has changed out there. India is lucky that we have a strong domestic economy and inward-facing economy anyway. So we'll be fine in the scheme of things to come. But I think the world perhaps may look a bit different. I think just after it looked different after the Berlin Wall fell, and we had 35 years of peace, prosperity, unparalleled global wealth, I'm not sure the next 35 years will be as easy for the world as the last 35 were.
In terms of market returns as well, maybe?
In terms of market returns, in terms of which economies do well, because what was the basic model? Singapore, Taiwan, Korea, export to the US. The US had big enough shoulders that they could carry everyone along with them, and they carried everyone along with them. But now you have a US president that doesn't want to do the basic magic that worked for the last 35 years. So I would watch Washington very closely.
No, that's very well put. Ramdeji, what is your sense? Here and now, markets, are we in a bit of a pullback in a broad uptrend? And to what Rameshji said, which is American exceptionalism. So money goes home, which is the US dollar, which is US assets. What does it mean for returns here?
So coming back to Indian markets, you know, because I don't know so much about American history, and Ramesh has lived there and he watches them very closely. But coming here, I think the corporate closer home, I mean, in the current scenario, our multiple expansion is at a full level. So there is no scope for the multiple. So earnings must come, and earnings are actually going down. So there is a clear challenge in the earnings not coming through. And so when does it work? Like Dr. Naranajan was saying, the demand, at the end of the speech he said, demand has to be looked into and it should be discussed. So I think what all macro managers they will do as we go forward.
Do you think we're at that point where we need some help, fiscal or monetary?
Of course, but I don't have any prescription or anything like that. It will come. It will come because they want that 7-8% growth. It will come, right policy decisions will be taken at right time. So we have to have a little more patience. Maybe the earnings growth may take another 6 months. Next year could be roaring one. So, but it will come. That much I know. If the economy grows at 7-7.5%, earnings growth, that should come through. But right now, this is the time to have patience and wait for the markets, because the foreigners are losing patience. They are selling out. Little they are realizing that they can get out, but they cannot get in. So they are in a situation where, of course, they have luxury to go to Korea, China, wherever. But once they get out from India, they cannot get in. The price to pay for entry again, think about it. What they sold 1.5 lakh in last 1 month. If they want to buy back 1.5 lakh, I think the index will be 30,000.
Manish, come in. Where are we now and where do we go from here? Are we in a bit of a downturn for a while, time correction? What's your sense?
Yeah, so we've all been, I think, on the same page that we'd had this bubble in mid and small caps particularly. And it's good that the market actually is cooled off and goes a bit sideways and allows earnings to catch up. And like they rightly said, eventually, you know, with the man and the dog example, you follow the man, not the dog. And the dog was going all over the place. But the man really here is the earnings. And earnings is what will determine where we go. And I've always said, you make money bottom up. So all the macro may do whatever. Like, for example, Uday's here, his bank wasn't even born in 1999. And see the kind of wealth creation. You could have made all the macro stories about Kargil war and sanctions on India and banking sector in trouble and so on. And you see the wealth creation. And I think this era of where the youngsters are now building what I call the next phase of India, which will be technology should be ours, the product should be ours, the brand should be ours. Historically, we've been processors. And the new India which is getting built is taking over all of these. And that's really the next leg of wealth creation. So irrespective, I think, of what the macro does, we will find enough opportunities to make money. You lose money top down. Like he said, the world is in trouble and people come and sell. But in that rubble is when you find things that you can pick up. While we were sitting here, I must say, my son is in the audience and he was texting me on a couple of stocks which have come to interesting prices. And I was like, hold on, let me finish and we'll go back.
No, absolutely. Are we, just very quickly, one-line answers. Rameshji, are we in a bit of a time correction next 6 months?
Yeah, I think we're in time
Sideways.
correction, but that's fine. I mean, you know, the market has had one of the heady runs, so if it corrects till 1 quarter, 2 quarters, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Ramdevji?
I have no idea what is, market always surprises me. So, but then I think we are fine in that
But
patient
you are
mode.
a little circumspect right now where we are, earning-wise, liquidity.
Yeah, what drives me is the earnings. If I don't see earnings coming through, my research department not saying that next year we are going to grow at 12%, 15%, I am not confident. I feel a little uncomfortable.
See, I'll give you a contra view. Of course, earnings are not there and therefore these prices, so you can't double count. But also put in context what he said, US is 66% of global market cap. And it's what, 25% of GDP. It can't be 2.5 times of market cap, which is why Warren Buffett has sold. But India is 4% of world market cap. And you know the next 20 years, this GDP will compound. We can debate whether it is 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%. Which other country in the world are you going to say that for? And our currency, again, my favorite topic, is underpriced. So whenever this happens, in the next 5 years, you're going to see a stronger currency. Indians will be allowed to also invest overseas. And this 4% market cap to the world has to go up.
Yeah.
If you're sitting with that macro, and this wall of foreign money has to inevitably end, we will end up in global indices. The amount of money to come in here is staggering. We are scared at 10 billion going out a month. I think there is a period when you'll see 10 billion a month coming in. Then what happens is what Ramdev has really been saying.
Okay, I know broadly, but I want to ask you this. One bet, could be theme, could be sector, which one should, as they say, you should fish where the fish are. Rameshji, what's your sense? Where?
Yeah, thanks, Prashant. I think the one thing I've heard, I've been to conferences and what Ashishji said, what happened to the NFC is because it was digitized. I think it's incredible the power of digitization, what changes is there. I think the number of transactions that you're handling, whether it's in payments, we're handling, I think, 150 billion payment transactions a year now in a country of... So I think, and part of the growth of a country is always infrastructure. So look at what I call the digital public infrastructure space. I think that will be ripe for picking. Those are priced not necessarily according to the opportunity available, but according to some measure of earnings. So I think the opportunity is very great for the digital payment infrastructure companies over the next few years. So if you ask me, buy one stock and don't come back for 5-10 years, I'd buy it in that space.
Digital public infrastructure.
Yeah.
I
Ramdevji?
think I'll stick to my very close, capital market intermediaries, all kinds of things. Because this boom from 40 million demat accounts to 400 million demat
Ashish Bhai
accounts.
is smiling there.
Yeah. So that, I know he has to be smiling. So I think this is the biggest boom, biggest, expansion I've seen in the markets. And thanks to digital technology, the expansion is not linear. So it's a non-linear kind of opportunity. And this will give birth to some very big firms. I mean, you have to be good in picking up which one is going to be the next Goldman Sachs or Merrill Lynch or Morgan Stanley.
Or
Lovely.
Kotak.
Manish?
I'll just expand. You know, I love financials, of which capital markets is one, and from exchanges to mutual funds to brokers to, But just again for context, when I started doing brokerage in the 1990s, the largest fund in the world we used to service was Capital International. They were $90 billion. Today they are north of $3 trillion. Do you know the number for HDFC Mutual Fund today is $90 billion? It was an unimaginable number for Indians then. Can you see this becoming $3 trillion? Can you see the banking sector becoming far larger? Like, will we be only $2 or $3 trillion of banking deposits and assets under management? This space, financials, if you are not invested, please go and make an investment over there.
No, absolutely. And Ashish ji, all of them are going to look to you.
So let me give you an anecdote which has nothing to do with their looking up to me. But NSE started, I mean, we created NSE in 92, set up in 92, started operations in 94 with 25 crore rupees of capital. We never raised further 1 rupee. Today, as you said, it's 5 lakh crore, 20,000 times or more. And that is way beyond, and it's a professionally run company, not individuals. Neither any CEO would have got anything out of it. They were getting IDBI salaries. Today, they're getting slightly higher, but almost similar. But still, that framework, which the new technology and the scale that it brings, any type of new technology, not only financials, but it will be any type of conceptual technologies, whether artificial intelligence or biotechnology, where capital invested is very little, but outcomes can be non-linear. For me, that is the future of the world. And those days, India was not considered even in the stadium when that technology race was run. Today, in last 25 years, India has come at the forefront. When the next race is run, India is going to win that on the back of its young population, the technology adoption it has done. And that's why, for me, you look at 25, 30, 50 years, this is the place to be in.
And NSE is right at the forefront. It's been an incredible store of value, those who've kind of gotten in, and I think the gentlemen here know that perfectly well. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us here. It's an enlightening discussion, always is wonderful, insightful, electric. Thank you very much. Here's to the next 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Next 25.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ramesh Tamani, Mr. Manish Shokani, Mr. Ramdev Agarwal, and Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, and Prashant for taking us through that riveting chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for our panelists. Well, moving on. India has come a long way since independence, transforming from an agrarian economy to one led by services, now contributing over 50% of GDP.
Well, even life expectancy has risen from 32 to over 69 years, and key indicators like maternal and infant mortality rates have improved significantly, showing the nation's progress in social and economic resilience.
Now, looking ahead to India at 2047, the goal is ambitious but within reach. Projections show a potential per capita income of over $26,000, 13 times, supported by strong GDP growth.
And to achieve this, India needs to fast-track some key areas: skilling the workforce, improving education and healthcare, and driving infrastructure and regulatory reforms as well.
Now, discussing 5 transformative ideas for the next quarter century, we are honored to have Uday Kotak, founder and director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, and Shireen to lead this discussion. Shireen, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a stellar lineup of speakers, as you can see, and thank you very much to all of our market veterans who've spent so much of their time with us. And of course, we now are joined by a legendary veteran business and of course business leader and of course investor as well, who spent a lot of time with us on CNBC TV18. Mr. Kotak, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us here this evening. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome to the Global Leadership Summit Rekha Jhunjhunwala, representing Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Ladies and gentlemen, he has spent so much time on CNBC TV18, and it's wonderful to have Rekha Jhunjhunwala here with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Kotak, we're going to talk about the 5 transformative ideas for India, but in a minute, I want to talk about the big transformative idea that's quite literally shaking up the world, Donald Trump, and the impact and implications according to you.
I think pretty transformative, Donald Trump, and has changed the perspective of how we're going to run the world as we go forward, or how he is going to run the world as we go forward. And as was mentioned, 66% of global market cap is US. We just got to make sure that America does not make the rest of the world irrelevant. And that's one of the challenges we must all live up to. Therefore, however small our market share, we need to grow it much faster than what we have in the past. And Shireen, as you think about transformation, I think if you look at America's power, it is essentially 3 things. One is military, second is finance, and third is creativity. And if you look at these 3 important things, which gives the Trump power to the United States, let's ask ourselves each a question about how India has got to transform for the future. So I'm literally taking on from where you have said. So let's look at military power.
Okay.
It's the most powerful defense power in the world, which is United States. And if you look at India on a relative basis, if India has to transform, our percentage of spending on defense as a percentage of our GDP is not growing. Therefore, the world, which is so complex, you just look at the Middle East. A small little country like Israel commands disproportionate power because of its ability to manage defense. And I'm not going into the subjectivity of it, but you're getting into a world where power is power, and raw power will matter. If India has to become a global power of a scale and size which we aspire for, India needs to disproportionately get stronger on its defense from where it is. And that is going to be the source of our power. Therefore, military power and defense power is the starting point of being a powerful nation.
Okay, let me push back a little bit on that, because given the fiscal constraints that we do have to contend with, and also the many priorities that we have to factor in, for instance, we still spend much lower than what is required as far as the health budget is concerned. Here you are saying that India needs to disproportionately spend on its defense budget. So in that context, Mr. Kotak, the choices that the government will need to prioritize, you believe defense over health?
I think those trade-offs have to be taken. Top 3 nation in the world. It's US, China. And after that, if India wants to be there and to be counted on stage, we will have to find innovation. You're talking about transformative ideas. Moment you bring about balancing and trying to equate things, you don't get to the power situation. And going back to Trump, he is thinking out of the box. We may agree or disagree, but he's changing the rules of the game. So what are we going to do from saying that we believe a strong India from a defense point of view is important, to saying we will walk the talk? For the first step in becoming a power, and a transformative step, is India must be counted on the global stage in defense.
And do you see the role of private capital as well as the private sector there?
Of course. And this is a new world. You can see the conflicts around. You can look at China building it. You've seen Israel building it. You see US. Europe. Look at the Russian power. Finally, Europe is worried. It has underspent on defense crazily. It has been mercantilist. And time has come for Europe. If Trump withdraws from NATO or says, I'm not spending the money, Europe will have to produce it or run the risk of a new European order with Putin calling the shots. We have no choice but to dramatically and transformatively get much more powerful on the military side.
Okay, let's talk about the second priority, and which is to transform ourselves into a financial powerhouse. Now, the road ahead, the prescription, in order for us to do that, what do we prioritize?
See, you become a financial powerhouse if you have one of the two important things. One, you're a reserve currency, or you have genuine current account surpluses.
Okay.
The US can afford to have a very large current account deficit in the world because it is a reserve currency. And I don't think we can expect to get to a reserve currency status overnight. Therefore, to start with, if you look at, say, go back to 1995, when FII or FPI in India was zero. From 95 to today, which is about 30 years, we have effectively had a situation of current account deficits for almost all the 30 years. And today, I'm really delighted that FPIs have shown so much confidence over 30 years in India. FPI stock at today's market price is $900 billion. Our total foreign exchange reserves, and I'm not saying all the money goes away, please don't misunderstand, is 680. Therefore, India has run current account deficits all 30 years. And the question we have to ask is, how do you get to a situation where for an operating P&L, you make more money than you spend? Your exports of goods and services at some point of time has to be competitive enough to be more than the imports. And we've had a very benign oil situation for the last 10 years. Therefore, if India has to be a great power transformatively, we will first need to move to being self-sufficient on current account. And then aspire for a reserve currency, after which you have the freedom to do what you want.
We'll talk about that freedom in a bit. But, since we are talking about currencies, I also want to understand from you what you make of the current strength as far as the dollar is concerned and the implications of that. You also talked about FPI flows. The previous panel was also talking about the fact that we've now started to see FPIs move money out with the US doing the way that it is and the promise of Trump. What do you expect on that front?
No, I think the two important factors are happening. You're seeing a stronger dollar and higher bond rates in the US. And the question to the world, is how, despite one of the largest fiscal deficits, despite a huge current account deficit, the US dollar continues to command trust. And that is where the military power, the creativity and the technology power is enabling the US to get away with disproportionate financial power. And frankly, Shireen, it all doesn't add up. A stronger dollar, but a sharp rise in the valuation of crypto, something has to give. Everything doesn't add up.
What is going to give? Or what is likely to give? What's your best guess?
I'm not a big fan of crypto. Okay, so I'm not really very excited about crypto because it's not...
With Bitcoin at $90,000.
Yeah, so I'm not a believer in that, but right now it seems to be one of the most interesting assets in the world, which we don't seem to understand. So we have to respect that. But I think the world is finally respecting power. And power is showing in the US dollar. However, his policies are going to be very inflationary. You cut taxes, you have tariffs on imports, it is bound to lead to higher inflation, and therefore the bond yields are higher. Therefore, we have to be ready for that. And frankly, if US interest rates and the bond yields are high, it gives very limited opportunity for the rest of the world to go dramatically lower on their bond yields.
And so what does that mean in terms of foreign fund flows?
If $10 billion creates such a big discussion going out in the month of October, I think we have got to be finding a way to say that, can 10% move from a $900 billion? Does India have the absorptive capacity to take a $90 billion out?
Does it?
I think the experts are there. They've given a very encouraging picture. I hope the Indian market is resilient enough. We have $90 billion in our foreign exchange reserves. That's not a problem. But long term, we have to be on trade account. We have to get much more competitive. I think Dr. Rangarajan mentioned about it.
Yeah.
We have to be competitive. And this is where, how are you going to compete with a very competitive trade account with a worldwide move towards protectionism. And America can afford to do it. Can India be protective on the trade account and not be competitive?
So do you believe that we need to be far more liberal on that? And do you think that there has, in fact, been a reversal as far as being more protectionist on the trade account? And you believe that we now need to be much more liberal?
See, the fact that we have a domestic market and a protection for domestic producers is a very dangerous thing long-term for competitiveness. I would love to see Indian businesses competitive in free and fair trade. If there is free and fair trade, we should move in the direction of open trade rather than protecting domestic business because we have got a domestic protected market. You cannot live on being protected forever. And we have reached a stage where we say we are now the 5th largest economy. In absolute terms, we see us going to being the 3rd largest economy. Why are we scared of more open borders on trade?
But isn't that a question that Indian business needs to answer as well, not just the government?
So CNBC TV18 should ask Indian business.
We're doing just that. But let's talk about the next transformative idea, Mr. Kotak, and that links back to the thesis that you've just presented. And that is taking more share of global trade, creating more global brands, taking brand India and brand business global. Why do you believe we're faltering on that front?
I see a lot of global companies having their brands in India. I would love to see more Indian brands globally. If you look at, let's start with United States. Apple, a Google, a Facebook, a Coke, a Pepsi, a P&G, they are global brands. If you look at Europe, I have to start with Unilever, of course. Look at their brands. Look at German cars. Look at the French.
The Chinese.
The consumer. I'm coming to that. Look at the Koreans. Samsung, Hyundai. The Chinese, Lenovo. I would love to see few Indian companies saying that I'm not just going to live in my little wonderful India. I have brands which can compete anywhere on planet Earth. Who is doing that?
Are you going to do that at Kotak?
You know, we are in a business which is becoming globally more local. And you can see that. But there are so many businesses here which must have the courage to go out and say that we will have our brand, consumer brand, globally. And frankly, on that, India is a long way away.
But again, coming back to the point about taking brand India global, taking more Indian brands global as well, it of course comes back to competitiveness, but it also comes back to what you spoke about, creativity, intellectual property.
Yeah. India has done a phenomenal job in building of the software services industry. And India has a deep service culture. But it also has a culture which I would call as a little bit of a trader mindset. Indian entrepreneurs are very smart. They see an opportunity, they will take the arbitrage opportunity immediately. But longer term and strategically, while we have done very well on that, on the arbitrage, we should be doing a lot more on product and creativity.
So how do we move from
Indian engineers create all the software services, but the Microsofts and others of the world own the product. What are we doing to be a product country? What are we doing to be that creative front-end country rather than being the service to the rest of the world?
So how do we move from being an arbitrage economy to a product economy?
I think time has come. Indian markets should be looking at longer term. These companies take longer term, like Amazon made losses for 20 years, but markets still paid value for that. Indian markets need to recognize the future is ability of a brand to become global, ability of service companies to become world-class product companies, ability of India to be a significant power in defense, moving to current account surpluses to truly make India a world-class developed country. And we have some way to go.
Well, you know, you're talking about creativity, intellectual property. Let's also talk about the trend that we are seeing of new age tech companies, largely tech companies, consumer product companies that have started in India in the last 10, 15 years. Some of them now making it to the Lal Street as well. We just saw the listing for Swiggy, and he, of course, will be here with us. Sri Harsha Majeti will be with us in shortly. What do you make of this trend of valuation moving to actual wealth creation?
I think it's a very good sign, and let's talk about quick commerce for a minute. I don't think anybody asked Piyush Goyal any questions on that because it does have challenges with reference to the local retailer, and I think that's a challenge which at some point of time will come to the political front. But if you look at quick service retail, India is a unique country where it is working. Most countries in the world, it has not worked. So that's where Indian innovation has made it work. It's a very good sign. It's positive that we can do things which the rest of the world has not succeeded in. And from that point of view, some of this value creation in India is real and sustainable.
So do you believe that we will continue to see the kind of momentum we've seen on the IPO front in 2025?
I think my view is when we were, say, if we were talking about this 6 months ago, we would have said, oh, markets are very highly valued. We need a lot more supply of paper. When we get a lot more supply of paper, we are saying, will this IPO front continue? I think these are cycles. We have to respect markets. You want demand and supply to determine, of quality paper, of course, to determine how valuations happen and how the marketplace develops. But the market is getting larger. You're getting more and more supply, more and more demand. That's the way to go for the future. But we have to be ready for a global shock. A $900 billion stock of FPI is not a small number. And we have to be ready to be able to absorb that if that moves. And the supply of paper has to be commensurate with the supply of money.
You're saying the probability of that kind of an exit is a real one today?
No, I don't think $900 billion goes.
No, obviously not 900 billion, but a significant part.
But can a few $1 billion go? Can 5–10% go? We should be ready for it.
Well, that's the cautionary note there from Uday.
But I just also wanted to add one point, which I think is very important, something I've really cared about. If there's one thing for India to transform into the future, India needs to improve ROTI, R-O-T-I, return on time invested.
That I think is an important metric that we need to focus on. Yeah.
Because when we look at execution of projects in our country, anywhere, I'm not talking private sector, public sector, wherever it is, chalta hai. ठीक है, approvals have taken us 6 more months. I've got labor shortage. I don't have this machine imported. The concept of time and importance of return on time invested. Therefore, India has only 23 years to go. And if you want to be a developed country with $15,000+ per capita, this kind of roti is a tough one. Okay? We have to move from parathas and everything else, kulchas, to getting really thin, good rotis which give us quick results.
Thin, quick rotis will give us results. Ladies and gentlemen, Uday Kotak, thank you very, very much for joining us this afternoon with 5x25, your 5 transformative ideas for India to focus on. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Kotak, for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kotak. And keeping in mind the roti, the return on our time invested, we're going to quickly move on to our next session. And thank you, Shireen, for taking us through that riveting chat. But we'll ask you to stay back for our next session, because our next session couldn't really come at a more pivotal time. The digital wallet revolution is well underway. Now, according to the Global Payments Report of 2024, digital wallets now handle over half of all online shopping and nearly 30% of in-store purchases, totaling $14 trillion, and by 2027, that could grow to $25 trillion.
And this shift has set the stage for what's being called the wallet wars, a competition that will redefine spending habits and brand loyalty in the years to come. To dive into these shifts and the implications, may I welcome the leaders shaping the future, Mr. Rohit Java, Managing Director and CEO of Hindustan Unilever, Mr. Santosh Iyer, MD and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India, and Mr. Peter Elbers, the CEO of Indigo. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shruti. Rohit, Peter, and Santosh, many, many thanks for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. The wallet wars before we head out to lunch, but it's been an absolute pleasure to have the three of you joining us here today. Before I get into the wallet wars, big congratulations to Peter Elbers and Indigo. They've started flying business this morning. Today's your first flight, Peter?
Today morning itself, yeah. We started today after 18 years. Indigo is moving into a new space. And today we started the business class flights between Delhi and Mumbai. We're very excited, obviously.
I would imagine. So that brings me to my very first question. Let me start by asking you, obviously the decision after 18 years for Indigo to bring in a business class, which is something that you absolutely said no to as long as you've existed. That tells you about, A, the change in consumption, the change in customer preferences, and of course, the vacuum in the Indian aviation market as well. So using that as the peg, lay out for me, Peter, the consumption thesis that you're betting on.
Well, thank you, Shireen. You're absolutely touching upon all these points which are really there. I mean, Indigo moved in a time span of just 18 years from its inception to 100 million customers a year. But in these 18 years, India has changed enormously, and India will continue to change. And listening to some of the previous speakers, I think that's all out there. And today we fly 20 a day, or actually 40 sectors a day between Delhi and Mumbai, over 30 a day between Delhi and Bangalore. That changing India, and that entrepreneurial India, and that aspirational India, really, I think deserves a product and is waiting for a product which is cost competitive, but yet serving the aspirational needs. So the timing is actually right now and right here.
Well, speaking of the timing being right now and right here, I want to take a leaf out of what Mr. Kotak said, taking Indian brands global. And Indigo is attempting to do that. You're, of course, flying international, and you hope to fly more and more international. And I know the aspiration is to take Indigo as a local Indian brand and make it a global aviation player.
Yeah, with a lot of pleasure. I've been just listening to Mr. Kotak here, and I think all the points he was making are absolutely very valid for aviation. I mean, Indigo is the 7th largest airline in the world when it comes to daily departures. India is not the 7th largest airline in the world when it comes to brand awareness or when it comes to global presence. So our Indian bases and foundations really are a great foundation to move more international. And I guess for way too long, Indian aviation has been outsourced, if you wish, to places outside India. And I think with our plans and our ambition, we start to grow enormously. Today we do a little over 30 international destinations. By the end of the year, 40. We have new planes coming in pretty much one every week. And from there we'll expand our wings and giving wings to the nation to go actually to all these corners of the world.
Well, giving wings to the nation, that's the aspiration that Indigo is working with. Rohit Java, let me come to you. SE pointed out, and I think that was a fabulous headline, that Hindustan Unilever is the heartbeat of Unilever. So, take me through what is responsible for HUL becoming the heartbeat of Unilever, and what does your heart beat for here as far as the Indian wallet wars are concerned?
Yeah, look, we've been here for 90 years, and the mission with which this company was born and led right from early days by Indian leaders is what's good for India is good for HUL. And recently when our global CEO, Heinz Schumacher, was here, what's good for India is good for HUL, is good for Unilever. Because basically now we are almost 13–14% of Unilever globally. We are a hub of not just a scale of business and opportunity with huge headspace, as we've spoken about the India story, but importantly, we're also a hub of talent, R&D, science and technology, and innovation. So India counts a lot, including the fact that many of our leaders have also led Unilever globally. So it's a truly
the heartbeat.
The heartbeat of Unilever.
Rohit, let me build on that, because you said that it is a significant contributor to Unilever, 13–14% being driven here from India. As he also talked about the 2030 vision that you have, what do you believe you can potentially do in the next 5 to 7 years? I mean, what could that number be over the next 5 to 7 years on the back of the trends that you're betting on in India and the per capita consumption expectation that's expected to move up?
Yeah, look, when we look at we look back 10 years and look forward 10 years and look at neighboring markets, and I've said this before, the per capita consumption of markets like Indonesia, more like 4 times of where we are in India today, by and large, across categories. You could have the same story with Thailand, India, China. So when you compare these markets, you clearly see that there's a massive unlock that's bound to happen across categories. And because India is not one, and India is a segment of many different income stratas, you already see the categories taking off. And given the scale, we're talking a big business. So the most important thesis in a growing nation with growing prosperity and aspiration is to offer products that help people upgrade their quality of life at a price and value that suits the Indian pocket. And I think no other company can do that better than HUL, because we are in every corner of this country. We have the ability to reach our products at a very, very good cost. And we have lifeblood of innovation R&D deeply seeped in the culture of the company from 60s. And, in that sense, I really admire what Indigo has done. It really shows an example of a world-class product at what is absolutely Indianized and a really, really good price and value equation. And that's really how we see us breaking through the opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years.
You talked about breaking through the opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years. Let me ask you a more immediate term or a near-term question. And there are questions at this point in time on what's happening as far as demand is concerned. What's happening with consumer spend? Why are we seeing this pain play out for FMCG companies across the board when we talk about volume growth? There are many arguments being presented. One also is that the preference of consumers is shifting away from the traditional FMCG products to perhaps non-traditional or more on the healthier side and so on and so forth. I mean, how do you read what's happening with demand today?
The first and important thing, just to react to that, because it's not the first time I'm thinking or being asked that question.
No, I would imagine not.
Is to really cut the noise out.
Yeah.
Because noise comes in form of short-term signals. It comes in the form of trends and fads and so on. Of the consumption story, especially in consumer goods, is that a massive market where every consumer wants to now aspire to better quality of life because of the fact that they can see what great looks like on their hand phone, on their mobile phone. It's accessible to everyone in this country. So the dreams have been unshackled. Yeah. People want to improve the quality of life. All of the trends that we've seen happening in other markets that have gone through this arc of development are happening here as well, whether it's urbanization, digitization through the India tech stack, the upgradation. So give or take a few quarters here or there, and we had rural discussed a year back in a similar forum, and now rural is coming back. We're discussing urban today. So we should just stay the course and remember to do 2 or 3 things. Number one, focus on becoming better every day. So be superior, offer our consumers the best solution. So focus on market share. Number 2, increase the quality of our brands, make sure that they are the most unmissable, and keep investing in market development. Because this market is about development of categories and growth, so therefore we must stay on strategy, come what may, in whichever market conditions. So that's what I'm telling myself and everyone in the company. Keep calm, carry on, and keep developing the market and investing for the future.
I think that's a great message. Keep calm and carry on, says Rohit Java, and I think that's a message that the market may also pick up on. Santosh, let me come to you. I think the number one question that everybody was asking as they walked into the CNBC TV18 Global Leadership Summit is, how much is that Maybach for?
Wow, that's around 3.8 crores. That's just one
how many orders have been placed already?
You have to wait for 6 to 7 months to get that car.
6 to 7 months. That's the kind of waiting period that there is.
Yeah, that's true.
But Santosh, you've had a record year in India, and I think it's played out that way as far as the luxury segment is concerned. I mean, people can't have enough of bags or enough of luxury cars. Over the next 5 to 10 years, the significance, the importance of India and the Indian consumer for a brand like Mercedes-Benz.
So let me put things in perspective. Today morning we heard that a country is treated as a developed country once it reaches $14,000 per capita. We are at 3,000 odd. But when you look at luxury cars, what has changed in India is not the absolute number of cars, but 3 years back, the average selling price used to be around $60,000 for us. And today, that's around $100,000. It's already as good as any developed market in the world. So I think that's a significant shift in premiumization. The very fact that we have cars costing 4 crores plus being sold and being weighted, I think that's a fundamental structural shift we are seeing apart from the volume growth. For sure, there is a double-digit volume growth that we see. To answer to the next part, I think we are in the cusp of transformation. And today morning when I heard the Honorable Minister also talking about electrification, on one side we have the green energy transition, on the other side there is expectation for automotive industry to also transform. I think the next couple of years for luxury players like us will be how soon we can accelerate this, because we have this clear window. India was very strong on combustion engines, very low cost cars, but that also closed our borders. What Mr. Uday Kotak said, none of the brands are able to export because these are cars for India, only for India, made for India. But it's time now with electrification coming, change in transformation. We also as a company, we want to change the, we want to also ensure that cars from India can go out.
So how do you change?
First, from the policy side, I heard a couple of references to free trade today. I think that's a starting point. You cannot have closed borders. Unfortunately, what I hear since morning is it's going to get more and more closed considering the geopolitical situation. But for India to develop, I think we need to still strike those deals, so-called, to get the borders open and compete globally. That would, automotive industry is 7% of manufacturing GDP. Every vehicle sold creates 14 jobs. So if you just extrapolate this curve of 7-8% growth, the employment requirement, generation requirement can be largely also met with one industry by itself. But then the aspirations has to be global. It can't be just made for India. It's great, it's work, but made for India, for the world, I think. And with that, you need FTAs and also a lot of innovation development to happen in India.
So how much is Make in India for the world happening for you? What is the aspiration? Of course, with the caveat that all of this stuff that you just spoke of on the policy falls into place.
See, for us as Mercedes-Benz, we have our plant and factories, etc. But we also have 10,000 people working in Bangalore. You'll be surprised, we have more than 500 patents filed out of India on the technology side. And proudly we say that every world has an India in it. So already we are really getting there, but it's most tech, software, it's time engineering also comes up. But it's again, the story, what comes first. Is there a local market? When you look at 20,000 odd cars, it's not great, or 50, 60,000 luxury cars. But on the other side, I think with the average selling price going up, market maturing, it should push us and many other players to further look at India much more in a significant fashion.
Peter, let me take off from where Santosh left off and linking it back to Mr. Kotak's aspiration of taking more Indian brands global. Santosh is talking about inking FTAs. Even for the aviation sector, I mean, bilateral rights have been an issue and continue to be an issue. For us to truly aspire to take global share in the Indian aviation market, what is the expectation? What is the ask on the policy front?
I think when it comes to the traffic rights on the aviation side, there's still a lot of rights available for Indian carriers. I think a lot of the rights have been used so far by foreign airlines flying in, and there's a lot of unused rights on the Indian side. Today we serve around 3.5 lakh customers on a daily basis, of which 90 to 95% are Indian customers. So I think we have a great opportunity, building on that, to produce in India, for India, but also for the world. So our aspiration clearly is to start adding more and more flights international. I think we have done some recent examples to Baku, Almaty, Tbilisi, Tashkent, all served out of Delhi. If you would have said 3 years ago, would Indigo fly to these places? People said, no, probably not. So what we do, we build our domestic network. Pondicherry was announced yesterday as almost our 90th domestic destination, but even more so international. International traffic right regime still has a lot of opportunities to grow for Indian carriers. And there's quite a few places in the world where there's foreign airlines flying into India and Indian airlines are not really present. So I think for the time being, there's still a lot of room available. Of course, we engage with the government wherever rights should be opened up. And some countries, and I think Thailand is a great example, they're opening up their borders, they waive the visas for Indians, and what they see is a herd of Indian tourists coming in. And I think there's an enormous potential for the Indian consumer to travel, but also for the foreigners to come into India.
No, and that is a significant driver as far as the economy is concerned, even from a jobs perspective. But Rohit, let's talk about, again, India's significance as far as Unilever is concerned from an IP and an innovation point of view also, and what is driving that, what's happening as far as the product pipeline is concerned, and more importantly, as you look at the next 10 years, what are the 3 or 4 big bets that you're willing to take on what you believe the Indian consumer is going to be willing to pay for?
Well, to begin with, I think the source of strength of the country is its people, not just as a consumer market, but the sheer human capital. That's in the context being brought to life in 2 ways. If you went to Bangalore, we took our global CEO there to show him 2 great assets built over decades. One is our what we call UniOps GCC, 2,000 strong, with a massive partner system, which is now doing absolutely cutting-edge work. 40% of our global GCC now is in India and will grow. And we have cyber security, AI tools, all being led out of India, products being built. In fact, in a conversation with Jensen Huang some weeks back, he said, India should be exporting AI. So that is sort of the vision we have, we could have potentially for that kind of capability. We have 3 research centers in India, 800 odd scientists, many IPs to their credit. Insofar as the work is, all of the work is being done here is for the global use as well as for the India use. And to your last question on where are we betting on, we have 4 big categories: home care, personal care, beauty care, and food. By and large, in all of those 4 big verticals, we have a huge, huge headspace. We're globally aligned. All of those categories are important for us and for Unilever. So it would be wrong to say one or the other. I think we have big headspace in all those 4 categories.
Within these 4 categories, new opportunities that are specific to the needs of the Indian consumer? Is there anything that the Indian consumer is telling you that's different from what you're hearing from your peers elsewhere?
Well, I think in large measures, many of the benefits and categories and formats, you take the example of home care, which is one of our big iconic categories. We went from bars to powders to liquids to capsules and potentially sheets. As formats of washing laundry, the example Essie gave you on that in the morning. So we've seen the upgradation across all these formats. They've all come into India as well. But what does change are 2 things. All of these product formats are customized for the Indian wash habit, in fact, customized for many Indians. And secondly, price value also plays a very, very important part. That it has to be at a price point where actually the markets can be opened up. And I think I just want to make a point in closing around exponential thinking, because if 90% of India is yet to be built, categories have to be 4, 5x. We have to start envisioning today, when we all sit in a room, in not a linear fashion, non-linear fashion, what we can do in every category, because at this point, I think the sky is the limit, but we have to be patient and focused on the long term.
Well, patient and focused, but let me get you to comment on what we heard from Minister Goyal. And he said that Indian companies need to price much more competitively when we talk about demand. Is there room at this point in time, given where commodity inflation is, to do that?
I think pricing is all specific and market specific, and in most categories, certainly we play, which is totally free market, is very, very competitive. We compete with local players, regional players, global players, D2C players. So I think pricing, we have to be very, very lean to make sure that, we are just rightly priced for our brands. And we have portfolio brands ranging from Clinic Plus on one end in hair to Tresemme, and we'll be going up further in that market. So we serve all segments from 1 rupee sachet all the way to, a 600 ml or a liter bottle.
Yes, and of course, 4 crore rupee cars as well that the Indian consumer is picking up on. So Santosh, what should we expect as far as growth for you is concerned, given the consumption trends that you're working with?
Yeah, I think on the pricing topic, I can also say even luxury customers are value conscious. So it's not sensitive at a price point, it's value. And for sure, but what to expect, I think the transformation will get in cars with some technology that seen. A lot of time will be given back to the driver. So a lot of autonomous trends. Even in India, we are seeing a strong uptake for a lot of autonomous features, ADAS features, a lot of connected cars. A lot of e-commerce, you'll be surprised, we have done close to 40,000 crores in last 3 years via direct to consumer, out of which 8,000 crores of Mercedes-Benz cars were sold online. So when you put that number, It's a lot of e-commerce transactions also happening. So a lot of convenience for customers to shop online, to purchase online. So the buzzword is, on the other side, there is no luxury without sustainability. So a lot of sustainability, not just electrification of cars, but recycling, repurposing will also come in.
Peter, let me ask you, we're seeing consolidation in the Indian aviation market. We've just seen the Vistara Air India merger also coincide with your new offering. Is this good news for airlines like yourself? Does it give you more pricing power? And what about the consumer? What should we expect?
Look at a country of the size and scale and potential of India. We should have airlines like banks, like consumer products, which are matching the size and the scale and the potential of the country itself. So the fact that now there are some larger airlines emerging in the market, it's exactly the same trend as what's happening in other parts of the world. So this consolidation phase that has taken place in the US, it has taken place in Europe, and it's taking place in India itself now. So, if we want to compete and bring India to the global stage, we need airlines matching that size. And Indigo clearly is going to be one of them. We're going to double in size in the next couple of years. Today we have a little over 400 aircraft and we have another 950 on order. So that's sort of the growth trajectory we're in. And maybe just to reflect on the pricing side, I think India, by a long margin, is the most competitive market in the world. And I would invite you to look at some of the prices between Delhi and Ahmedabad. and you see the prices as low as 2,500 rupees. I mean, we start today our business class fare for 18,000. The line, the value-conscious consumer will be there, whatever market segment you're in. And I think at Indigo we serve all these different market segments. But that in itself, and I think that's an incredible asset for Indian companies, because if you can address the Indian market, the value-conscious, price-sensitive, cost-driven market, you should be able to compete international. So I'm very confident that with our international expansion and our Indian cost levels and competitive levels, we should be able to compete.
You should be able to compete. So India prepares you for the world. Now the question is, how soon do we actually take share? Global share is the big question at this point in time. I'm going to end by asking each one of you to leave us with a number. And I'm not asking for the next quarter, so feel free to be much more forthright with that. One number over the next 5 years that you're going to be focused on from a HUL perspective.
Market-making led competitive growth.
Market-making competitive growth.
So market share would be my centric
number. So what would the market share look like in 5 years?
Well, difficult to quantify that as one number.
Still, ballpark.
No, I think it's varies from category to category. We'll confuse everybody with the number, but we intend to, in most majority of business, continue getting share. And the way to gain share in a market as exciting as this in the medium term is to grow the market, because that's really how you get more competitive.
Okay, so gains in market share while growing the market. Peter, the number.
I would line out the number of 200 million. Today we welcome 3 lakh customers a day, 100 million a year. By the end of this decade, in 5 years from now, we should be double the size what we have today. 200 million a year. 200
million a year, that's a good number to go with. Santosh.
Wow, I heard doubling in 5 years by certain pundits here on the stock market side, but at least for automotive, even if it is 1.5 times, so 4 million going to 6 million should not be bad in terms of automotive market.
Well, it certainly will be a big move up from here, which will create opportunities for the economy and for industry. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Peter Elbers, Rohit Java and Santosh Iyer for joining us here on The Wallet Wars. We wish you all the very best of luck. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a packed lineup. Right after the break, after lunch, we've got Rajiv Bajaj, Rishad Premji. We also will be joined by Karan Johar, Adar Poonawala, N.R. Narayanamurthy, Deepak Parekh, and many, many more. So please do stay on and come right back after lunch for more conversations.
Thank you so much, panelists, Mr. Java, Mr. Iyer, and Mr. Elbers. Thank you so much, Shireen, for that insightful discussion. Let's now take a break to refuel and reconnect. We'll be back at 1:45 p.m. with more high-impact conversations and powerful discussions. Before we leave, remember to click pictures and post them on your social media handles using our hashtag CNBCTV18GLS and hashtag CNBCTV18 at 25.
So we'll see you back here around 2 p.m.
informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown. From sharp insights in the political arena to all the excitement from the world of sports. We are here at the CNBC TV18 budget headquarters as we've done for the last 25 years.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
India is in vogue for a number of international brands this season. Surabhi Upadhyay, CNBC TV18, Mumbai. Hello, I'm Surabhi Upadhyay and I am going to be joined by trailblazers who are transforming the banking and finance sector in India and around the world, only on CNBC TV18.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
The markets are betting big on affordable housing. You look at the kind of stocks that have risen.
We are stepping into our Silver Jubilee year, our 25th year, and we wanted to have the best of India Inc. with us.
From sharp insights in the political arena to all the excitement from the world of sports. We are here at the CNBC TV18 budget headquarters as we've done for the last 25 years.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
India is in vogue for a number of international brands this season. Surabhi Upadhyay, CNBC TV18, Mumbai. Hello, I'm Surabhi Upadhyay and I am going to be joined by trailblazers who are transforming the banking and finance sector in India and around the world, only on CNBC TV18.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
The markets are betting big on affordable housing. You look at the kind of stocks that have risen.
We are stepping into our Silver Jubilee year, our 25th year, and we wanted to have the best of India Inc. with us.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
Slightly lackluster volumes compared to last few days, but you did see Nifty participation moving up from about 20% to nearly 30%.
When CNBC TV18 started, market turnover used to be 2,000 crores at best, and these days we do that in 5 minutes. That's how the markets have evolved, and I think I take pride in the fact that CNBC TV18 has evolved with that. We can assure our viewers that we'll continue to do that.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
From sharp insights in the political arena to all the excitement from the world of sports. We are here at the CNBC TV18 budget headquarters as we've done for the last 25 years.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
India is in vogue for a number of international brands this season. Surabhi Upadhyay, CNBC TV18, Mumbai. Hello, I'm Surabhi Upadhyay and I am going to be joined by trailblazers who are transforming the banking and finance sector in India and around the world, only on CNBC TV18.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
The markets are betting big on affordable housing. You look at the kind of stocks that have risen.
We are stepping into our Silver Jubilee year, our 25th year, and we wanted to have the best of India in with us.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
Slightly lackluster volumes compared to last few days, but you did see Nifty participation moving up from about 20% to nearly 30%.
When CNBC TV18 started, market turnover used to be 2,000 crores at best, and these days we do that in 5 minutes. That's how the markets have evolved, and I think I take pride in the fact that CNBC TV18 has evolved with that. We can assure our viewers that we'll continue to do that.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
From sharp insights in the political arena to all the excitement from the world of sports. We are here at the CNBC TV18 Budget Headquarters as we've done for the last 25 years.
Celebrating 25 years of CNBC TV18.
India is in war.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a stellar lineup of speakers, as you can see, and thank you very much to all of our market veterans who've spent so much of their time with us. And of course, we now are joined by a legendary veteran business and of course business leader and of course investor as well, who spent a lot of time with us on CNBC TV18. Mr. Kotak, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us here this evening. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome to the Global Leadership Summit Rekha Jhunjhunwala, representing Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Ladies and gentlemen, he has spent so much time on CNBC TV18 and it's wonderful to have Rekha Jhunjhunwala here with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Kotak, we're going to talk about the 5 transformative ideas for India. But in a minute, I want to talk about the big transformative idea that's quite literally shaking up the world. Donald Trump and the impact and implications, according to you.
I think pretty transformative, Donald Trump, and has changed the perspective of how we're going to run the world as we go forward, or how he is going to run the world as we go forward. And as was mentioned, 66% of global market cap is US. We just got to make sure that America does not make the rest of the world irrelevant. And that's one of the challenges we must all live up to. Therefore, however small our market share, we need to grow it much faster than what we have in the past. And Shireen, as you think about transformation, I think if you look at America's power, it is essentially 3 things. One is military, second is finance, and third is creativity. And if you look at these 3 important things, which gives the Trump power to the United States, let's ask ourselves each a question about how India has got to transform for the future. So I'm literally taking on from where you have said. So let's look at military power.
Okay.
It's the most powerful defense power in the world, which is United States. And if you look at India on a relative basis, if India has to transform, our percentage of spending on defense as a percentage of our GDP is not growing. Therefore, the world which is so complex, you just look at the Middle East, a small little country like Israel commands disproportionate power because of its ability to manage defense. And I'm not going into the subjectivity of it, but you're getting into a world where power is power. And raw power will matter. If India has to become a global power of a scale and size which we aspire for, India needs to disproportionately get stronger on its defense from where it is. And that is going to be the source of our power. Therefore, military power and defense power is the starting point of being a powerful nation.
Okay, let me push back a little bit on that, because given the fiscal constraints that we do have to contend with, and also the many priorities that we have to factor in, for instance, we still spend much lower than what is required as far as the health budget is concerned. Here you are saying that India needs to disproportionately spend on its defense budget. So in that context, Mr. Kotak, the choices that the government will need to prioritize, you believe defense over health?
I think those trade-offs have to be taken. But if India wants to be the top 3 nation in the world, it's US, China. And after that, if India wants to be there and to be counted on stage, we will have to find innovation. You're talking about transformative ideas. Moment you bring about balancing and trying to equate things, you don't get to the power situation. And going back to Trump, he is thinking out of the box. We may agree or disagree, but he's changing the rules of the game. So what are we going to do from saying that we believe a strong India from a defense point of view is important, to saying we will walk the talk? For the first step in becoming a power and a transformative step is India must be counted on the global stage in defense.
And do you see the role of private capital as well as the private sector there?
Of course. And this is a new world. You can see the conflicts around. You can look at China building it. You've seen Israel building it. You see US. Europe. Look at the Russian power. Finally, Europe is worried. It has underspent on defense crazily. It has been mercantilist. And time has come for Europe. If Trump withdraws from NATO or says, I'm not spending the money, Europe will have to produce it or run the risk of a new European order with Putin calling the shots. we have no choice but to dramatically and transformatively get much more powerful on the military side.
Okay, let's talk about the second priority, and which is to transform ourselves into a financial powerhouse. Now, the road ahead, the prescription, in order for us to do that, what do we prioritize?
See, you become a financial powerhouse if you have one of the two important things. One, you're a reserve currency. Or you have genuine current account surpluses.
Okay.
The US can afford to have a very large current account deficit in the world because it is a reserve currency. And I don't think we can expect to get to a reserve currency status overnight. Therefore, to start with, if you look at, say, go back to 1995, when FII or FPI in India was zero. From 95 to today, which is about 30 years, we have effectively had a situation of current account deficits for almost all the 30 years. And today, I'm really delighted that FPIs have shown so much confidence over 30 years in India. FPI stock at today's market price is $900 billion. Our total foreign exchange reserves, and I'm not saying all the money goes away, please don't misunderstand, is 680. Therefore, India has run current account deficits all 30 years. And the question we have to ask is, how do you get to a situation where for an operating P&L, you make more money than you spend? Your exports of goods and services at some point of time has to be competitive enough to be more than the imports. And we've had a very benign oil situation for the last 10 years. Therefore, if India has to be a great power transformatively, we will first need to move to being self-sufficient on current account. And then aspire for a reserve currency, after which you have the freedom to do what you want.
We'll talk about that freedom in a bit. But, since we are talking about currencies, I also want to understand from you what you make of the current strength as far as the dollar is concerned and the implications of that. You also talked about FPI flows. The previous panel was also talking about the fact that we've now started to see FPIs move money out with the US doing the way that it is and the promise of Trump. What do you expect on that front?
No, I think the two important factors are happening. You're seeing a stronger dollar and higher bond rates in the US. And the question to the world, is, how are we going to take a position where despite one of the largest fiscal deficits, despite a huge current account deficit, the US dollar continues to command trust. And that is where the military power, the creativity and the technology power is enabling the US to get away with disproportionate financial power. And frankly, Shireen, it all doesn't add up. A stronger dollar, but a sharp rise in the valuation of crypto, something has to give. Everything doesn't add up.
What is going to give? Or what is likely to give? What's your best guess?
I'm not a big fan of crypto. Okay, so I am not really very excited about crypto because it's not...
With Bitcoin at $90,000.
Yeah, so I am not a believer in that, but right now it seems to be one of the most interesting assets in the world, which we don't seem to understand. So we have to respect that. But I think the world is finally respecting power. And power is showing in the US dollar. However, his policies are going to be very inflationary. You cut taxes, you have tariffs on imports, it is bound to lead to higher inflation, and therefore the bond yields are higher. Therefore, we have to be ready for that. And frankly, if US interest rates and the bond yields are high, it gives very limited opportunity for the rest of the world to go dramatically lower on their bond yields.
And so what does that mean in terms of foreign fund flows?
If $10 billion creates such a big discussion going out in the month of October, I think we have got to be finding a way to say that, can 10% move from a $900 billion? Does India have the absorptive capacity to take a $90 billion out?
Does it?
I think the experts are there. They've given a very encouraging picture. I hope the Indian market is resilient enough. We have $90 billion in our foreign exchange reserves. That's not a problem. But long term, we have to be on trade account, we have to get much more competitive. I think Dr. Rangarajan mentioned about it.
Yeah.
We have to be competitive. And this is where, how are you going to compete with a very competitive trade account with a worldwide move towards protectionism? And America can afford to do it. Can India be protective on the trade account and not be competitive?
So do you believe that we need to be far more liberal on that? And do you think that there has, in fact, been a reversal as far as being more protectionist on the trade account? And you believe that we now need to be much more liberal?
See, the fact that we have a domestic market and a protection for domestic producers is a very dangerous thing long-term for competitiveness. I would love to see Indian businesses competitive in free and fair trade. If there is free and fair trade, we should move in the direction of open trade rather than protecting domestic business because we have got a domestic protected market. You cannot live on being protected forever. And we have reached a stage where we say we are now the 5th largest economy. In absolute terms, we see us going to being the 3rd largest economy. Why are we scared of more open borders on trade?
But isn't that a question that Indian business needs to answer as well, not just the government?
So CNBC TV18 should ask Indian business.
We're doing just that. But let's talk about the next transformative idea, Mr. Kotak, and that links back to the thesis that you've just presented. And that is taking more share of global trade, creating more global brands, taking brand India and brand business global. Why do you believe we're faltering on that front?
I see a lot of global companies having their brands in India. I would love to see more Indian brands globally. If you look at, let's start with United States. Apple, a Google, a Facebook, a Coke, a Pepsi, a P&G, they are global brands. If you look at Europe, I have to start with Unilever, of course. Look at their brands. Look at German cars. Look at the French.
The Chinese.
The consumer. I'm coming to that. Look at the Koreans. Samsung, Hyundai. The Chinese, Lenovo, TikTok. BYD. I would love to see few Indian companies saying that I'm not just going to live in my little wonderful India. I have brands which can compete anywhere on planet Earth. Who is doing that?
Are you going to do that at Kotak?
You know, we are in a business which is becoming globally more local. And you can see that. But there are so many businesses here which must have the courage to go out and say that we will have our brand, consumer brand, globally. And frankly, on that, India is a long way away.
But again, coming back to the point about taking brand India global, taking more Indian brands global as well, it of course comes back to competitiveness, but it also comes back to what you spoke about, creativity, intellectual property.
Yeah. India has done a phenomenal job in building of the software services industry. And India has a deep service culture. But it also has a culture which I would call as a little bit of a trader mindset. Indian entrepreneurs are very smart. They see an opportunity, they will take the arbitrage opportunity immediately. But longer term and strategically, while we have done very well on that, on the arbitrage, we should be doing a lot more on product and creativity.
So how do we move from
Indian ability of service companies to become world-class product companies, ability of India to be a significant power in defense, moving to current account surpluses to truly make India a world-class developed country. And we have some way to go.
Well, you know, you're talking about creativity, intellectual property. Let's also talk about the trend that we are seeing of new age tech companies, largely tech companies, consumer product companies that have started in India in the last 10, 15 years. Some of them now making it to the Lal Street as well. We just saw the listing for Swiggy, and he, of course, will be here with us. Sri Harsha Majeti will be with us in shortly. What do you make of this trend of valuation moving to actual wealth creation?
I think it's a very good sign. And let's talk about quick commerce for a minute. I don't think anybody asked Piyush Goyal any questions on that because it does have challenges with reference to the local retailer. And I think that's a challenge which at some point of time will come to the political front. But if you look at quick service retail, India is a unique country where it is working. Most countries in the world, it has not worked. So that's where Indian innovation has made it work. It's a very good sign. It's positive that we can do things which the rest of the world has not succeeded in. And from that point of view, some of this value creation in India is real and sustainable.
So do you believe that we will continue to see the kind of momentum we've seen on the IPO front in 2025?
I think my view is when we were, say, if we were talking about this 6 months ago, we would have said, oh, markets are very highly valued. We need a lot more supply of paper. When we get a lot more supply of paper, we are saying, will this IPO front continue? I think these are cycles. We have to respect markets. You want demand and supply to determine, of quality paper, of course, to determine how valuations happen and how the marketplace develops. But the market is getting larger. You're getting more and more supply, more and more demand. That's the way to go for the future. But we have to be ready for a global shock. A $900 billion stock of FPI is not a small number. And we have to be ready to be able to absorb that if that moves. And the supply of paper has to be commensurate with the supply of money.
That, you're saying the probability of that kind of an exit is a real one today?
No, I don't think $900 billion
No, obviously not 900 billion, but a significant part.
But can a few $1 billion go? Can 5–10% go? We should be ready for it.
Well, that's the cautionary note there from Uday.
But I just also wanted to add one point, which I think is very important and something I've really cared about. If there's one thing for India to transform into the future, India needs to improve ROTI, R-O-T-I, return on time invested.
That I think is an important metric that we need to focus on. Yeah.
Because when we look at execution of projects in our country, anywhere, I'm not talking private sector, public sector, wherever it is, chalta hai. ठीक है, approvals have taken us 6 more months. I've got labor shortage. I don't have this machine imported. The concept of time and importance of return on time invested. Therefore, India has only 23 years to go. And if you want to be a developed country with $15,000+ per capita, this kind of roti is a tough one. Okay? We have to move from parathas and everything else, kulchas, to getting really thin, good rotis which give us quick results.
Thin, quick rotis will give us results. Ladies and gentlemen, Uday Kotak, thank you very, very much for joining us this afternoon with 5x25, your 5 transformative ideas for India to focus on. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Kotak, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a stellar lineup of speakers, as you can see, and thank you very much to all of our market veterans who've spent so much of their time with us. And of course, we now are joined by a legendary veteran business and of course business leader and of course investor as well, who spent a lot of time with us on CNBC TV18. Mr. Kotak, it's an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us here this evening. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome to the Global Leadership Summit, Rekha Jhunjhunwala, representing Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Ladies and gentlemen, he has spent so much time on CNBC TV18 and it's wonderful to have Rekha Jhunjhunwala here with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Kotak, we're going to talk about the 5 transformative ideas for India. But in a minute, I want to talk about the big transformative idea that's quite literally shaking up the world, Donald Trump and the impact and implications according to you.
I think pretty transformative, Donald Trump, and has changed the perspective of how we're going to run the world as we go forward, or how he is going to run the world as we go forward. And as was mentioned, 66% of global market cap is US. We just got to make sure that America does not make the rest of the world irrelevant. And that's one of the challenges we must all live up to. Therefore, however small our market share, we need to grow it much faster than what we have in the past. And Shireen, as you think about transformation, I think if you look at America's power, it is essentially 3 things. One is military, second is finance, and third is creativity. And if you look at these 3 important things, which gives the Trump power to the United States, let's ask ourselves each a question about how India has got to transform for the future. So I'm literally taking on from where you have said. So let's look at military power.
Okay.
It's the most powerful defense power in the world, which is United States. And if you look at India on a relative basis, if India has to transform, our percentage of spending on defense as a percentage of our GDP is not growing. Therefore, the world which is so complex, you just look at the Middle East, a small little country like Israel commands disproportionate power because of its ability to manage defense. And I'm not going into the subjectivity of it, but you're getting into a world where power is power and raw power will matter. If India has to become a global power of a scale and size which we aspire for, India needs to disproportionately get stronger on its defense from where it is. And that is going to be the source of our power. Therefore, military power and defense power is the starting point of being a powerful nation.
Okay, let me push back a little bit on that because given the fiscal constraints that we do have to contend with and also the many priorities that we have to factor in. For instance, we still spend much lower than what is required as far as the health budget is concerned. Here you are saying that India needs to disproportionately spend on its defense budget. So in that context, Mr. Kotak, the choices that the government will need to prioritize, you believe defense over health?
I think those trade-offs have to be taken. But if India wants to be the top 3 nation in the world, it's US, China. And after that, if India wants to be there and to be counted on stage, we will have to find innovation. You're talking about transformative ideas. Moment you bring about balancing and trying to equate things, you don't get to the power situation. And going back to Trump, he is thinking out of the box. We may agree or disagree, but he's changing the rules of the game. So what are we going to do from saying that we believe a strong India from a defense point of view is important to saying we will walk the talk? For the first step in becoming a power and a transformative step is India must be counted on the global stage in defense.
And do you see the role of private capital as well as the private sector there?
Of course. And this is a new world. You can see the conflicts around. You can look at China building it. You've seen Israel building it. You see US, Europe. Look at the Russian power. Finally, Europe is worried. It has underspent on defense crazily. It has been mercantilist. And time has come for Europe. If Trump withdraws from NATO or says, I'm not spending the money, Europe will have to produce it or run the risk of a new European order with Putin calling the shots. We have no choice but to dramatically and transformatively get much more powerful on the military side.
Okay, let's talk about the second priority, and which is to transform ourselves into a financial powerhouse. Now, the road ahead, the prescription, in order for us to do that, what do we prioritize?
See, you become a financial powerhouse if you have one of the 2 important things. One, you're a reserve currency. Or you have genuine current account surpluses.
Okay.
The US can afford to have a very large current account deficit in the world because it is a reserve currency. And I don't think we can expect to get to a reserve currency status overnight. Therefore, to start with, if you look at, say, go back to 1995, when FII or FPI in India was 0. From 95 to today, which is about 30 years, we have effectively had a situation of current account deficits for almost all the 30 years. And today, I'm really delighted that FPIs have shown so much confidence over 30 years in India. FPI stock at today's market price is $900 billion. Our total foreign exchange reserves, and I'm not saying all the money goes away, please don't misunderstand, is 680. Therefore, India has run current account deficits all 30 years. And the question we have to ask is, how do you get to a situation where for an operating P&L, you make more money than you spend? Your exports of goods and services at some point of time has to be competitive enough to be more than the imports. And we've had a very benign oil situation for the last 10 years. Therefore, if India has to be a great power transformatively, we will first need to move to being self-sufficient on current account. And then aspire for a reserve currency, after which you have the freedom to do what you want.
We'll talk about that freedom in a bit. But, since we are talking about currencies, I also want to understand from you what you make of the current strength as far as the dollar is concerned and the implications of that. You also talked about FPI flows. The previous panel was also talking about the fact that we've now started to see FPIs move money out with the US doing the way that it is and the promise of Trump. What do you expect on that front?
No, I think the two important factors are happening. You're seeing a stronger dollar and higher bond rates in the US. And the question to the world, is, how are we going to take a position where despite one of the largest fiscal deficits, despite a huge current account deficit, the US dollar continues to command trust. And that is where the military power, the creativity and the technology power is enabling the US to get away with disproportionate financial power. And frankly, Shireen, it all doesn't add up. A stronger dollar, but a sharp rise in the valuation of crypto. Something has to give. Everything doesn't add up.
What is going to give? Or what is likely to give? What's your best guess?
I'm not a big fan of crypto. Okay, so I'm not really very excited about crypto because it's not...
With Bitcoin at $90,000.
Yeah, so I'm not a believer in that, but right now it seems to be one of the most interesting assets in the world, which we don't seem to understand. So we have to respect that. But I think the world is finally respecting power. And power is showing in the US dollar. However, his policies are going to be very inflationary. You cut taxes, you have tariffs on imports, it is bound to lead to higher inflation, and therefore the bond yields are higher. Therefore, we have to be ready for that. And frankly, if US interest rates and the bond yields are high, it gives very limited opportunity for the rest of the world to go dramatically lower on their bond yields.
And so what does that mean in terms of foreign fund flows?
If $10 billion creates such a big discussion going out in the month of October, I think we have got to be finding a way to say that, can 10% move from a $900 billion? Does India have the absorptive capacity to take a $90 billion out?
Does it?
I think the experts are there. They've given a very encouraging picture. I hope the Indian market is resilient enough. We have $90 billion in our foreign exchange reserves. That's not a problem. But long term, we have to be on trade account. We have to get much more competitive. I think Dr. Rangarajan mentioned about it.
Yeah.
We have to be competitive. And this is where, how are you going to compete with a very competitive trade account with a worldwide move towards protectionism? And America can afford to do it. Can India be protective on the trade account and not be competitive?
So do you believe that we need to be far more liberal on that? And do you think that there has, in fact, been a reversal as far as being more protectionist on the trade account? And you believe that we now need to be much more liberal?
See, the fact that we have a domestic market and a protection for domestic producers is a very dangerous thing long-term for competitiveness. I would love to see Indian businesses competitive in free and fair trade. If there is free and fair trade, we should move in the direction of open trade rather than protecting domestic business because we have got a domestic protected market. You cannot live on being protected forever. And we have reached a stage where we say we are now the 5th largest economy. In absolute terms, we see us going to being the 3rd largest economy. Why are we scared of more open borders on trade?
But isn't that a question that Indian business needs to answer as well, not just the government?
So CNBC TV18 should ask Indian business.
We're doing just that. But let's talk about the next transformative idea, Mr. Kotak, and that links back to the thesis that you've just presented. And that is taking more share of global trade, creating more global brands, taking brand India and brand business global. Why do you believe we're faltering on that front?
I see a lot of global companies having their brands in India. I would love to see more Indian brands globally. If you look at, let's start with United States. Apple, a Google, a Facebook, a Coke, a Pepsi, a P&G, they are global brands. If you look at Europe, I have to start with Unilever, of course. Look at their brand.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. With our momentum building, we are thrilled to continue with the key conversations and insights that will define today. Before moving on, we would like to thank our partners, presenting partner HSBC India, co-presenting partner Embassy REIT, destination partner Saudi Tourism Authority, associate partner ITC, AI partner AWS, exchange partner NSE, and associate partner Reliance Industries Limited. And all the pictures and videos you've managed to take and make during the lunch, please do post them on your handles, and remember CNBC TV18 GLS and hashtag CNBC TV18 at 24. Let the energy up as we dive into the next session.
Well, we will do that, and as we approach the end of 2024, the financial markets are marked by notable volatility. The US dollar has reached a 2-year high. Major stock indices like the S&P 500 and Nasdaq are showing resilience, and bond yields are climbing, signaling potential inflation concerns.
Meanwhile, oil prices have dipped, adding to market uncertainties. These mixed signals leave investors grappling with a critical question: or bearish.
So up next, we will understand the state of global markets and see where the real opportunities and the risks lie. The discussion on time to be bullish or bearish will be chaired by Ridham Desai, the MD of Morgan Stanley India. Ridham, please do join us on stage.
May we also invite Mr. Rama Bijapurkar, author and independent director, India Blue Chip Companies, Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, managing director and CEO, IDFC First Bank, Mr. Nilesh Shah, Managing Director, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management Company, and Mr. Sameer Arora, Founder and Fund Manager, Helios Capital, to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our session after lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, my heart, 25 years, really long and wonderful journey, and it's been a pleasure to be part of this journey. So my heartiest congratulations to the entire team led by Shireen, Rahul, and the others. So we have 30 minutes. It's not a lot of time. There are so many things to discuss, and I'm going to kick off with Rama, because it seems like the secret sauce, Rama, is the price of tomatoes. Is that the answer to everything now?
Absolutely. I think everyone who wants to be in the stock market should buy their vegetables and cook them for a week. Far away. And how they earn, how they spend. And I say that there are a group of people, many of whom are in this room. The 20% would be
top 0.5%.
No, room, but many of whom are in this room, all of whom are in this room, you're right. The top 20% are doing okay, thank you. And everybody else is under stress. And I suppose if you theory that you have to have a vibrant economy, to have all the usual stuff, to have jobs, to spend, different spending.
Okay, so on that somber note, let me go to Vaidya. So a lot of people are complaining that credit growth is anemic. Is this a demand issue or is it a capacity issue?
See, this is more prudence. Because look, let me say 50%. Obviously, they use for that, and they can put it to a return that is even higher than 15%. So, or if they're borrowing at say 12 or 13%, they're probably earning 17, 18% of the core business. I would say a good credit demand is a representation of a good demand in the underlying economy.
And what about the capacity issue?
If you see India's credit market today, it's about $2 trillion. That's 170 lakh crores. And even if you compound by just 12%, not too much, just 12% for 20 years, this will be $20 trillion. Just think about it, Rhythm. 2 trillion becoming $20 trillion. Well, in our lifetime, 20 years. And even if you see the other way around, India's GDP, let me say 20 years from now, say $30 trillion, and 60% of that is credit, and that's $20 trillion. So which way you read it, the $20 trillion is correct. So I would actually say that India needs to expand its banking capacity. We need more banks probably. And we need serious capital. Today, India has about 25 lakh crores of equity capital in the banking system. It has to go up by at least 13, 14 times. So we have to keep this industry very attractive for investors. And it is everyone's responsibility. The government's responsibility, the incumbent's responsibility, the newcomer's responsibility, even as the regulator. It is very important to create that kind of equity capacity to have that kind of credit growth.
So that's a very interesting comment. Sameer, एक ही question है सब लोग पूछ रहे हैं, गोरे क्यों बेच रहे हैं?
I mostly done with it plus minus a few weeks, because the question in the beginning was whether they are selling India to buy China. So that relief can be there that they were not selling India to buy China. But it appears that they were selling India or are still selling India to buy US or go back to US, because all the things that we've been asking here are being done there first. Taxes, cut regulations, even at least keep corporate taxes in check and all that. But you know, this trade has already made whoever was in time maybe 25%. Let's say the Indian market is down 10, but the stocks are down say 12, 15%. And the US market is up some 7, 8, but regular stocks are up 10, 15. So after a 30% move, it would be a bit unreasonable for these investors to think that they have another 20, 30%, that they should still sell India, still buy those stocks that have done well. Plus minus a few weeks, I think they don't have to come back. But as soon as it's near zero, I think our friends will make the market go up 4, 5%. And that again would make, everybody calm and things will move on. I think that will happen before this year end.
Okay, so let's come to our friend. Nilesh, is this just a correction, or did the peak of the bull market go behind us?
I think we are at a stage where every correction is an opportunity to buy. There is a BC era and AC era. Before CNBC, when markets used to correct, we used to go to investors and say, don't worry, this is just a correction, markets will bounce back. After CNBC, now it's different. People come back on a correction day, Nilesh bhai darna, sending money, गोरे को खत्म कर देना. And आज ये बेच रहे हैं तो ये भाव है, सोचिए जब लेने आएंगे तो कौन से भाव पे लेके जाएंगे. दुगना दाम देना पड़ेगा. हम भी वही डायलॉग रिपीट करेंगे.
I like that. So, Sameer, back to you. What do you think? This is a slightly longer term question. And don't tell me, that we should cut taxes, because tax rates koi kaatne wala nahi.
No, now the good thing is they won't raise taxes.
So what do you think India could do, say 2, 3 things, really potent things that could make foreigners more endeared?
So by the way, it is first fair to understand the issue that the post-tax returns of India are not as attractive as other markets. So you don't cut, but there is a cost to that. Now somebody will say that why didn't you, the FII that is, why didn't they sell in July or whenever this happened, and why now? Because you need an excuse and a justification, and when you find the first fault, then you pile on and like in a fight and when you're resigning from a job, when you are divorcing, you find 100 items, even though only one item was the real cause. But I think actually there's one more thing. We should not keep saying that it is FI leaving India to go to US or China. It is because India has had pathetic results for a large part. And these things don't change in 3 months, but they may change in 6-9 months. So the market, I think, will become very narrow. And this unbridled, this thing that if it is bad, doesn't matter, next quarter will be good, at least we will not play that. But there is some responsibility of the fact of the system or our GDP. The numbers have been very bad, and that's why these two are responsible for that part of the...
I'm coming to them, in fact, to you actually on this point. Do you think this recent economic slowdown has produced any stress in the system?
No, not really. I think fundamentally things are very resilient in India because of the new digital ecosystem that has come about. Basically, I believe that the guardrails in the country have become very strong. To just give you one data point, for example, now there are close to about 600 million trade lines on 4 credit bureaus each. Now, every month, close to about 35 million new credit lines are being sanctioned and disbursed, 35 million. And talking of stress, one thing I'm noticing is that the new to credit applications is only now 10% of the disbursal. It used to be 20% 5 years ago. So basically I sense that the Indian banking system has become more conservative over the last 5 years. I think it's got to do a bit with even what the regulator has been constantly cautioning. I think people are picking those cues. And the drop of new to credit from 20 to 10 tells a story of increased conservatism.
Another question that I keep getting from people is capital spending back? Are you lending for projects? Do you see that projects are taking shape?
Well, it's not caught up yet. I think that for a while now we've been talking about the capital demand coming back. I think it's been pushed back by 6 months and 6 months for a while, I think so. It's the micro entrepreneurs, what they traditionally call the RAM, the retail, agri, MSME. This machinery is pulling strong. It's about 1 lakh crores today, out of 100 lakh crores today, out of a total of about 170 lakh crores.
Okay. So Rama, somehow I feel that it's not like the overall consumer market is in pain as much as large consumer companies are facing pain because of a lot of disruption that has happened. And I remember many years ago, it was almost impossible to beat Hindustan Unilever at selling soaps. And a lot of structure in the distribution has changed, building brands has changed. How do you detect these things? Essentially, what in your view is the winning formula for a consumer company now versus say 10, 15 years ago?
So to begin with, I think the structure of demand is not as rosy as we think it is. A large economy of lots and lots of small income people. I think there's no getting away from that. It is also true that about 80% have absolutely very little surplus income, which means that any kind of shock, whether it's the price of tomatoes or whether it's a rise in the price of petrol or increase, whatever it might be, does get them to almost a zero surplus. So it's not like the Kamadhenu that keeps giving you demand. It is also true that the top 20% have over half of income. So that lot is safe. Find all the consumer-facing companies who have interacted with what I would call the India 2 and 3 are in pain. That's part of the reason, part is what you say. It is also possible to run a stock market entirely for the rich, of the rich, by the rich, with companies that do not interact with India 2 and 3. And there are most companies in India, barring a handful, do not actually address the mass market. But those that do are in a bit of pain. Add to it another whammy. I think it is true that things have, local competition, small competition has caught up, because what do people do? What people actually do is to say that if I have to balance my budget, I will go to a price performance point that suits me better. Once upon a time, we used to call it the unorganized sector, saying that they're disorganized, they're rubbish, that's the point. But over time, the unorganized or the small sector has actually started getting leaner, meaner, fitter. So there is competition from there as well. I recently read the CEO of a consumer company saying, oh, quick commerce is the reason I'm not growing. And I thought that's a bit strange. Why are you competing with the distribution channel? And if I were to decode it, it means that that distribution channel owns a bunch of customers. It wants it's a zamindari where it wants very, very high margins. I'm not willing to play in that channel because I have other guys. That's a strategic choice. So I think there is local competition, there is vulnerability because that is the structure of our demand and our economy is not firing on all cylinders. So incomes are generally muted. Plus, if you're not able to crash your prices any more than you already have, you have a problem. So most companies are now saying the magic mantra, premiumization. What does that mean? According to me, what it actually means, they're saying, is that I will go to a higher price performance point of products, which I will sell to people who can afford them, because that class is safe. But unfortunately, if you are one of the handful of companies in India where a large proportion of your revenue and your EBIT comes from the mass markets, you are in trouble.
Nilesh, question for you, more stock market related. What are the sectors that you are most bullish on going into 2025?
So one, if you are investing with 1 year horizon, stay away from equity market. Invest with longer term horizon. And second, it's India which is a rising tide. Within that, something will rise faster, something will rise little later. But there is this Sanskrit Subhashit which probably describes India's story quite nicely. Sukhasya mula dharmam, dharmasya mula artha, arthasya mula rajya. Sukh, happiness, investors' profit is function of dharma, which is governance. It's function of artha, which is trade, commerce and investment. And the rajya is the state. Today in India, we have perfect alignment and which can improve further, but there is alignment between governance practices. There is state which is enabling entrepreneurship. There is long distance to cover, but the change is positive. And this is resulting into facilitation of trade, commerce and industry, which will result into investors' profit. So don't invest with 2025 in mind. As Vaidhi mentioned, think of $20 trillion credit and $30 trillion economy. As long as we have this alignment, we will be able to. And the perfect example here is the Deepam department. Managing PFs and value it is created for the shareholders. So, sir, please keep on doing that good work. We are all beneficiary of the same.
Thank you. So one last round of questions, I think. So I'll start with you, Samir. What will you short even at current levels?
Not I will short, I am short. So I am short many consumer names, many auto names, and a few micro lenders. My theory is doing badly, down very fast. And I didn't know that Nilesh is so negative. Well, I think even next year will be good. It's just that you have to define what is good. So when you say, is it a bull market? 12% as a you can still theoretically get. Just to tell you one number, if you look at last 3 years returns of Nifty and last 3 years returns of NSE 500 index, the Nifty returns are lower than 5-year, 7-year, 9-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year and 25-year returns. The last 3 years are the lowest. And the last returns for the 500 index, which also includes mid and small cap, are in the middle. Other than the last 5-year numbers, which look a bit out of place with any other period. But that also you can broadly see. If you make it 7 years instead of 5 years, they go back to being within normal. Normal means 13-14% for Nifty and 15-16% per annum for 500. So you are suddenly feeling bad, I think because some of the results are bad. Not so much that, oh, this is too high, too low. People think that they've made a lot of money, but you tell them on the full portfolio, on the full fund, it's in the range that we've always made all our life.
Nilesh, from a policy perspective, what are the 2-3 things that you think can happen and could surprise us to the upside?
So one immediate thing which is worth doing, we all know US is going to impose tariff. As of today, they are going to look at the trade deficit of India with US, which is $36 billion, and the IT services exports, which we are earning. Now, that's a large number. We need to go and tell America that, look, please take into account 200,000 Indian students which are studying with you. $20,000 per capita, that's $40 billion. 17 lakh Indians have traveled to US, $5,000 per capita, that's $10 billion. So many Indians go to US. And please take into account the payment made by Indians to Microsoft, Amazon, Twitter, Facebook. They don't book it in American book, they book it in Ireland and Nassau and Bahamas. If you do that, our trade deficit with America will come down dramatically compared to what they are seeing. Hopefully, they will not levy tariff on us and they'll levy more tariff on China, and then that gives the opportunity to us. I met Mr. Prabhu over here, who is from Coimbatore textile industry. 2018, we were exporting 90 crore t-shirt. Today, we are exporting 80 crore t-shirt. 10 crore t-shirts have come down in exports. We need to work on this tariff to ensure that we export 900 crore t-shirt to America if they can buy.
Rama, within this rather dim consumer sector situation, are there any bright spots, hyper growth areas that excite you?
Absolutely. I think everything it's dim if you look at mass markets. If you look at what I call the class markets, everything's gangbusters. Look at high-end travel, look at cars. The car sector always bounces back because only the top 10% of India buy cars. High-end hospitals, everybody's replacing body parts at very high prices. There is, again, if a coaching class that sent children to Harvard was listed, it would laugh all the way to the bank. So I think that the anything to do with serving the high end of the market is actually underserved. If you start a helicopter service and list it today, Char Dham and between cities and to overcome traffic, it will work. We're starved of business class, so we're not serving the high end enough, and the lower end is not coming through the way you want it to come through. Within that, I think India has always been, mass markets have always worked for utility products that help you earn more. That's the two-wheeler boom, the smartphone boom, because it enables you to get more product. Interestingly, if any second-hand, pre-owned or pre-loved as it's called, shop or smartphones or cars starts listing, or two-wheelers, go for it. And finally, I'm very bullish on marketplaces, except that, as I said, my street is not your street. But marketplaces, to me, the new age digital marketplaces are the formula which aggregates small users, aggregates small suppliers, small buyers, have crash costs through digitization, and it's a kind of win-win-win situation. So if we don't gala-ghoto of this particular new business, new economy models, and allow them to come in, then I think that many of them do have the magic formula.
Wonderful. Last question for you, Vaidya. You may not agree with this premise, but just go into that hypothesis. Do you think there's a possibility that banks cease to be growth companies and become utilities?
As the economy grows, over the next few decades, any industry, whether plastic industry or manufacturing, whatever, they may have their ups and downs, but I can tell you, banking system will keep growing because banking is a fundamental fuel for the economy. So your credit GDP % or whatever, it'll still be 30. That won't go. The that as the banking system should know is to keep track with the technology of the new ecosystem. So that is the only thing to keep, because so many digital ecosystems are coming about, Aadhaar, ONDC, digital ecosystems coming. So our ability to keep pace with that ecosystem, do that and to develop great customer experience, customer service, That is the only catch to it. I mean, that's the only precondition to it. But banking will not go out of fashion.
By the way, and Nilesh and Samir will agree, most bank stocks in India are now trading like utilities.
No, that may be true, but I'll
the
tell you.
market has already made this announcement.
I know, but
that's the opportunity.
Markets can be,
no, that's why I left this last question in the end for him.
No, absolutely, but markets can be myopic in the short run.
Yes. No, absolutely, but that's what's the opportunity.
That's the opportunity.
And in fact, just one more point where I would like to express my disagreement, though I'm the anchor here, so I'm not going my views, but I think that credit to GDP number in time will become 100. So
it could be even better then.
Okay, with that I think we have totally run out of time. I hope you enjoyed the session. We couldn't really get into more details, but there's a lot of exciting time for India ahead, and I'm sure CNBC TV18 is going to be part of that journey. So here's to the next 25 years. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause for our panelists, Rama Bijukar, V. Vaidyanathan, Nilesh Shah, Samir Arora, and thank you so much, Ridham Desai, for moderating the session. Moving on, in a world facing economic slowdowns, high debt, and geopolitical challenges, India is charting its own path as the world's fastest growing major economy.
With a strong rebound post-pandemic, India's average growth rate in the last 3 years has been about 8.3%, with a projected growth rate of 7.2% for this financial year.
And this growth is driven by a young, dynamic workforce and a demographic edge that aging economies lack. Currently the 5th largest economy by market size, India is set to become the 3rd largest by 2030.
Well, to take this conversation ahead, I request Latha Venkatesh to join us on stage and deliberate with experts who are directly involved in shaping and observing India's growth trajectory. To discuss this unique position India has today, growth priorities and the potential risks, I request Mr. Augustano Kwame, World Bank Country Director, Mr. Krishna Srinivasan, Director, Asia and Pacific Department at the IMF, and Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, Finance Secretary, and Secretary DPAM, to join us on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. Over to you, Latha.
This is the best of panels you can get to discuss India's future. You have the Finance Ministry represented here, you have the IMF represented here, you have the World Bank represented here with specialization on India. So you can't ask a better panel. What are the chances and what are the requirements for India to become Viksit by 2047? As Shruti and Ridu pointed out, we have been outliers at a time when most countries are struggling. India has managed an average of well over 7% growth over the past 3-4 years. The outlier quality is also because India is on the cusp of the demographic dividend. 28 years average age, and the number of people below 28 is overwhelming, and that makes for an outlier status in terms of consumption in a world where populations are aging in most continents. So that's the point we are asking our panel. What does India need to bank and continue to be an outlier and continue with this 7.5% growth? So clearly the first question goes to the Finance Ministry. Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, right now that 7.5% is a bit under challenge. The first quarter was 6.7. The second quarter GDP number is going to come on November 29th, and the poll that CNBC TV18 did is coming towards 6.6. Does it worry you that we are, moving away from that 7% mark? And more importantly, in the morning, Minister Piyush Goyal asked for a rate cut. Is that the Finance Ministry's view? Is that the reason why, or is that the trigger for better growth?
Well, I think the subject which you started with is talking of next big journey. So I think maybe if we just talk in terms of quarter to quarter, that will not really do justice to what we are really seeking today. Next 25 years, what is going to be our development journey. And what we call is Atma, Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's about another 23 years from now, which is another 25 years roughly. So let us see what are we looking at in terms of numbers, in terms of key outcomes. And I'll just, try and express, we're looking at three things. One is a demographic profile, one is a social profile, and what is economic profile. In demography, what we are looking at, that we will be stabilizing around 165 crore of population. We are currently 140 crore. We will have there, as you know, our growth rate is stabilizing, has stabilized in many states. We are looking at a median age of 37 years as on 2047. We have a median age of 29 years currently, one of the youngest nation. So we have a fair amount of demographic dividend next 23 years. We are looking at life expectancy of 84 years. Currently it is 71 years. We are looking at working age population of about 112 crores, 96 crores currently. This is the demographic profile we are looking at. On social side, what we are looking at is literacy rate of 100%. It is 71% currently. We are looking at more than 70% female labor force participation rate. Currently it is 37%. It has risen, but it is still way below our expectations. We have skilled labor force, which is still at 32%. We would like to skilling of 100% level. And we will be taking top 10 in global gender equality. We are way behind still in the global thing, and we would like to be more aspirational and be among top 10. On economy side, we will be looking at a 30 trillion economy. It is currently at about $3.4 trillion. World Bank, of course, IMF forecast is by 2028, FY 28-29, we would be the third largest. We'll be fourth largest in 27 and third largest. Now we are fifth largest. We are looking at per capita income of anything, above $14,000 to $18,000 per capita. $14,000 by, I'm talking of 2047 key outcomes. We're looking at 34% as industrial contribution. Currently we are 28%. And we are looking at more than 55% reduction in carbon. Now, if you really look at it, these are not, a Viksit Bharat that we call it is not really merely a broad generalization, but we have to actually move towards concrete outcomes. And we feel that we have a lot of enablers which will take us forward on that.
Okay. I tried a Jasprit Bumrah googly, but this was like Rahul Dravid not offering a stroke at all, letting the ball pass. But I must insist just on one bit that is current. I mean, after all, we go from here to there. So, is the finance ministry worried that the first half has been soft? We have moved a distance away from 7%.
No, I think we have to, of course, keep saying that, there are headwinds. And the headwinds can be internal, can be external. But last 3 years, we have been, exceptional in terms of an 8% growth.
The average is well over 8.
And we will continue to strive and look at, wherever the factors are. Now, of course, some questions have been asked on capex spending. There have been some slowdown in capex spending because of electoral cycle, but we expect it to be pushed up. We expect that the good monsoons, they were also in some very high rainfall areas in some areas, but we have, reservoirs full. We have got a good Rabi expectations. We have a rural demand picking up. So therefore, we feel that, there are enablers to do that. And if you look at also inflation, now inflation, if you look at 23, last 3 years, it's come down from 6% plus to 5.4% average inflation. and then you have come down to 4.6% in half. Now, if you have a monthly inflation of 6.2, now there is 5 commodities, what I call it top GS. So tomato, onion, potato, gold, silver. If you take these out, our inflation, core inflation rate comes to 4.2. It was 3.3 earlier, 3.2%, and it was 4.2%. But the moment we add these 5 commodities, it became 6.2. So I think the problem with month-to-month comparison, even if they are Y on Y, there is a skewness for just a few commodities because there have been very exceptional movements of prices in these 5 commodities. But if you look at the average inflation and the core inflation, that has been well under control, and I think we are moving at well anchored, expectations are getting well anchored, and our fiscal stance itself is, if you see that we have moved now to 4.9 and, going forward as per the fiscal glide path.
No, that certainly all that. But therefore, are you making a case that there is a case for cutting rates because only 5 commodities are creating a problem?
Well, I think that is for the governor. You had the governor in the morning.
Yes, he told us to wait for the policy. Krishna, I'll call you by your first name. Krishna, the RBI's arithmetic is that if you want to reach developed country status by 2047, we have to grow at a compounded annual rate of 7.6%. Now, it looks like the 7.6 was achieved in the first 4 years, but this year, we're moving down. What's the longer term view? Is that even achievable? Are we on the threshold of a sustained 7.5% plus?
Thank you, Lata, and congratulations to CNBC TV18. To your point, we have for this year a growth rate of 7%. But then we have growth decline to 6.5% next year, which we call a trend rate of growth. And so, and the number you mentioned for the RBI, I would argue is at the lower end of the spectrum of numbers you have. If you want to reach advanced country status, I think you need to grow at 8% and above. And depending on the definition, it could be as high as 10%. And so you have to grow at that pace for so many years. And that is a very ambitious, but it's an aspirational goal. I would call it an anchor. But to get there, you have to have equally ambitious reforms, which we can talk about. But to the point you said first, to the question you asked me first, 7% this year, 6.5 next year, we think that's a realistic medium-term target. To get anything above, to 8% above, you'll need to have much more ambitious structural reforms.
I take your point because China, during its demographic dividend period, 1991 to 2006, was growing some years even at double digits and on an average very close to that. So, Mr. August, if India has to retain this outlier status, even 6.5 makes us outlier, but if the aspiration is 7.5 to 8, what would be the specific reforms you would look for?
Thank you, Lata, and big anniversary congratulations to CNBC. So there, as Krishna said, there are some ambitious reforms that will be needed. But let me say that India's ambition is quite well anchored. If you look at India's own performance, it is pretty feasible to invest more in skills on the human capital side, invest more in infrastructure on the capital side, and bring in more private investment and make the economy a bit more productive, more competitive, and perhaps open more trade routes and boost potential growth of the economy to above what it is now. Because we estimate at the World Bank that India's potential growth is between 6 and 7%. At that rate, it's hard to achieve it and sustain it without putting pressure on the system, because it's like stretching your potential to too far above it. But if you invest in factors of production, human capital, and make the economy more productive, you can boost potential growth to 7 to 8%. And at that point, you can easily grow at 9% without feeling the pain, without feeling that you're stretching your muscles too much.
Investment in human capital is what you're saying?
So yes, investment in human capital, but there are actually 2 stages in that when we talk about human capital. Secretary Pandey, adequately mentioned the need to increase female labor force participation. For that, you don't need to invest more because the investment has been made in the female labor force. They are educated almost as much as men. So if you use them without more, you just have 1% growth rate additional to where you are now. This is a low-hanging fruit. Just grab it and add 1%. There needs to be trained, but there are about 30 who are knowing. So, employ them or put them in the ITIs, get them trained now, and they will add perhaps another 0.5% point to growth. Then you can talk about investing more in education and making everybody more literate and improving the quality. So that's the second stage. On the capital side, restructure the capital that you have now. 70% of the capital that will be needed, or 70% of the infrastructure that will be needed by 2047 is to be built. But there is 30% that is already built. So if you improve on that and make it even more useful, you can also increase growth. So I don't want to suggest that India needs to invest a lot more before growing. India can start growing by using a lot of the asset that has already been created and then invest in more asset going forward.
Okay. Yes, I mean, it's just that we have to find resources for all these, for human capital as well as infrastructure. The government has been doing a good job on capex. We've seen, consistently higher and higher percentage of the GDP getting invested, or higher and higher percentage of the budget getting invested in capex. But Mr. Pandit, we are at the moment, to speak of the current issue, we could be in the throes of higher tariffs coming from the United States, or at least started to come from the United States. Do you think the response of India also would be to raise tariffs in competition so that we don't face the brunt of cheap goods getting rushed in? What do you think would be or should be the Indian response in case of higher tariffs from the United States?
Well, I think this higher tariffs and, the potential higher tariffs as well as the geo-economic fragmentation are somehow the facts of life post-COVID, post-Ukraine crisis, and going forward supply chain disruptions which are going to be there. Well, technically, any high tariff protectionism would really depress overall world growth. And if you have a depression in world trade growth, obviously everyone will be less better off, all the trading partners. So that is a conventional wisdom, and I think if you really look at previous record of protectionism following the Great Depression,
yes.
And we had one of the, it's everyone, pauper my neighbor, that doesn't really, I think, really works together. But then, given the realities, one need to really understand how differentially people will understand how the RTAs, regional trading arrangements, and the free trade agreements will work out within certain groupings. There would be trade diversions. So we are really moving away from classical trade theory. And we are really looking into a pragmatic world where, lot will depend upon how the things will be rolled out. And every country will actually look at their own interest, including India.
Yeah, we have to wait for what happens out of the United States, and we will know that after Jan 20th. Yes, Krishna, you want to say something?
So I don't think we should wait for what the US does. I think we have an issue here where I think India needs to liberalize its trade. The Secretary mentioned the fact that we have a young population. The young population also needs jobs, right? So we have to create jobs, and there are two things there. One, we have to implement the labor codes, which is important, to make the labor market more flexible. And we also have to liberalize trade so that firms can compete well in the market. Otherwise, India could get old without it becoming rich. So I think it's important that we liberalize trade. It was talked about this morning. The private sector also talked about it in the morning. Liberalize trade, allow firms to compete, allow greater flexibility in labor markets, and you generate jobs both in manufacturing and services. If you look at structural transformation in Asia,
with the last 30 years, you compare just two countries, Vietnam and India. In the last 30 years, the share of manufacturing, the labor share of manufacturing in Vietnam has quadrupled, right? In India, it's almost flat. So you need to create jobs. It's not that the manufacturing sector is not open. You can still create value added there and jobs there, but you have to have the kind of structural reforms which we need to embark upon to reach the goal of an advanced country. Otherwise, without these kind of reforms, in terms of trade liberalization, labor flexibility, and continued work on infrastructure, just three to talk about, and then about talk with, on skilling. If you want to really go up the frontier, you have to invest in education, not in terms of dollar amount, but in terms of how you skill your workforce. I think these structural which have to be to meet the aspirational goal of being an advanced country by 2047.
To be fair, the government has been on the skilling ball for quite some time now.
Yes.
There is a skilling body, and right now there's a very great experiment on asking private sector to use their CSR money, the corporate
Absolutely.
Social responsibility money, to get interns and skill them.
That needs to continue and also continues to strengthen going forward.
Okay, if I can just ask August the same thing. If you looked at the, for instance, Vietnam as an example, India is still, the aspiration is right that we want to have more money coming out of manufacturing, more GDP coming out of manufacturing, more jobs. What is it that's missing that we are not getting to say the Vietnam contribution to manufacturing?
So let me combine this question with the question on tariff, and to give a concrete example. Tariffs are not good for growth. They're not good for the global economy. They're not good for the global community. In 2023, the global economy, global government around the world introduced 3,000 anti-trade measures. That slowed down growth. If you look at growth from 2019 to 2023, the global growth has been going down. It has something to do with the fact that people are closing trade channels around the world. Then coming to Vietnam, India, and linking it to tariff, a good experiment is mobile phones. India and Vietnam have invested in mobile phone production to export it. Part of the China, if you will. In 2010, global phone export was 1%. India was already export. By India's share more than doubled to 2.4%. Vietnam shares went up by 13% to 13%, more than double digit. What's the difference? The difference is tariff on import of mobile phone parts. For India, it's 12%, the MFM tariff. For Vietnam, it's just 1%. So if you want to increase your share in manufacturing, don't think about export only. Remember that whatever you need to produce to export, you also need to import the parts. If you make it difficult for producers to import the parts by imposing high tariff, you're not going to achieve your export growth, and you're not going to achieve manufacturing growth. So tariff is very critical in the objective that the Secretary laid down, and if you're going to achieve them, trade, tariff are really part of the story.
Last word to you, Mr. Pandey. What is in the government's thinking? I mean, you created the continuing themes. Will privatization, I mean, that's in your area, will we see more privatization? What will we expect in terms of themes of reforms from the government?
I think several things we have seen. I mean, reforms cannot be really in terms of just one step called privatization. And social infrastructure. Now, kind of work which has been done by the government, both in economic and social infrastructure. Look at highways, look at railways, look at ports, look at education, look at health, the kind of amount of money which has been created in institution building, the skilling, that's one part. The second thing is, ease of doing business. That 40,000 compliances have been removed. A lot more needs to be done. Vivad se Vishwas tak, bills, where we are really talking in terms of, the laws to be changed, where business can be easier. This is also another set of, all kinds of ease of doing business. We have also to see in terms of digital DPI infrastructure. If you look at mobile telephony, if you look at internet, if you look at some of the DPI stack that India has created, the amount of productivity which is unleashed, the payment system which have been done, which have more democratized, all these are a part of big, elements of reforms which together will have to be done, as I said, both on the social side as well as on the infrastructure side. Together will really catapult India towards growth.
Well, I guess the agenda has been laid out very well, but we have to stick to that agenda and commitment. Just because, since August raised that point, and I think BVR Subramaniam, the Niti Aayog CEO, referred to it, is there a rethink on joining RCEP? RCEP, rethink on that? Because, since the point came up.
No, I think I cannot really react to what India is going to do or not going to do. A call has been taken earlier after due deliberation. I don't think that, that is really the, a very simple way forward. When it comes to tariffs and all that, there is a point which has been well made regarding, trade policy. The trade policy and industrial policy have to work together. It can't be, one against another. And, as I said, that we need exports, and we also need imports in order to do exports. So we have to be mindful of this, and we also look at it, how much of trade is being created. If we are a part of an trading arrangements, are we really ceding territory to our trading partners, or are also we are getting benefited out of it? It depends upon the kind of complementarity that we have with our trading partners, because it could simply be. And in terms of Vietnam also may have its own story in terms of its, physical proximity to China, and a lot of Chinese investments into Vietnam in terms of that. And that is also a way of, diverting the tariffs, because if the rules of origin are not very, tight, it'll really pay for somebody to escape very high tariffs by producing in some third countries.
Actually, Vikram, Vietnam has gained. It's called a connector country in that regard.
No, I guess the point is well taken that, we have to be worried about rules of origin, which perhaps that's why the RCEP was rethought.
Can I add that, it's actually very good to know that in the latest budget, the government of India announced a number of measures to reduce tariffs, including on mobile phones, on medical equipment, on electronics. This, as well as the fact that we're getting signals that the private sector is now ready to invest based on the fact that the public sector has invested now, and we're going to see a sort of crowding in effect. These two things, I think, are going to lead to some higher growth in manufacturing and perhaps even in export.
Okay. We are completely out of time. In fact, we've borrowed 5 minutes from the next panel. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey, Krishna, and August, for a very riveting conversation. The important part being that we have to keep our trade channels free and allow more imports and exports. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Lata. Today, businesses face unprecedented challenges. Recent studies show that the average company lifespan has fallen from 61 years in 1958 as product life cycle and competition intensify. How to ensure that they create long-term stakeholders.
And so our next session, Legacy, Longevity, Leadership, the Playbook for the Future, is going to tackle on. The discussion will be led by my colleague Parikshit Luthra, who covers policy and business developments for us. We're to have with us Mr. Rishad Premji, Executive Chairman, and Mr. Rajiv Bajaj of Bajaj. Over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you this is going to be a very entertaining and thoughtful session. And possibly one of the most awaited sessions of today. And this is a pivotal day, a big milestone for CNBC TV18. We complete 25 years of our journey, and it means a lot to us to have all of you in the audience today. More than 700. This hall is absolutely full, so thank you so much for joining us. The session today and what we're discussing is something that many companies, many leaders are thinking today. Longevity, legacy, leadership, the playbook for the future. And who better to talk about this than two of the most watched, admired leaders in the Indian industry. We have the chairman of Wipro, Rishad Premji, and the managing director of Bajaj Auto, Rajiv Bajaj. Thank you very much, Rajiv and Rishad, for joining us.
Thank you.
Rajiv, both these brands have been around for more than 80 years. It's not easy to sustain. You've grown, you've evolved, Rishad. What's Bajaj Auto? What's Bajaj Auto's mantra to keep going all these years? And how do you think the brand has evolved? What's been the playbook?
Thank you, Parikshit. So first of all, congratulations on 25 years. It's amazing that as a business channel, you have like 90% share or something?
95, more than 95.
95%. So I think we should be asking the questions and you should be answering them. Having said that, if I have to answer your question in one word, the word would be adapt. You know, Charles Darwin said that in terms of the evolution of the species, that it's not the most intelligent or the strongest of the species that survives. It's the one that is most adaptive to change. So I think in business, to succeed is difficult, but to succeed over and over again, that's the sign of not just a winner, but a champion, such as Wipro, for example. In our own case, you know, we've existed for a little more than 75 years. For the first 40 years for India. And I think we've been through 3 transitions reasonably successfully. The first was from being a scooter-centric company to becoming a motorcycle-centric company with the launch of our own motorcycle in 2001, the Pulsar. Then from being a domestic company to becoming a global company. Till 2002, we exported nothing. In recent years, we've been exporting almost half of what we make. We are now the 3rd largest motorcycle maker in the world, the largest 3-wheeler maker in the world. And since January last year, the most valuable 2- and 3-wheeler maker in the world. And finally, the transition now to electric vehicles. So I think, and you know, for better or worse, it's the same team. I've been there, my team has been there throughout for the last 34 years. So when the same team can make 3 successful transitions by adapting to changes outside, you know, I think that's a sign of good leadership, good legacy, good longevity.
Great point to start on. Rishad, when we speak about Wipro, more than 80 years ago, it was a company that was first into the edible oil business. You've evolved, and how? And the company has given back so much to society. In 2019, Azim Premji gave a $7.9 billion stake to Azim Premji Foundation, and this was a way of giving back to the industry, to the country, to society. So that was great news. But I would like to ask you, what's kept the company going for the last 80 years? Key factors that have contributed to Wipro's.
No, Parikshit, a lot of luck, right? And I say lightly, but I mean that seriously. I think luck plays a huge role. You know, there are lots of very smart companies, smart people, and you've got to be lucky in life. So I think that's an important component that you shouldn't underestimate, that allows companies to survive and thrive, and to survive and thrive to a lot of change, right? But if I was to reflect, and I don't think these things were planned, but I think these things have really helped the company stay alive and stay agile and adapt, to Rajiv's point. One, I would say, we really defined who we stood for and our values very early on. We didn't define them, you know, intentionally for the first 25, 30 years. Before your 1970, and I think making sure that you never compromise on that, making sure that that becomes your guiding light, making sure that you attract people who deeply and truly align to what you stand for, I think is incredibly important, right? I really deeply believe that culture matters infinitely more than strategy, and that can really help make or break a company. The second thing I would say is, we were entrepreneurial. We encouraged people to take on big roles young. We were risk-taking. We were not afraid to fail. And we took lots and lots of chances, some of them that worked out, some of them that failed miserably. We got into the finance business in 1996, which was a major disaster. But we weren't afraid to try things, right? And the third thing I would say is a part of that entrepreneurial sort of spirit, we empowered people. And there was great autonomy. So I was joking earlier, right, that, I'm the exec chair of the company. I can get my computer fixed faster than most people. But if I have to convince our CEO to do something that he doesn't want to do, it's going to be a very, very tough job for me, and I can't just dictate that. So there's great empowerment and great autonomy that comes with that empowerment. I think that's really helped the company as well.
Rishad, I was watching an old interview or broadcast where you were speaking, and you said that, I was trying to figure out when you're trying to hire somebody, what should you look for? Should you look for commonality? Should you think whether you can have a drink with that person? And you were advised none of that. Don't look for commonality. Yeah. What would be your advice?
No, I was talking to one of my board members and I was saying this. I was like, when I'm looking for someone, do I like this person? Can I have a drink with in the evening with this person? Can I have a cup of coffee with? And he said, that's the completely wrong way to look for people. You should look for people who are very different than you. They challenge you. They make you uncomfortable at times. But they're highly functional. And that comes from diversity of experiences, right? That comes from diversity of industries you've worked in, roles you've played, gender, ethnicity, sexuality, your life experience. It's just from different. And I realized at one point, many years ago, I had someone in my team, but every time I had to review him, I was stressed. I was like, he's going to push me, he's going to ask me difficult questions, etc., etc. But I found that brought out the best in me. So I'm a big believer in trying to find people and keep a team that are very different than you. You don't necessarily have to be friends with people you work with either.
But you have to have people who challenge your thought, right? Great to hear that. Rajiv, to get you in, leadership is not easy. It's lonely at the top, and every leader has a moment of reckoning. And when you talk about companies like Wipro and Bajaj Auto, there could be many such moments. So Rajiv, for you, one point that I always think about was perhaps 98, 99, when Bajaj Auto, ladies and gentlemen, 99, perhaps the first time that Bajaj Auto first posted in their two-wheeler bad, your reckoning, that's been there hidden in your heart somewhere.
See, first of all, I think it was the financial year 2000 when what had been a very, very successful and profitable company, as you correctly say, lost money on its two-wheeler business for the first time. Fortunately, the three-wheeler business and the spare part business kept us afloat. But before I answer your question, I must make it clear that at that time, it was my father who was in charge of the company, not me. So this problem is not created by me, first of all. But having said that, this was a difficult time. And to put it briefly, if you read the book, The Origin of Brands by Al Ries, you will see a lot of information which effectively conveys this. Whether motorcycles or any other business, 90 to 95% of all new businesses, new products and services fail. Now that's really quite a lethal statistic. And this is true across the world, across industries. And what Al Ries teaches us is that they fail primarily because most of those products and services were brought out to serve a market and not to create a market, So when you try to serve a market, i.e. to fulfill demand, and that is what most salespeople want to do, you end up being a clone of someone else. As opposed to creating your own market, as opposed to generating demand as against just fulfilling demand. And that is why my marketing guru, Jack Trout, I was very fortunate to know him, taught me that when you say, give your customer what he wants, that's only half the answer. The other half of the answer is give the customer what he wants and what nobody else apparently can or does give him. And that brings us to the whole point about differentiation. The CEO of Coke said, when it comes to real estate, it's about location, location, and location. When it comes to a consumer business, it's about differentiation, differentiation, and differentiation. The problem with differentiation is it is so counterintuitive, to do something that nobody else is apparently doing and hoping that it will succeed. It's a scary thought. So you tend to heard. And to illustrate, I would give you a quick example that Hero Honda brought out the 100cc 4-stroke motorcycle in the 80s. Bajaj Auto, remember, it was my father, was 7 years late with the same thing. And we tried to make the better product. The hard lesson you learn is people don't buy better, people buy different. And how do you make different and not better? This is very key to your success.
And that was quite a difficult and tough learning experience, wasn't that for you? Because for a long time in Bajaj Auto's history, you tried to target the 100cc segment where Splendor, ladies and gentlemen, the Splendor motorcycle you see on the streets of India, that was the product that you were challenging, and you felt that was a waste of time.
Actually, it's a great learning, if I may share that experience that, so they had a 100cc motorcycle, we had a 100cc motorcycle. Piyush Bhai here was our partner on that journey on behalf of Ogilvy. Struggled and we got nowhere with that in India because somebody else was first to market. However, two things happened. In the domestic market, which from a 100cc motorcycle to the Pulsar, which was different because it was not a better mileage motorcycle, it was a sports motorcycle. And that really marked the turnaround of the company's fortunes in the domestic market. Whereas the 100cc motorcycle we took overseas to market at a permit Hero to export out of India. And what happened in the end? The same 100cc motorcycle in India, Hero outsold us 5:1. The same 100cc motorcycles in all overseas markets, we outsold them 15:1. It's the same management, same brand, same quality, same cost, everything else being same. The fortunes in the marketplace were completely different, only depending on who was first to market. So that is why in marketing we say it is better to be first than it is to be better. That is very, very important.
Right. Rishad,
I don't know if you know this, by the way. In 1979, Wipro was considering to diversify, Rajiv. And for some reason, we were considering the two-wheeler business because the view was there was a rising middle-class India and people would buy two-wheelers, or the technology business. And for whatever reason, the decision back then was made to get into the technology business. But I just thought I'd share that because he's talked so much about two-wheelers.
That's fantastic. Rishad, what I also wanted to ask you, when we speak about moments of reckoning, in promoter-driven companies, in family-driven companies, there can always be differences. When you're changing gears, when you're changing the leadership at the top. Were there differences in your thinking on how Wipro should chart out its future? In what ways did you mirror the thoughts of your father? Did he give you any advice when you were taking over as chairman of the company that this is something you must follow? Or at some point you said, no, Dad, I'm going to follow my own path over here.
Yeah. Parikshit, it's interesting, and I say this often, and people can take it for what it's worth, but I deeply believe this, which is I don't think we're a family business, right? I'm the only family member today that works in the company. So there's nobody else that works at Wipro. My father is a non-independent, non-executive director of the company, and that's very important, right? And for the longest time, we've been highly professionalized, right? So we are professionally run. I'm an exec chair, so I play an important role, but I'm very association between ownership and management, and to some extent blurs on that. And that's an important, just in the ethos and the autonomy and empowerment that I talked about earlier. Look, my father and I are very different in many ways, right? But I think the one thing that he was incredibly gracious about is when he retired in 2019, he truly retired, right? Because you can't have a big personality like that on the back of your shoulders. And what he said to me was, look, I'm always accessible and always there if you need something, but I won't be in your way. And he's a demanding board member and asks difficult questions and all of those kinds of things, but is not in my space in terms of doing work, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. What have I learned from him? I mean, he's unfazed by success. It's not important to him. It doesn't sort of show up. I think I've learned that. The importance of just being grounded and unfazed by success, because good times come and bad times come, and you can't let them ride you too much. A deep openness to learn and willing to say I don't know, a willingness to say I need help, a willingness to sort of learn from any level of the organization, right? Just a deep sort of learning mindset, I think, is what I have picked up with him. The one area I would say I'm different is I would probably say I'm a bit more empathetic with people. I understand more easily, and I'm just, I enjoy people more perhaps than he does. And that's just a DNA thing more than anything else.
Right. So what advice, I'm sure there are many top industry leaders here today who will be heading companies a few years from now. What advice would you give someone who's being groomed to be a leader, who may take over some point or who has the aspirations? Because one thing you always keep hearing is you've got big shoes to fill. Yeah. And you were told that as well.
Yeah. You can't worry too much what other people think. It's exhausting to worry about what everybody else thinks, and everybody's giving you advice. And when you run the race, I think you've got to look to the side to know where people are, but you've got to focus in the front, because the more you focus on the side, the more it slows you down. So I really think you've got to focus and look in front. I really believe that. I would say that's the number one advice I would give. You know, deeply focus on your own journey. Don't worry too much about what the naysayers say. Don't worry too much about what other people's expectations of you are, because I find those are exhausting and they drain you and they slow you down. Right? I've had for myself personally, Parikshit, is the best you can do is the best you're capable of. So ultimately, that's all you can do. And so if people have expectations, you're just going to disappoint them, and there's some who you'll delight. But the best you can do is the best you're capable of, and ultimately the journey of competition is against yourself. It's really not against anybody else.
Right. Rajiv, I'm going to take the liberty of citing something that the former SEBI chief M. Damodran had once said. He said he met you at a conference and taken over as MD, and he told you that you're taking over from your father, the great Rahul Bajaj. You've got big shoes to fill. And ladies and gentlemen, Rajiv Bajaj said, "My shoe size is bigger than my father's." Is that true, Rajiv?
See, my father was well known for being very outspoken, you know. And sometimes this used to boomerang on me, because he used to annoy people who used to then vent on me. So I think God felt bad about this, and he made my foot size bigger than my father's, so that I cannot put my foot in my mouth and talk like he used to talk. You know, so that is why my foot size is bigger than my father's.
Okay. You know, what advice, Rajiv, would you give a leader of tomorrow, possibly your son?
See, I'll share with you some thoughts of the polymath Vaclav Smil, because they resonate deeply with me, and since so many people are on their phones, they're obviously not enjoying our session. So if I say something clever now, they will look up from their phones and listen to us. So these are 5 things that Vaclav Smil said, which I tell my people, and maybe through this my son is also going to listen to it, because otherwise sons don't easily listen to what fathers have to say. You know, so 5 simple wisdom, I think, with curiosity. You know, for example, people think I'm weird when I say that my motorcycle is defined more by yoga and homeopathy than by anything else. You know, but learning from yoga and homeopathy has taught me how to make a motorcycle. So keep learning, read widely and with maximum curiosity. The second thing he said is keep reality first and theory last. You know, managers have to be very pragmatic. नहीं तो हम लोग के मीटिंग में तो क्या खाली बातें होती हैं. Very pragmatic first and theory last. The third thing he said is leave money and status out of it. Keep in what you do, not because money, value, valuations, market cap, मतलब market में टोपी लगाना, as we call it, you know, status, fame, name. Excellence, money and fame will chase you. The fourth thing he said is manage your identity. Know who you are and stand there. You know, I won't take his name, but you know the famous story of the businessman who said to himself that because I make good beer, which gives a high, I can also give them a high by starting an airline. And then you know what happened. So manage your identity. focus, keep your focus. And finally, very important, I think, have skin in the game. Means commit. I mean, if we get to the future, it's because we have skin out the first CNBC has done it before with fantastic benefits in terms of pollution, congestion, running costs for the Aam Aadmi, and we are investing heavily behind our electric scooters and three-wheelers. So, you know, these are the kind of values I would like to believe that all of us at Bajaj, and hopefully my son too one day, will imbibe and exhibit.
Right. You've spoken about building value, something that is pragmatic, and dharti pe raho. That is something very important, an advice that we need to give to possibly. And to, Rishad, as soft IT companies in the world, one, you must be meeting a lot of startups every day. So when somebody gives you a pitch saying that we'll achieve unicorn status in 5 months, or we have, say, $5 billion, $6 billion, how do you see those statements?
Look, that's the first red sign in my view, Parikshit. I mean, you know, you've got to focus, as I think, I love what Rajiv said, and you've got to focus ultimately on building businesses that sustain, and then ultimately value will come. You cannot start your journey saying, I want to build a value of X, Y, and Z. That's, you know, very turning off. And so that's a first red sign that pops up when people talk about valuation as opposed to building valuable businesses. And I think, frankly, I know there's some venture people in the room. I just find that we've overhyped in our country this whole focus on unicornism. Right? We celebrate that too much, and there are thousands and thousands of other companies that don't make it but serve a need and are successful, but they don't make unicorn valuation, and that doesn't make them non-successful companies.
Right. Rishad, you've evolved as a leader. You've worked on yourself, and I think that's a big advice to people out there, that you have to change, adapt, be vulnerable. I don't know how many of you would know, but Rishad started his career with Bain & Company.
With G, actually.
With G.
Okay.
And you've had tough times. All of us, when we're starting, we want to make those sacrifices. We want to put our health, family, mental health, emotional well-being, everything aside to achieve that one goal. We want to show our leader that we're there for the company and we can be groomed for tomorrow. We're not doing justice to ourselves. Tell us how you've changed. You always stood by your values, integrity. But in the last 5-6 years, what are some of the things that you've prioritized and changed your thinking?
No, but I learned this very early on when I was at Bain, and I had a very young analyst working for me, and we were working on this very intense project for 3 weeks in a row, and he prioritized himself on some elements, and I loved it. You know, it was his father's birthday on a Saturday. We were working 7 days, 3 weeks on three projects. It's my father's birthday, and it's incredibly important. And I was frustrated, but I was frustrated not so much because but because I wouldn't have said that, right? I would have thought of myself as too much of a slacker, not prioritizing the right things, etc., etc. And that's frankly continued really to the last 4 or 5 years when I started thinking a little bit more about myself and my own health. And I've just focused a lot on a few different things. I've focused on sleep. I'm very purposeful about sleep. I'm very purposeful about exercise. And I'm very purposeful about eating right? And the eating right thing began really last year, but the sleeping and the exercise began 5 or 6 years ago. And I've been tracking this closely over the last 5 or 6 years. And I just find it has deeply helped my mental health. Just, you know, how I show up. Just my orientation, my positivity, whether I'm happy or not, whether I'm irritable, whether I'm constructive, whether I have a can-do attitude, whether I snap at people, all of those things. And I've really found that it's so important to focus on these things because we're all human, whether you're the MD of a company or whether you're somebody starting from campus, we are all human. And if we're not focusing enough on ourselves, it's going to show up later on. And so at least one thing we're doing at Wipro very intentionally now is talking a lot about mental health, talking a lot about keeping well, providing access to lots of tools and people and systems where people can access that. And it's remarkable how people are using it and appreciating the fact that we're talking about these things because I think it's incredibly important.
Right. You know, Rishad, one sense that I get from both you and Rajiv is laying out a strategy for the future. I think a lot of us sometimes feel is, what is the role of a leader? Should I be focusing more on marketing? Should I be focusing more on R&D? Getting more investments? Maybe on the finance side? Cost cutting? What should I be really doing? Rajiv, you've often spoken about putting a long-term strategy in place. When you're doing that, how have you defined the role of a leader for yourself and what you need to do for the company?
Parikshit, I like again what I read in another book by Al Rees, where he gives what I thought was a very good definition of the job of the CEO of a company. He said, the job of the CEO is to find the future in the current activities. So what are the fundamental current activities of Bajaj or Wipro or any company? I think there are two things. They are the skills we possess and the cost structure we have. So once again, it goes back to the story of the transition of Bajaj I was telling you about. How do you take the skills and cost structure you have, the people and products you have, the brands and the culture you have, and take them forward and adapt as the outside world changes? You know, so my job, as I saw it, when I look back now over the last 34 years I've been at Bajaj, has been to take it from being a scooter company to a motorcycle company to a global company to an EV company. So my job has been to keep finding the future in the existing activities of the company. But in this, one thing is very, very important, and it is a word that is called alignment. You know, if you read the book of the famous director Quentin Tarantino, apparently, I haven't read it, but apparently someone told me at the end of a very nice book, he says, if 60 years of making films has taught me one thing, it is this: we will all make a great film only if we are all making the same film. So when you go through this transition, you know, if somebody wants to make a big motorcycle, somebody wants to make a small one, somebody wants to make an expensive one, somebody wants to make a cheap one, somebody wants to make a cute one, somebody wants to make a sporty one, we will never make a great motorcycle. So how you help your company and your team adapt in a manner that everybody is aligned, as Guruji B.K.S. Iyengar, my yoga guru, used to say, that yoga is alignment of one foot with the other, the hand with the leg, all of your body with your mind, and your mind with a higher place in the, in the universe. So in the same way, the job of the CEO, I think, is to keep everybody aligned to a higher purpose as you adapt and take yourself forward into the future. That's how I see my job.
You know, Rajiv, today, the automobile industry, and same for Wipro, the IT industry is going through a lot of disruptions. AI is the biggest disruption, and in EVs, the technology is a major issue. Nobody knows where we will finally go. You've often said that this is a moment of reckoning for the automobile industry. The battle is between the established mainstream auto players and how they embrace the new technology, and the startups, or upstarts as you call them. So who's winning, and what's going to define who wins this battle? And who lasts for the next 75 years?
So there are three terminologies here. There is startup, then there is a word which I like to call most of them, which is upstart, and then us, the winners or the champions, right? So I must explain what is the difference in my mind between a startup and an upstart. In my mind, startups are those who have a build strategy. They build technology, they build brands, they build products, they build consumer experiences, they build employee satisfaction, they build a strong top line, but they also build a strong bottom line. Upstarts are those who don't have a build strategy, they have a burn strategy. They burn technology, i.e. their batteries, they burn brands by reducing price every month, they burn products in their factory, in the truck, at the dealership, on the road. They burn employee relationships with 50% attrition. They burn consumer relationship with poor service. This is burn strategy. So this is upstart versus startup. Now as far as startups and champions are concerned, they are the same actually. The only difference between a company like Wipro and Bajaj or a so-called startup is that we are startups with a story, because we've been around for long enough to have built a story. I just told you a little bit about my story. Rishad just told you a little bit about Wipro's story. So a legacy company, I mean, they try to imply that legacy means old, you know. And the point is...
Sounds very good, does it, Rishad?
No, but there are some startups which are also not born yesterday. They are 5, 10, 15, 20 years old themselves. तो ठीक है यार, हम लोग बुजुर्ग हो गए, लेकिन तुम्हारा बचपन कब तक चलेगा, you know? So you can't keep calling yourself a startup forever. So a legacy company is nothing but a startup with a story. And frankly, the best of both worlds happens when companies like ours dedicate 10 to 20% of their resources, in my opinion, to have a itself. The Freedom CNG motorcycle, the Chetak electric scooter, the e-three-wheeler, electric three-wheeler we are making, this is nothing but a startup within a legacy company, and this is how you carry your company from your present activities into the future. So that's my definition of upstart, startup and champions. But if you give me another 30 seconds, I want to share with you what Piyush Bhai once told me in this regard, because these startup wale are very kind of intimidating because they are from the IITs and the IIMs and all that. हम लोग तो ऐसे मतलब बैकयार्ड में पड़े हुए लोग हैं.
And they say that they put ice cubes in their water to drink.
Yeah, like we have oats for breakfast, but that's a different story. But I will share with you a quote that Piyush Bhai told me in this regard, and this is what I would like to say to these upstarts. And the quote is like this: फर्क बहुत है आपके और हमारे तालीम में. फर्क बहुत है आपके और हमारे तालीम में. आपने उस्तादों से सीखा है, हमने हालातों से.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, both Rishad and Rajiv. I'll take my final set of questions. It's been a very interesting conversation over the last half an hour or so. Rishad, what I would like to understand from you, today when AI is disrupting the world like never before, in 10 years, 15 years, where do you want to see Wipro as a company? If you're setting a benchmark, what is that one vision you go to office every day?
It's in the world where technology is changing as it is, it's very difficult to sort of focus on where you want to be as a company specifically in terms of what you want to focus on. But if you ask me, the one thing that the journey we are on is, right, how do we go from being a good company to a great company? Right? And what does a great company look like? A great company consistently wins. A great company has the agility of a startup, is able to constantly reinvent itself. A great company is able to attract the best people, keep the best people, and sort of be relevant to customers in the long term, right? And be a port of call for customers. So that's the journey we're on. And if you ask me, the one thing that I spend most of my time on, you know, somebody said this to me, and I really believe this, which is, you know, leaders are not in charge of things, they're in charge of people who are in charge of things. And so the one thing I spend most of my time is, you know, how do you get the best people working for the organization? How do you get people who are infinitely better than you, who know they're better than you know they're better than them, they should have your job. Keep them in the organization. And how do you get the next level and the next level and the next level of the organization to attract those kinds of people? And it's actually very hard because humans of us are insecure at times. But that's the big journey. How do you get the best people that allows you to get to the kind of organization that you want to be in 10 to 15 years? And the second thing I would say is deep prioritization, deep, unrelenting focus. Right? It's very easy for organizations to derail, and how do you stay completely focused?
Right. Rajiv, we have to end, but very briefly, you once said, and that became viral, that champions eat oats for breakfast. What more do champions need to do in order to win in the future and continue winning?
Well, you know, again, it comes back to being agile, to adapting to the future, and doing it in a certain way. Again, to explain myself, I will use my experience from yoga. Guruji Iyengar once told me, the purpose of yoga is not the asana. The purpose of yoga is to use the asana to know yourself. You know, so once you're on the mat, and when you start bending and twisting and stretching, you discover yourself. So in the same way, whether we have to win startup or no startup there, what would be my goal? My goal actually is, just as when I'm on the mat, my goal is to keep making adjustments in an asana, finer and finer adjustments, till I reach a point, as Guruji taught me, when I'm absolutely at ease, I'm absolutely comfortable, I'm in my center, my mind is at ease, my breath is at ease, my body is at ease. There is nothing left to be done, you know. I can share this with you. Shah Rukh said to me once that his father's advice to him was, "Jo kuch nahi karte, wo kamal karte." Now I cannot say it the way Shah Rukh says it, but just run it through your mind. जो कुछ नहीं करते वो कमाल करते हैं, you know. That's how he said it. So that's what Guruji was telling me.
Right.
You know, it's not about doing more; it's doing less. So my goal at Bajaj actually to win is Bajaj should become the most boring company to work in. You know,
Okay.
whether you are working in R&D, operations, supply chain, marketing. There is no need for so much activity and noise and strife on a daily basis.
Okay.
It should be a very calm, a very peaceful, a very simple, a almost boring place to work.
All right.
Because जो कुछ नहीं करते वो कमाल
Kamal karte hai. All right. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end. A big round of applause for Rishad and Rajiv for giving us their playbook for the future. Definitely a masterclass. Thank you very much in the audience for tuning in, and keep stay tuned for the next session.
Thank you so much, Rishad Premji, Rajiv Bajaj and Parikshit for that insightful and very candid conversation. Moving on, we center our discussion on one of the most promising economic stories in the world, India's blueprint growth. India's growth journey is fueled by a combination of tech-enabled advancements, a robust financial sector and government-led reforms.
Projections indicate India's digital economy alone could contribute more than $1 trillion to the GDP by 2025, showcasing the immense impact of digital transformation across industries. Today's discussion is going to focus on what's needed to achieve India's potential as a global superpower and the role of financial sector in supporting this evolution.
And bringing her insights and expertise to this session, Shireen will guide an essential conversation around India's path to becoming a global economic powerhouse. Requesting Shireen to kindly join us on stage.
And we're honored to have Mr. Hitendra Dave, CEO of HSBC India, for this pivotal. Mr. Changemaker has been instrumental in India's financial landscape, connecting India to global markets and fostering sustainable growth. His insight commitment to India's future make him a key voice in the country's journey to becoming an economic superpower. Shireen and Mr. Dave, it's over to you.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The conversations continue to be very, very insightful, provocative as well. Plenty of that you can ponder over and take back home with you. Hitendra, an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Global Summit. So let's start by talking about where we currently stand as well as what you see for India over the next 25 years. If you talk to anybody, and we heard speak about how India is the economic outlier today on the back of the kind of growth rates that we are seeing, as well as the volatility that the world is seeing currently. As you look at it the next 25, what are you going to be watching for? What's the prognosis?
Well, I think it's, well, first of all, happy 25th to all of you at CNBC TV18, right? So I think it's very difficult not to get excited, carried away, full of positivity for ahead the next 25 odd years or so. I think the core issues are all known. I guess it's the demographics, very difficult to get a country of 1.4 billion people miraculously under the age of 28, right? I mean, some parents 25 years back were doing wonderful things and we are reaping the benefits of that. The wonderful work done by the Reserve Bank of India and the Government of India on the digital public infrastructure, the governor spoke about. So far it's transformed payments, right? But the moment it starts transforming credit, that's when you see the next 25 years should be about digitization of credit.
But how close are we to actually taking off on that, the digitization of credit? When do you see the inflection point?
We are live with that. As a country, we are live with that. As institutions, we are live with that. As HSBC, we are live with it. But if what the Reserve Bank governor said, just as they have created UPI, which is open architecture for payments, if they are making unified lending interface, which is then, it's like the master ring which connects you to all the databases, that has profound implications. So demographics, young population, happy population, digital public infrastructure and its implications for credit, the physical infrastructure, the 11,000 crores that the government is spending. I think amazingly, I don't know if people are aware that the capex spend of the government has grown at a CAGR of about 18 or 19% last 4 years. That's remarkable, right? I mean, small companies don't manage to grow at that rate. This is country's capex. So it's all for us to use. And if 25 years from now, we are not close to the $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 number that defines a developed economy, I think many of us in this room and on the television should feel a little bad about how we misused the opportunity or lost the opportunity.
Well, speaking about missed opportunities as well as opportunities that we should leverage and bank on today, if I were to ask you the single biggest opportunity that from a policy perspective the government needs to double down on, and from an industry perspective industry needs to double down on, what would those be?
I think in my view, since it's a blueprint for growth, I think if we are to do justice to the growth opportunity that I know everybody in this room believes in, I don't think it will get done unless we significantly increase the amount of investment we do in human capital. Right? We have 1.4 billion people, we have the average median age of 28, 500 million people below the age of 20, but too many of them are coming out of schools, colleges, universities, even engineering, without really being fully employable. So the number one thing I think as a country we need to do is simply increase the amount of spending we are doing on our human capital. We need better primary schools, normal schools, colleges, universities, centers of excellence. We are producing 5 to 10 million STEM engineers, but how many of them are really doing dramatic work here? So if there is one you have to choose, you would choose that. If I can add one more,
yeah.
I think we need to do much more to make the level of women participation in labor force. There are just far too many women not doing anything gainfully for the economy. They're running their homes or looking after their kids or the parents or whatever. I think these two things have the maximum possible implication. But at a here and now level, I think there's a lot of business people here. The ease of execution, the last mile, the enforcement of contract. If, when people ask why is private sector capex not flowing in, why is FDI not flowing in, many reasons are there. There is maybe not enough demand, what we spoke about with the Commerce Minister. But the reality is we do need to make sure that the last mile, the land acquisition, employing people, shutting factories, changing supply chain, just getting your contract enforced, we need to do a much better job.
Well, let's address that issue about chasing capital. And we were talking about foreign investment with Mr. Kotak. And, the worry now is what is going to actually happen as far as foreign fund flows are concerned with the new Trump administration coming in. But outside of foreign direct investment or FPI, what about unlocking domestic capital? And we've started to see that happen. I mean, look at SIP numbers, record performance as far as SIP numbers are concerned. How are you seeing that change, and what implications does that have as far as India's savings rate is concerned if we move to this sort of mega financialization that is currently underway?
Yeah, no, I think two different issues here, right? Your savings are what you consume on, and then where you put that money, whether you put it in SIPs, whether you choose to put it in bank deposit, buy gold or the commercial real estate. But there is the good thing to this equity story, which is that people are becoming much more aware. The moment you put money into the market, you start tracking it. You start becoming financially literate a lot more. You understand what is earnings per share. You understand what is earnings, what is listing, and all those things. There is also a side which some of us are getting concerned about. Like, I'll give you an example. I was invited to give a lecture at a university. I prepared very hard. I actually worked quite hard on the speech. I thought I'm going to impress the students. When the speech got over, I said, any questions? And the question was, yes, what do you think of HPCL stock price today? Right? So there is this element also.
I thought that only happens to us.
So maybe because of CNBC TV18, so you take part of the blame. But there is the great side, which is financial literacy is coming early. There is not years. This is just in the morning, buy a stock.
Yeah.
A week, a month, or later, it's always higher, as has been the case. And, as the cycle is, so you will get. But financialization of savings is a great development. But financialization between bank deposits and stock markets, frankly, there is no difference. Between real estate and this, there is a difference. But at a broader level, for the path to the economies, Bharat or whatever, I think the main thing is, we have to have more people working and earning wages which are increasingly lower middle income and then middle income, etc. And that path, I know lots of discussions today following this discussion as well. That I think that these are the things we need to do. We need to make acquisition of land easier. We need to make commercial courts, hundreds of thousands of commercial courts or things like that. Then get behind it. The point on FDI or FPI, I think my sense is whenever any business can, with the reasonable degree of safety, predict costs, inflation, policies, taxation rates, then they can produce their goods at X cost and know that at Y price they can sell it. That's when the capital comes in. Wherever capital doesn't come in is because most business people are struggling to see with clarity that level of visibility to revenues, costs, policies, taxation, etc., etc. And I think as a country we need to create a FOMO around that, right? You need, I come from a global company. I know that every global company is looking at India very, very closely. Every global board is looking at
What are the questions being asked of you? Of global investors, of your own board, for instance?
You know, the question that is asked and but we are not able to answer properly is what are the big risks? You know, it's very difficult. I've tried to think about it quite a bit, right? You know, you say this young population great, stable government great, you know, stable.
So it's sounding too good to be true.
Yeah, but it's never like that. So COVID came out of the blue, right? Nobody knew about it like that. But what are the boards? I think 2-3 things. One is what is the risk that we have not understood. Second is clearly, are we going to be treated as an equal? Right? Is there going to be fairness of treatment or so? And third is, when does this $2,500, $2,600 per capita income, which restricts demand for many, many goods and services, go at least to 3,500 to 4,000 so that the population expands by a few 100 million or so. So I think everybody is at the crossroad, at least in the Fortune 500 companies, of how much, when do they come in and how big do they go in here? So.
Well, you know, since we're talking about line of sight and visibility, let's talk about HSBC and your own plans in India. You've had a long history, a long committed history here in India. Given the opportunities that you just spoke of, as well as the road ahead, I mean, how are you playing the India story from here on?
Yeah, so before I answer the question, I can see the HSBC stall right opposite me there. I request everyone to go there. There's a lot of good material out there for people to consume.
Nicely done, nicely done. Very, very well done.
I knew I was going to sit on this chair, right? That's why we kept it there. So, but see, HSBC has been in India since almost 1850 odd or so, right? So we are still called a foreign bank, which I don't know how to get out of that. I mean, I am as Indian as anybody
else. Foreign holding.
But HDFC Bank, you don't call that. Its shareholding is not too different to ours.
Mr. Parekh is right here. We'll ask him that question.
but to answer your question, listen, we are all in on the country, right? We are doubling down. I keep saying internally, we are tripling down or so. You will see us when you go off to Bombay Airport or Mumbai Airport tonight or tomorrow morning. Please see, we'll be all over the place, right? Yes. We have seen significant increase in our corporate customers wanting to make acquisitions abroad. Of the 15, 20 acquisitions that have got done by Indian companies abroad, we've been part of 13 or 14 of those. We've banked 50% of the MNCs that have a presence in. We also bank 50% of the unicorns. Right, so I think we are finding opportunity everywhere and anywhere. As Mr. Premji before said, the challenge for us is to make sure that we don't try and do everything. Right, I don't want to be in microfinance as well as be the M&A banker of the country. Right, so we got to choose the pockets in which we can do the maximum service. But we are very open for business. We are growing at a rate faster than we ever have in our history, and in the next 5-6 years. Do what the bank has managed to achieve in the last 165 years?
Didn't manage to achieve in the last 165 years, you hope to achieve in the next 5 years. That's the ambition and that's the target that you've set for your team.
No, that's the target the team has set for itself. I'm just agreeing with them.
Well, you know, let me ask you this. Essie, the Chief Growth Strategy Officer and the CMO of Unilever, said that India is the heartbeat for Unilever globally. Is India, HSBC India, the heart of HSBC globally? How relevant is India for HSBC globally?
So funny, because one of my colleagues who was there when the Unilever Chief Marketing Officer was there, she's pasted that statement to me that we need to also do something similarly. See, HSBC we are the world's global bank, okay? I know we had the tagline world's local bank, but we really now want to operate as the world's global bank. Any Indian wanting to go abroad, a company or an individual, or any individual or a company abroad which wants to come to India, we already have 50% of that market share. We are trying to figure out how to get the balance 50% or so. India is the top priority market for the group currently. We are a fairly large group. Our contribution to the bottom line is growing at a much faster pace than the group one. So I don't want to use the same line because then it will look like copying the marketing company of the world. But at this juncture, I know our board and our executive committees, when they discuss growth, ambition, what we want to be 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line, the number one country that comes there is India.
So HSBC is banking on India.
Oh yeah, of course. I hope India will also be banking on HSBC.
I was punning there, but you talked about how you are catering to Indians who are looking at global markets, Indian companies that are looking at global markets, and this links back to several of the sessions that have talked about that as a theme. How confident do you feel? What's the visibility that you get in terms of Indian companies looking at global markets much more seriously, whether it's from an M&A perspective or actually starting up operations outside?
Yeah, I think the one theme we are picking up, and again to this audience here if it's relevant, I think a lot of Indian companies are realizing that relative to valuations in India, you are able to acquire quality assets in manufacturing powerhouses like Germany and Switzerland and places like that. That is one. Second, in countries, as in some parts of India, the next generation doesn't really want to run the business. They would rather cash out. And the third thing, if there are inefficiencies in the way that particular business is being run, the Indian entrepreneurs with their ability to really squeeze out costs, make better supply chains and put management teams inside, I think this is the reason why people are going outside. And I think that trend will increase. Now, whether they buy there and from there, procure the material from here, bring in efficiencies and keep the units there to sell to the rest of the world, that is a case-to-case thing. And I think this is one of the trends that Indian companies are already picking up and need to pick up much more, because you get wonderful technology, wonderful channel, right, a distribution channel, and sometimes strong brands available at a fraction of the price that you could do locally. And that's one way to catapult it. And like I mentioned, of the 20 odd acquisitions in going back last 12, 18 months or so, we've been part of 12 or 13, and we are in discussions with multiple. Also, if I may add, just on the point of Indians going abroad, I think the number of Indian students, for example, going abroad, see, that's a huge thing. And a bank like ours is able to open the account of the student while the worried parents, because Indian parents do like to, I get calls, my beti only has $5,000, and I have to say, it's a lot of money, $5,000, don't worry, she can. But, they like the credit card before they go. And similarly, you can pay university fees, you can pay 600 universities through our app and all that. So we are seeing business growth everywhere, and I'm going to use this platform also to let people know about our product proposition.
Yeah, you've clearly done that many times, Hitendra. You've done that many times during the course of this conversation. But let me end by asking you about the other big change that we've seen, and I see a lot of the young startups here in the audience, and we're going to hear from them shortly. But this move from valuation to wealth creation via the IPO route, via the Dalal Street route, it's taken momentum. We're seeing that momentum accelerate. What's the expectation from here on? And is that a game that you're going to prioritize?
No, so like I mentioned, we bank 50% of the unicorns. We have a lending fund for startups. I think we are the only bank which has about a $600 million fund which is dedicated to lending only to startups. So that means we join many of these companies when they are not even on the radar of the capital market or of the investment bankers or whatever. We know their business a little better than most other people. We know the governance and the conduct and the culture values of culture and values of those organizations. I think it's a wonderful story. Even if 50 companies fail, the one company that creates hundreds of, we saw Swiggy, some hundreds of people have become at least worth $1 million in the last 2 days or so. I think these stories inspire a lot of people. I think the one great change in India, I think definitely we have to accept, is the startup culture. Whatever it has done, and Mr. Bajaj was a little critical of the upstarts, etc. But the reality is many of them have failed once, twice, thrice, 4 times. I mean, 25 years back, if you failed once, you were anyway written off, right? You were just written off by the financial system or by others. So I think it's a wonderful thing. The fact that so many people will become millionaires, many of them will break out and start their own business thereafter. So it's like a mushrooming of a wonderful practice. I am very happy to be part of it.
I'm going to put you on the spot. End this session with a song.
No, come on,
you have to do it. A song that gives us a glimpse into the mood and how strong the mood is, what the Josh is like as far as your mood on India is concerned. Go for it.
This is really putting me on the spot. Give me a hint.
Come on. You can do it.
I will just sing Ye Dosti.
Mike.
No, it's I'm mic'd up. So, but I think the audience wants to listen to better things.
You have to do it.
You really want me to sing?
Yeah, really.
Okay, Ye Dosti हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे हम मगर तेरा हाथ ना छोड़ेंगे. Thank you.
Hitendra Dave, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you very much for always being a great sport and appreciate you joining us here today. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dave and Shireen, for ending on that musical note. But as we move forward, let's take a closer look at the dreams and ambitions fueling India's startup landscape.
Now, in 2024, India witnessed a significant surge in startup activity, with over 1,300 new tech startups emerging, marking a 30% increase from the previous year. However, only about 10% of these ventures successfully scaled to significant valuations. This underscores the critical importance of understanding the drivers and sustainable wealth creation.
And to delve deep into the strategies and experiences that drive successful scaling and sustainable growth in startups, we have with us Mr. Rajan Anandan, the Managing Director of Peak 15 Partners with us. Mr. Anandan, do join us.
Known for his sharp focus on innovation and entrepreneurship, Mr. Anandan has been a transformative force in India's startup ecosystem, helping shape the country's next generation of leaders and ventures. Please welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Rajan Anandan.
We also request Mr. Kunal Shah, CEO of...
To credit, we fortunate charge before understand how the ecosystem works. The biggest realization I had was that India's consumption is still very concentrated. $2,000 per income. If you take the top 25 and take them out, per capita income drops quite dramatically. So when it comes to internet businesses, 85% of all internet businesses kind of rely on these 20 million customers in some ways. And we just focus on these customers, and we found that if you can serve them with a very distinct focus, it's not like in the internet companies that you're focused only on 25, 30 million. It's internet, hundreds of millions of people we're focusing on. Focus on ways we to have good financial and quality of customers. Makes it easy for banks, brands, merchants to come and cross-sell things on our platform. It's a simple for this download.
Thank you, Kunal. He's founder and CEO of Zetwork. Amrit, you should talk a little bit about what it is, but in a country until very recently where thing, although it really wasn't a thing, to see having some very, very interesting, rapidly scaling manufacturing startups. So Amrit, tell the audience what Zetwork is, but then also talk a little bit about, how come we're seeing manufacturing startups today? What's happening in India today that's leading to sort of companies like yours emerging?
Yeah, so we started in 2018. We are essentially a platform business. We connect small factories with large industrial demand. Our customers essentially want to bring new products to market. Typically, the way they would do it is they would give the order to a large factory, and then those large factories would produce those goods. We could partner with lots of small factories to give a similar output of on-time deliveries, quality, etc. But by bringing a lot of new capacity online and introducing it to the marketplace, we are able to offer more choice to our customers and lead to better outcomes. And these are largely for industrial goods and consumer products. Going back to your question, I think, it's an interesting time to be a focused business. Like when we started 6 years back, I think Kunal mentioned this concept of ridicule. We were very ridiculed. Like, you guys look smart. Why are you spending your time on something so unsexy? I think what has fundamentally changed, I mean, I think the public markets have paved the way in some shape or form. There is a lot of appreciation of new stories which are solving not just a make in India, but really showcasing our abilities in the global markets. Definitely, like a third of our revenue comes from the US. These are companies. So getting that flywheel, starting with the public markets, seeing maybe some examples in the private markets with us, generation of entrepreneurs to tackle problems which traditionally, I think the has hard that, but I think there's more examples today that yes, it is hard but solvable.
Great, thank you. Let's move. Just service 2018. Today we have close to 30 unicorns that are SaaS unicorns, right, building software for the world. But until Unicommerce went public, I think this idea that you can build software products, sell it to India, and build a line was not a thing. Like manufacturing was a thing. I built Unicommerce. So maybe tell them what does Unicommerce do, but then more importantly, India, in fact, to the economy that I'm going to about that.
Sure. Thanks, Rajan. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think, I hope each one of you here shops online, and when you're shopping online, the backend of that is powered by Unicommerce. So Unicommerce is India's largest e-commerce post-purchase enablement SaaS platform. We are processing nearly 25% of India's e-commerce volumes. So nearly 1 billion transactions get processed annually through our platform. When you're ordering online, you see the website.
1 billion transactions.
So when you're ordering online, you see the website on which you're placing your order, and you see the delivery boy that's coming to your doorstep. Whatever happens in between is getting powered through the software that we provide, which caters to various capabilities like order management, inventory management, warehouse management, all non-sexy things, but that's what is the backbone. The you see while you're shopping online on Flipkart, Amazon, quick commerce, the backend of that from the brand side is getting powered on Unicommerce. We work with 3,600 plus brands and sellers across many categories: fashion, footwear, FMCG, pharma. Some of the notable names include Le Mama, the example that you took, Boat, Lenskart, many traditional brands like Imami, GNC, Fab India, etc. And we are able to work across sectors and scale. We took the company public, as Rajan mentioned, early this year, and we were the second most subscribed IPOs of 2024. But it was a great validation that you can build a SaaS company in India for Indian ecosystem and actually grow this to a large scale. In fact, our vision is to become a one-stop shop for e-commerce enablement. And in line with that, we've also recently acquired just this week a company called Shipway, which also gives us capabilities across the entire e-commerce value chain. So beyond just order, inventory management, warehouse management, we can now do courier aggregation, marketing automation. So it becomes a one-stop shop solution for all e-commerce brands and sellers.
Great, thank you, Kapil. And just so those of you that don't follow e-commerce, India's e-commerce GMV.
ये देखो मैसेज, कहते हैं वीडियो लाइक करके 500 रुपया रोज कमाओ। बस पहले थोड़ा पैसा दे के ललचाएंगे, फिर बोलेंगे कि और कमाना है तो पैसा भरो। हम दिन भर चूना लगाते हैं और ये लोग हम ही को चूना लगाने चले हैं। पान वाला हूँ, मूर्ख नहीं हूँ। याद रहे, यूपीआई कहता है कि अगर कोई आसान कमाई का लालच दे तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूँ।
Scale of Zetwork. And when was Zetwork founded?
2018, yeah.
2018. So Zetwork is basically 6 years into this company's journey. Talk a little bit about the scale that you're at and also what you're seeing, not just in India, but globally, on global appetite for Indian manufacturing.
Yeah, so I mean, last year we did close to 11 crores of revenue, of which 3,000 crores was exports. So we made in India and we export. Yeah, those numbers which we feel proud of, and I think the more interesting thing is we don't have a global comparable. So when we this is something we learned from investors is, hey, are you the Uber of India? Are you the Zomato of India? And we often didn't have good answers to those. And the reason we didn't have answers to those is this is a very unique problem to India that we are solving. And when we started the business 6 years back, that was not very well understood by capital markets. I think somewhere along with our journey and few other companies, that is a big change we are seeing today. We are seeing, Zetok of X or some variants of that. And the key message here is, I think, solving a unique problem which is unique to you is more important than solving, a similar problem which has been done in a different market. And that is where true value can sometimes come in a short span of time.
Got it, and thank you, Amrit. So I want all of you to notice this, right? Like, company was launched 6 years ago. It's got 11,000 crores of revenue, 3,000 crores of exports. And it's an N01 company. What we mean by that is it's unique when it started, right? Now there are other companies that are trying to replicate it. In fact, I was at Google for 8 years, and every single day somebody would ask me, what's the Google of India? Well, the Google of India is Google, but the cred of India is cred, and the cred of the world is cred. And so is Zetwork. And I think that's what you're seeing in the Indian ecosystem today, right? Kunal, let's go to you next. To the extent you can, share the scale, not just in terms of users, but any other financial metrics that you can. As well as I want you to share one insight about the Indian consumer, because you have an insight a day, Kunal, on what's happening with the Indian consumer.
So cred, just like Zetwork, we will complete 6 years in 2 weeks from now. And it feels like forever because most of our building was during the COVID time. We currently command a large market share of, let's say, the affluent customers of India and kind of credit-worthy customers of India. In terms of scale today, nearly 35 to 40% of all credit cards in India are managed on the platform. And what we do on top of that, we cross-sell a bunch of things. We are north of $300 million of revenue. A lot of the stuff is public and growing quite rapidly. But the more interesting thing, Rajan, you'll remember, we had no monetization 2.5 years ago. So all the monetization happened in the last 2.5 years. We were building the platform and distribution before. So, and thankfully, we are operating in a category where the gross margins are quite high. We kind of focus on the business and operate as a pure internet business. On Insight, Indian consumers are unique, but I'll talk about something different than Indian consumers. While we see all these startups listing, the one unique thing that is different than what it was before, for the first time, we see wealth sharing happening at the scale that last time we saw this was Infosys, where employees made a lot of money, but now we are entering a time where a large percentage of employees of these companies that are getting listed are getting wealthy. For the first time, we are moving away from just pay me salary and be happy, and to moving into the stock, and that's going to create a new wave, in my view, because I've never seen a lot of people from startup joining these big companies, but I'm seeing a wave of all the execs now moving to this side because now everybody has tasted the blood of stocks.
Absolutely. And thank you, Kunal, for sharing that. So I want you all to keep in mind, Cred was started 6 years ago. 2.5 years ago, Cred had zero revenue. And today it's over 2,400 crores, which is the last published number. I know it's much higher than that. Much higher than that today, right? So the pace at which Indian companies are generating real revenue is quite incredible, by the way. And you'd be surprised how profitable both these companies will be very soon. All right, let's move to Unicommerce, Kapil. Talk a little bit about, it used to be that Indian enterprises, with the exception of maybe even the top 100 large companies in India, right, really didn't want to pay a lot for software. But that is changing. But tell us a little bit about what's changing in your buying behavior.
I think few things that are changing. One, we are seeing this shift from on-prem to SaaS because the use cases are becoming very complex now and they're fast evolving. Like we are operating in an industry like e-commerce where things are changing very fast. Like direct-to-customer, omni-channel were fringe use cases pre-pandemic, but now they are becoming mainstream. Every brand wants to have a D2C web front. Quick commerce, until last year, everybody was questioning whether it will survive or not. And today it is a salient contributor to many of the categories. It's changing every quarter, every 2 quarters. And that's why we are seeing enterprises shifting their tech spends to SaaS solutions because they can keep up with this changing landscape because it's fast evolving. And more importantly, now it requires a strong interplay of different systems talking to each other, which can only be achieved through SaaS. The other thing, the other notion, other myth about Indian enterprises is that they will make you build a moon but pay pennies for it. That's changing. I think Indian enterprises are seeing value of a credible SaaS solution and are ready to pay for it, because they are able to take away this big complexity out of their head so that the businesses can focus on their core. A lot of e-commerce businesses realize that they have to deal with a lot of complexity on the user side, so they can give it to Unicommerce to manage the entire supply chain, and then they can focus on their core completely. And we are increasingly seeing even mid-sized enterprises ready to shell out money, give reasonable pricing to be able to scale the enterprise size. And that's why now with Unicommerce, there is an example that you can actually build a large business, profitable business, selling to Indian enterprises and make money out of that.
Got it. Okay, great. I'm going to now go to fundraising, both in the private markets and the public markets. I'm going to start with you, Kapil. As I said, 2019, which is 5 years ago, the market cap, combined market cap of all venture-funded startups in India that had gone public was less than 10 billion. 5 years later, that number is over 100 billion, right? And if you go back to 2019, there were less than 5 venture-funded startups that had gone public, both India as well as anywhere in the world. That number today, if you look at venture-funded startups that have gone public, that number is over 30. And every year, we expect that number to double, okay, every year. 30 will double every year. So I want to obviously start with you, because the biggest thing that's happened to Indian startups is IPOs. Every startup wants to get profitable, go public. One big lesson you've learned taking Unicommerce public, and this is actually both for the startup entrepreneurs in the room as well as watching.
I think it is now very heartening to see this trend of this growth at all costs getting debunked. I think it is an era of sustainable growth where I see even being very, very conscious about building unit economics. Sure, you can invest for growth in the beginning, but there is a path that right from the beginning, founders are keeping that in mind. I think one of the things that was really liked in our story was that we were growing consistently and we had very stable financials. We were profitable for many years, and that is one thing that was really appreciated. And obviously, e-commerce, we've just scratched the surface. Like in India last year, about 4.5 billion shipments were processed. If you compare that with China, 130 billion plus shipments were processed. So there is a huge opportunity as far as e-commerce is concerned. And I think if any whoever comes to me for advice for taking company public, and I think the biggest advice is that you have to first demonstrate consistent financials, profitability for a sustained period of time. Many founders are thinking that we do it for 1 or 2 quarters and then take the company public. I think what the public market is looking for is sustained financial growth and sustained revenue growth. You cannot have these troughs and crests of growth. Sustained and consistent performance. I'm a big believer of compounding, and that can only come through sustained growth in revenues and profits.
Terrific. So I'm going to ask both of you a question. You can decide not to answer it if you'd like. This wasn't in the prep questions I sent you guys. So India today has Zomato's 27 billion market cap. InfoEdge and Make My Trip are both north of 10 billion market cap. Swiggy went public yesterday, 10, 12, 11, 12 billion market cap. So we have 4 companies, venture-funded companies that have gone public that are over 10 billion market cap. Every year, our projection is every year India will have 5 companies going forward from 2025, 4 to 5 companies that will go public with north of 10 billion market cap. Okay, we are beyond the sort of 500 billion to a billion market cap. I'm not saying what your market cap is going to be because nobody knows. But when are you guys going to go public? And you don't have to give an exact date, time, month, etc. But like rough sense of Amrit, like when do you think?
I mean, I read an article yesterday that we're going public. So
what did the article say? I mean, I didn't read the article. So what did the article say?
No, I think we're thinking about it. Probably, I think, great examples here. And there's a lot of people have paved the path. So we're thinking about maybe next year or the year after. Yeah.
All right, 25 or 26, Kunal?
I don't know the answer, but I think the best question to ask any startup is, when are you going to make a lot of profit? Because if you do that, you can decide to go IPO.
Okay. Let's build on this. When is Cred going to make $1 billion of FCF, free cash flow, a year?
That's a great question. We operate in environments where a lot of businesses that we do are controlled through regulatory environments, and a lot of the times we have to choose business models and choices as the regulatory landscape evolves. We operate in a market where India's 50% of PAT and 50% of market cap are in financial services. And all fintechs put together today do not earn more than 0.2% of that profit or revenue right now. So the answer to that is that we're operating in the largest category that exists. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, and also, you know, just to build on that, like Zerodha, which is bootstrapped, has $1 billion of revenue and 500 million of free cash flow already, and the company's never raised a paisa. Okay, we got we are a little over 2 minutes left. So last question, I'd like each of you to talk a little bit about 10 years from now, right, a decade from now, how big can each of your companies get? And it can be revenue, it could be users, it could be whatever metric you'd like. And then that's question one. Second question is, what do you think will happen to our startup ecosystem 10 or 15 years from now? Some characterization, in whatever dimension you'd like. So I'm going to start with you, Kapil.
I cannot comment on the revenues, but our revenues are linked to the number of transactions. As I mentioned, there is a significant headroom of growth for the transactions. Just looking at China's example, China is already 30 times that of India's transactions. And the good part is we are in an industry like e-commerce where things are changing every quarter. So we are seeing this innovation happening every quarter. So I think we are interestingly at a cusp of 3 trends, which is e-commerce, supply chain, and technology. There are interesting things happening on each front. AI is like an overabused word now, but we are, although it's not come into the supply chain space as much as it has probably done in marketing and support yet, but we are seeing very interesting developments happening in the e-commerce technology space, which is to do with omni-channel retail technology. Similarly, on supply chain, we are seeing a lot of innovations on automation, robotics, etc. coming in. So I think 10 years, like, it's hard to predict. Like 2 years ago, who would have thought that D2C omnichannel will become mainstream or quick commerce will become mainstream? So 10 years is a very long time frame, but a lot of exciting stuff is going to happen in e-commerce, in supply chain, and broader technology sector.
Got it. So like 10, 20, 30, 40 times bigger. Got it. Kunal, we'll go to you next. 10 years from now, how big is Cred?
27 to 30% of US market cap is tech companies. India's market cap on tech companies is probably less than 2%, 5%, whatever you want to put it at.
It's about 100 billion on, call it 5 trillion, 2%.
Yeah, 2%. And I told you 2 metrics. One is that tech will become highest part of market share, financial services.
The next Indian icons, beating everyone on the globe, B6E and XEV9E. Mahindra's electric origin SUVs. Catch them at Unlimit India.
This will remain 50-odd% for till we become developed nation. So let's call it till Viksit, we're going to be largely financial services on market cap and something. When you combine both of these Venn diagrams, you can easily imagine a few $100 billion companies. We wish we are one of them.
There we go, 100 billion market cap next 10, 15 years. By the way, we do think that India will have its first $100 billion market cap venture-funded company before the end of this decade. Maybe it'll be great, but but there's a few others that are in the running. Amrit, Zetwork, let's wrap with you. How big can Zetwork get?
I mean, again, I'll just answer it thematically. Like, we sit on 3 very important themes. We are a very big part of helping the Indian economy grow with making manufacturing more efficient. We're helping India replace dependency on China, and we're also helping the world reduce dependency on China. I think in 10 years, it is easier to predict what will not change. Our customers will want goods cheaper, faster, and better. And hopefully, we are the partner of choice for the world's leading brands to participate in that journey with them.
There we go. All right, with that, we're going to wrap up. Let's give a big round of applause to our 3 founders. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv Anandan, for taking us through the expert panel with startups, not upstarts. Thank you very much for that conversation. Now, as we look at 2 key drivers of India's growth, expanding physical infrastructure and integrating digital solutions, we're seeing somewhat of a transformative shift. India is scaling up highways, hotels, critical facilities, while merging them with digital tools to boost efficiency and meet the country's evolving economic demands.
And this phygital approach is already making an impact. Initiatives like Aadhaar's direct benefit transfers, UPI and FASTag are streamlining services, reducing costs and enhancing transparency. These advancements not only improve access, but also drive financial inclusion and spark innovation.
Well, to discuss how India's phygital transformation can build a future-ready integrated economy, I request my colleague Reema Tendulkar to come up on stage and also request Mr. Ari Sarkar, President Asia Pacific at MasterCard, Jeetu Virvani, Chairman and Managing Director of Embassy Group, and Ankur Gupta, Managing Partner and Head of Real Estate Asia Pacific and Middle East at Brookfield to join us on stage. And with that, it's over to you, Reema.
Thank you very much for that. Hi guys, good afternoon. So at the heart of India's robust and resilient economic stability lie several growth factors. One of them is our physical infrastructure. Roads, highways, railways, airports, the connectivity which has made India a preferred destination for manufacturing, GCCs, global captive centers, hotels, offices, and so much more. So that is one plank, the physical infrastructure. And the second one is our digital infrastructure, whether it's 5G, the cheapest data in the world, citizen-centric services like UPI, Aadhaar. These are all building blocks which can transform our nation into a digitally empowered and knowledge economy. But the magic is when these two pillars come together, physical and infra. We're talking about the phygital world and about driving financial inclusion and inclusive growth across emerging markets. We've also got Jeetu Virvani, a visionary, whose approach has led to the creation of India's first listed REIT, Embassy REIT. He spent more than 30 years in real estate. He's been instrumental in transforming Embassy into a leading name in the Indian market. Not just that, guys, he's also a founder of an international school in Bangalore, and he's got a passion for equestrian sports. And now moving on to Brookfields. Under Ankur Gupta's leadership, the AUM of Brookfields in India is about $29 billion. But that's spread across infrastructure, real estate, renewable power, transition, PE. The real estate portfolio, which Ankur looks at, is now about $11 billion. And Ankur, I hear you're great in Hindi, not just English, but you can quote dohas. It's on your fingertips. So I've got this perfect panel to talk about the promise of phygital. So Ari, let me start with you. Let's start this discussion going. So CNBC TV18 is celebrating 25 years of leadership. Now MasterCard has been in India for close to about 40 years. I believe the first, the MasterCard which was ever issued was in 1988. So tell us about MasterCard's India journey. What is the change that you've seen? Are you seeing a growth impetus? And how has MasterCard participated in this growth story?
Well, thank you, Reema. And firstly, congratulations to CNBC's entire team that, 25 years is an impressive milestone. You're right. We have been here for about 40 years. So if you really look at the MasterCard story, it is a massive India consumerism story. At the heart of it, I'll just share one data point which will tell you how far the consumerism story in India has come. Little over a decade, there were just about 15 to 16, somewhere around that, unique credit card holders in this country. Today, you're looking at about 55 million in terms of unique card holders. The spends have almost gone up about 10 times from where it used to be. It's about $300 billion plus. So it's just giving you a sense that the acceleration has just about started to get going. We all know UPI and the $3 trillion plus, so I'm not going to talk about that, but it's been a huge story of formalization of the Indian economy, the rise of consumerism, and therefore you're seeing that get impacted at scale. Now, what's the promise for the future? If I can just spend 30 seconds. This is an important metric. China today has about 400 million unique credit card holders, and China spends more than $6 trillion on credit cards. They spend another 6 to 7 trillion on debit cards, and then obviously there's WeChat Pay, Alipay. Now, India is at the cusp of an enormous growth story, and therefore that is the exciting journey that we really want to be here for.
So the goal is to get to where China is. 55 million credit card users in India, and China is at 400 million credit card users. Okay. Jeetu, hi. Your name is synonymous with real estate. Every time a large global corporate wants to invest in India, or they're drawing up their plans at the boardroom level about where to invest, what should the seat count be, where do you want to invest, the go-to company is either Embassy or Brookfield. So you've got this unique perspective of front row seat these boardroom conversations. So tell us, what are these boardroom conversations like? What are they thinking about?
Some of the growth has been directed since, I think, 2000 in a large scale. But I think the story started in 1984 when few companies came into India. But I think the maximum reason why people are here is what we figure is that people here speak English and think English, and to get that quantity of people and the quality of talent in India is actually been the biggest success of this industry.
But have you seen a growth impetus in the last 5 years, Chitu?
I think every 5 years the growth is much far ahead, than what we. And I think also it's some of the companies who take space from us, they themselves are not able to estimate the growth they have and the potential they have of growing in India. And we continue. So a lot of times jokingly, I say we make these box glass buildings and rent them out. And I'd like to thank the gentleman sitting in the front row, Mr. Parekh, for actually believing in us and making Embassy a successful story.
Fantastic. Ankur, you want to come in and share some insight about when large companies want to come to India, what are they thinking about, and how has that changed over the last decade?
I mean, Brookfield started investing years ago and looked at India for the last decade and a half as a destination which is long term. So when companies are making a decision to come to India, it's not for the next year, it's not to save costs. India is part of the global economic ecosystem and an integral part of it. At the current economic size of the country and the talent pool that's available to us here, I don't think India is a check in the box. I think India is right on top of where companies need to be, both in terms of where their workforce resides, but also where their businesses have to be created. MasterCard employs probably more people in India than their business in India, but their businesses in India is not small. Their business in India itself is quite large, and I can say that for a lot of us in this room, where we are part of the global ecosystem now. We're not a country in isolation anymore. At $3.5 trillion of economy, which is doubling every 5 years, like India itself is a private equity model, where we're doubling every 5 years. So lots and lots of opportunities in that space.
I want to thank Ankur for a spectacular property that he's built in Pune. And I want to say the real estate industry in general, Rima, the quality that India is producing is creating another impetus for companies to relocate. And it's not, as I agree, it's not just about resources, but it's about talent, skills, and the ability to get what we call follow the sun model, where US companies need delivery models that actually cuts across the globe.
Yeah, that's so true, because some of our parks were, and there are quite a few companies who are doing it. DLF is doing it, Brookfield, us, Prestige, and a few others. But what is inside the park is a complete different environment. And of course, we can't control the outside, so there's a little bit of lacking when people step out of the parks. So that's why, we've tried and made integrated parks with even hotels, so that people just work within the park and then they'll leave back home. But yeah, the quality is amazing. There was a time when we traveled to the US and showed some of our videos, and people would think it's animated, And only when they come to India and they walk in the parks and they see in reality the scale of it, they realize that this is actual real buildings. But it took a long time, but now I think, time has arrived where people believe that they can get that quality world-class buildings in India, which is a good thing.
You said time has arrived. I think there's this quote by Victor Hugo: "No power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come." And I think it's India's time. It's the idea of India as an emerging economic power, as a super, and that's the idea, and nothing perhaps can stop it now. But Ari, let's get to the topic now on Phygital, right? Phygital is not just about physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure coexisting side by side. It's about the convergence, the interplay of two. And what is the magic that can unfold when that happens?
Rima, I think a lot of times when we think of digital and physical, let me be very upfront. There is no digital infrastructure without physical. And what do I mean by that? We take our granted. We take 4G, 5G connectivity for granted. But just think about the billions and billions of dollars of hard infrastructure that has had to go in to create telecom connectivity, to put broadband connectivity, Aadhaar. Look at the number of tens of thousands of service centers that have been opened, right? Those are foundational elements. Now with the, what I call the physical infrastructure, everything that you talked about in your opening comments, is, I think digital comes as an overlay on physical, where it drives the next level of economic efficiency, it drives the next level of consumer engagement, and therefore leads to greater innovation in business models. So I think to me, that's the exciting part. You could not have had a Reliance Jio scaled to 450 million users in the time that they did if you did not have electronic KYC and Aadhaar-enabled onboarding process. You really could not have had these and those the types of business models that have come about if you did not have the physical infrastructure that is being put in. So I'm very bullish that India's investments on the physical infrastructure side is going to lead to the next wave of innovation in the country, where digital will be the natural enabler for economic growth and prosperity.
I'll just come in here just to contextualize things. Real assets, they house the economy. It's a bedrock on which economic activity happens and progresses. Think about digital products can translate at the speed of light. In 1 second, they can turn around the earth seven times. It took us an hour to go from anywhere in Bombay to any other place. Now it takes 10 minutes. You take the sea link and the coastal road. So every physical infrastructure improvement that comes around has a multiplier effect on the economy, and vice versa. So the role of physical and digital infrastructure, I'll just characterize a little bit here. The very first REITs that came in the world, in the US, were railroad REITs. They were warehouses. They weren't just office buildings. So the evolution of REITs started with that, because that was the need of the hour in the 60s. Then it became student accommodation, it became senior living, it became offices, residential, and so many other things that are called REITs right now. So even when we talk about physical infrastructure, it evolves with the need. Today's day is digital, and that's why you see things like data centers, you see telecom towers, and modern office buildings that can sustain the economic growth in a very omni-channel manner. So I think, again, just to contextualize scale, US commercial real estate is $20 trillion. It's almost the size of their GDP. In India, that number is $500 billion. So the scope at which the physical infrastructure needs to cope up with the economic growth is a huge opportunity.
I think it's just an acceleration of growth. I mean, digital, you needed physical infrastructure, and digital takes them way ahead. It gave us these bands to enter, right? I mean, it just makes things better, synchronize, signalize, make the traffic move ahead. So rightfully, physical infrastructure is a must, but the digital age is taking everything far ahead. That's it.
So, Jeetu, just comment on that point about physical infrastructure. Now, earlier you said that, we're building these shiny glass boxes, right? But unfortunately, we can't control what's outside. The truth is, the India that we live in and the India that we want to be by, say, the Viksit Bharat dream, about, where the physical infrastructure also brings in a lot of quality. There are stories about roads caving in at the first floods. There are stories about, where quality is lacking. Buildings are leaking roads. We build structure at scale. What are the best practices that we can do? Because we need to be cost efficient, we need to build it at scale, and we also need to be sustainable. So what would your thoughts be on this?
The best people to put in the best practices, But that's the problem. I mean, this is something which is like a no-win situation. And I think all of us can sit and have many conferences and talk, but it's actually the government which needs to bring about the change, because, I think there's a lot of private sector who can do it. To give an example, in one of our parks, we've actually spent 170.
Just add a couple of thoughts, and it may sound a slanted comment to your industry, but I think I agree with everything you said, and I hold myself equally accountable. I think, Rima, where I think what India really needs more enforcement of rules and regulations, and that enforcement applies to a digital player. And the Reserve Bank of India does a phenomenal job of bringing governance, control, making sure compliance and everything else works. I think in the hard infrastructure space, if you can create that similar level of rules and enforcement of it, I don't want bureaucracy, but certain enforcement. At the heart of this is going to be improvements in the legal system. You can't have a country with 51 million cases caught up in courts of India as backlog, which at the current pace of resolution will take 300 years to just get rid of the backlog. So you really change those types of mechanisms, I think you're going to create accountability at all levels.
Ankur, we all want to build more, right? We want more buildings, we want more offices, we want more products, we want more services. This more and more is also having an impact on our climate. And India has this goal of being net zero by 2070. So how do we achieve this dream of building more and yet being sustainable, green energy buildings at the same time? Bring in the Asia-Pacific perspective as well.
I would say that we are far ahead of the curve already. I think the mission of net zero by 2070, I would not be surprised that that target actually is achieved by 2047. I think India will be the Viksit Bharat and the greenest country in the world by 2047. We have abundance of resources. We have the best solar resource available to any country of our size in the world. And the participation that the private sector has had and companies like us have done in the renewable power generation space is second to none. I would compare, and hopefully hindsight's 2020, so in 25 years we'll see. But we look back and look at our energy requirements and how it was fulfilled, and look at it with pride. Just the way we look at the digitization of India, the Aadhaar card, the UPIs of the world, and the 5G rollout and 4G penetration, and we look back and we'll see that we arrived it in the right way in the country. We did our evolution from a developing nation to a developed nation, and we did it in a sustainable manner. So I'm not actually concerned that today as it stands, lots of challenges, growing pains if you want to call it. But again, the line from a high growth developing nation to a developed country will not be a straight line. And we should all just enjoy that process. I'm very excited about what lies in front of us. The road will not be a straight line, it will be bumpy. But that's fine.
The journey is worth it, right? So just give us your closing comments on this particular topic. Ari?
So, my closing comment is that this is a test match. It's not a T20. I think it's going to need a lot of hard work. I would also say a few things that we should continue to put laser focus on. Digital economy is great, provided you've got trust, confidence, security, all tying together. I think the greatest challenge is cybersecurity, not just for India, but for the world as a whole. And there's significant more public-private partnership initiatives that really needs to happen on security. So that's one. The other piece is, let's build a much sharper R&D-led growth story for India, where we not only innovate, but we invent and we create new things that becomes a contributor to the global engine. Today we have an R&D of about 0.003% of GDP, and the US is at about roughly 4%. China is at 3.5% of GDP. So I think we've got work to do. Collaboration between universities and governments, universities and corporate sector to create greater engineering and capability, I think would be things that will spur this India growth story.
So I think it has to begin from all of us, actually. I think we need to focus.
What would you do? What are the growth plans for embassy?
I think we should make at least best of what we have and use digitalization in that. At least instead of, sometimes people rushed in different places instead of just being calm and taking a number and waiting. And so there are lots of other things which, first, of course, the government has a huge task and we can continue blaming the government, but I think it's the attitude of the Indian people also needs to change in following systems and using all these methods which are available. I think that for a start would be a great thing, and then rest will follow. But we don't discipline ourselves, so I think we need a lot of disciplining. So yes, you need nice roads. I mean, we use all that in Dubai and Singapore and everything. But when we come to our own country, we don't actually utilize so much of it. So let's at least start using all what we have available, and then focus on the government to improve the infrastructure or the physical infrastructure. And then, of course, there's a lot of people to digitalize things and services, So I think that's
So give me a number, right? The kind of investment embassy will be making.
I mean, honestly, we're a company responsible to shareholders, driven by profitability and other things. We can do a certain extent on the infrastructure, but all we can do is make life better for our people who live in our apartments, who live in our complexes, and which we are doing, continuing in our parks growth. But outside, we are, as a company, we're not in the infrastructure business. But I think that all of us, if we work together and there's enough pressure on the government to do things right, so it happens. I mean, I think I wouldn't really say that in an audience like that embassy is going to do this, do that for the infrastructure, to tell the truth. But what is within our limitation and within our four walls, we can make it the best,
Ankur, I know, in the last 10 years, you all have invested close to about $10 billion, and you've gone on record to say the next $10 billion of the real estate investment in India is going to happen much faster.
Cashback, coupons, discounts, low rates only on Agoda.
You know what's worse than a Monday commute to office? Making a resume. But my flatmate showed me this. Update your Naukri profile, choose a template, but say tap, and done. Genius. Naukri 360. Check it out on the Naukri app.
So India is clearly a very hot, exciting market. Give us your closing comments on this topic.
I mean, India is an exciting market, but it's not an exciting market today. It's an exciting market for the next several decades. So 10 billion, we can add one more zero to it. I mean, I think the limit is extremely high. The opportunity is here. I would only make a couple of comments around what we can do to fast track it. We've seen a tremendous growth in the digital technology, IT sectors in the country, which was led by private enterprise in a large way, and government supported it. The physical infrastructure, every project is a public-private partnership. Even the business parks that we own or Mr. Virvani's company owns, they are in some way, shape or form physical infrastructure, which means that they are partnering with the government of the country. So we do not need less regulation. I think regulated growth will be good. It will be sustainable. What we need is a broader participation by the country. GDP growth is a function of increase in productivity and increase in workforce. So we need to have participation by women. We need to have participation by a larger spectrum of employment generating growth in the country that will sustain us. That means you will need more of offices, residences, hotel rooms, and all of the above, which will be, the Atmanirbhar Bharat that people talk about. The Atmanirbhar Bharat is when everybody is Atmanirbhar and not dependent on somebody else.
I know. The idea is that today we have 800 million people connected to the internet, right? We all have a phone. We all are connected to YouTube. We have data. But the idea is that every citizen, irrespective of their economic status, is connected to the good life. And that is what, Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat mean. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. The promise of tomorrow and what Phygital India can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar, Mr. Virvani, Mr. Gupta and Reema for their invaluable session.
Indeed. Well, with shifting global supply chains and evolving trade dynamics, India has a unique chance to position itself as a major manufacturing hub on the global stage. Recent policy initiatives, strong investment inflows, and a focus on technology adoption are fueling this momentum.
Recently, the manufacturing PMI rose to 58.6 in October 2024, marking steady expansion. Policies like the PLI scheme have brought in over $17 billion in investments, adding nearly $122 billion in output and creating close to 1 million jobs.
And to discuss what's next for India's manufacturing journey, I request Shireen Bhan to come back on stage. And it is a privilege to welcome Mr. Sajjan Jindal, Chairman and Managing Director of the JSW Group, for this interaction on India's manufacturing moment, Breakout Ready. Over to you, Shireen and Mr. Jindal.
Mr. Jindal, Jindal, thank you very much for joining us here on the CNBC TV18 25th anniversary. It's great to have you. And what we are discussing tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is whether we are at a breakout moment as far as India's manufacturing sector is concerned. So straight up, Mr. Jindal, we had Uday Kotak here this morning saying that India needs to up its game as far as competitiveness is concerned. We can no longer be protectionist on trade. We need to be far more liberal. How do you respond?
So before coming here, I heard this comment and I said, Uday is not in manufacturing.
So he can make that comment freely, is it?
So I wish he was in manufacturing, then he wouldn't say this. So I was saying that, we are not yet the factory of the world. Let us first become the factory of the world, and then we should open up our doors for competition. Let there be no tariffs, nothing. I mean, United States, even after, let's say, 100 years or 150 years of developed nation status, even today they have tariffs. Europe is putting tariffs, right? And we are saying that we should open up. Then we will kill our manufacturing here. We are not a great manufacturing country in any case. Today our manufacturing GDP is only 17% of our GDP, right? And we must get to 25-30%, what China is. But if you open up our liberal, then we will kill our industry.
So you talked about tariffs. Donald is the favorite word that he has in the dictionary, and he has promised that he is going to go full throttle as far as tariffs are concerned. What is that going to mean? We don't know the quantum, we don't know what finally will happen, but given the threat and what he's done in his previous term, what will it mean?
No, what Donald Trump is, in my opinion, he's very clear. He is a very clear-headed guy, whether right or wrong, but he has a clarity of thought. And he says that for me, America is first. I want to build America. I don't care about the world. For me, America is the world. And therefore, I want my industry to grow. I want America to grow, American industry to produce goods. It's not that Chinese should supply to me and then I will consume. I don't want to become only a consuming country. I want to produce and consume. So therefore, I want to put tariffs. Yes, tariffs do make you, let's say, lethargic. You become more uncompetitive to an extent. So therefore, you have to gradually bring down the tariffs to become competitive. But you have to allow the kid to grow up. Before you start running the race.
So let me throw that argument back to you. You said you have to allow the kid to grow up. So where are we, sir? Haven't we adulted yet as far as Indian manufacturing is concerned?
Not at all. Not at all. That's what
Teenager or pre-teen?
Pre-teen.
Pre-teen?
Yeah, we are just kind of 4-5-year-old.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. In manufacturing.
Yeah.
Because you see, China, if you open up the records and see, China in 1990, what kind of protectionist China were? In 2000, what was their protection levels? And what they are today? Today they are opened up because they become the factory of the world. I wanted to export steel in 98, 99 to China. I was not permitted to do that because China had tariffs. They removed the tariffs, but now today we have 0 tariffs on steel. Chinese steel.
This is the final round. Come on, come on.
I can't move. Who's that?
I got this. That was tight.
Wow.
10 grams protein as in 2 cups of dal.
Max protein snacking matlab no cheating.
Which is surplus. They are nearly 60% of their capacity is surplus capacity. So it comes via Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia to India at 0% duty.
So you're saying that there is a case for higher tariffs to be imposed?
I'm not saying higher tariffs, but there has to be, the government must have a very clear view that what they want. They want the heavy industries to come up in this country because steel industry, for example, I'm just taking steel as an example because I belong to steel industry. If you don't want the heavy industries to come in India, you want to rely on Chinese steel industry to build Indian ecosystem, Indian SMEs and MSMEs. I have no problem. I can go somewhere else and invest. I don't have to invest here. But I love this country. I would love to invest here. I have grown here. I have earned my bucks here. Right? So I would love to invest here. But this thought that MSME and SME is more important than the heavy industry if the heavy industry dies, MSME, SME dies. So you have to.
You're sounding pretty sanguine about growth as well as the future.
Not really. I mean, yeah, but this is a fact that you have to, because steel industry needs huge investment.
Yeah.
Right? So for making huge investment, you have to make profits.
Huh.
If you can't make profits,
Fair enough.
then you can't, my shareholders will not give me money to invest. Right? So then I can't build more industry.
Huh.
Today, for example, India needs 20 million tons of steel every year, which China needed, let's say, in year 2000. We need it today. So 20 million means $20 billion of investment every year.
Yeah.
I don't think if any other industry requires that kind of investment. We are willing to do that as an industry. But there are only, in every country, there are only 4 or 5 players which invest in any industry, right? So $20 billion amongst 4 or 5 players is a huge investment.
Yeah.
So which we are doing, but if we don't make money, we can't invest.
Okay, so let's talk about, you said that, if the conditions are not right, you'll go where invest. I mean, in a matter of speaking, I'm not saying that you're going to do that, but I'm talking about, for instance, your own international plans, your own international expansion in markets like the US, for instance. Are we going to see more of that being built out?
Personally, no. As I said, I love India. I love to expand in this country, and this is my karma bhumi. So I want to do here, and but I want the right policies. I want that the country must really think about it, that how to develop the heavy industries.
So what do you want? What is the number 1, 2, 3 thing you want from the government?
For example, we cannot be which imports minerals and import finished products. We cannot be. There has to be a complete no. I've been advocating this policy for a long time, more than 20 years, that please don't export minerals. Please allow Indian industry to consume the minerals, add value, and export the products, right? But we are exporting minerals and importing finished products. This is a complete no-no, number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, there has to be a level playing field.
Right.
A country like China, which has got huge surplus, nearly 500 million tons. We consume 150 million tons of steel. China exports nearly 150 million tons of steel. So therefore, there is no way that we can compete with China. I mean, it's not that we are not competitive. We make much more profit in our balance sheet in a normal year than the Chinese steel companies do. But the Chinese are, they are all state-owned companies.
Yeah.
And for them, profit is not very important. It's more like a job creation. It's an ego-boosting thing that every province has this steel plant.
Yeah.
Right? So that's their thought process. So they go on expanding their capacities because, one state says that, oh, Shanghai has bigger capacity than Beijing.
Yeah.
Or Shaanxi has bigger capacity than Luzhou. That kind of thing they have, competition.
Right.
Healthy competition. But therefore, they don't care for the profits. But we don't make profits, then we don't have state exchequer writing check for us. Then we don't get money.
Yeah, that is one of the aspects of Mr. Jindal. It's almost a blow cold relationship with China, isn't it? I mean, you just talked about all the reasons why we should not do business with China. And through the COVID period, you were very clear we shouldn't do any business with China. But now you're doing business with China. Joint venture for the electric mobility space with a Chinese company. So do you believe that there is a need to be pragmatic on how we engage with China?
No, absolutely. With any country. In fact, even Pakistan for that matter, we should be pragmatic.
Yeah.
We should not say that no, nothing doing. So when I said we should not do business with China, when Galwan happened, because I was very clear that we cannot deal with an enemy state. Pakistan, for that matter, is an enemy state.
Yeah.
But still, if we work properly, over with a control mechanism, we should open up and do business. Because
with Pakistan?
Even with Pakistan.
Okay.
Because a very poor neighbor will always hurt us. So therefore, we should think we should have a long term, but this is not a foreign policy discussion
No, it
that we are
isn't.
having. But my point is that with China, we should, because China has developed this technology on electric vehicles. Today, 60% of their new car sales are electric or new energy. India, we have 2%. And this is the way forward. We import all our fuel for the cars. All petroleum products are imported, 85, 90% is imported. So it's in our interest that we transition ourselves to a technology which is domestic, which is local technology, local
So bring the
raw material.
technology in from China, but manufacture in India.
Exactly, absolutely. Because technology exists in China. We must develop it over time in India, but we must bring the technology and develop the products in India.
I want to understand from you, what is the aspiration now on the EV side? I mean, you've got this joint venture that you've inked with MG. Take me through what we should expect in the next 5 years as far as JSW's EV ambition is concerned.
So the idea is that to give the consumers a very good product, very good quality at affordable price in the EV spectrum, and I believe that JSW can do it extremely well.
Okay, so that's the proposition, but what does the roadmap look like? What are the numbers that you're targeting?
Numbers is in next 5 years, I would like to, idea is to produce 1 million cars.
And 1 million cars in the next 5 years?
Next 5 to 7 years, yeah. By 2030, let's say, 1 million cars should be on the road. It is recently, India is not enough in the industry. The government is trying to help or trying to nudge the industry to invest more in R&D, but we are not doing it because, as they say, that if you are hungry, first you would like to eat, and then you want to do puja, or then you want to worship, or then you want to do something. So right now the industry, I think, is still growing, investing in the growth, and then it will go into the R&D, because it's the most important thing. Somebody was asking me why we can't have an NVIDIA from India, why we can't have Microsoft from India. The point is that because because we don't have enough money as a country.
It's a capital it's a capital problem.
It's a capital problem. It's a mindset problem, because when you're investing, so you have a limited amount of cash available. Either you invest in expansion, which is needed for the nation, for the country's requirement, or you invest in your R&D and your growth and your R&D technology. So you feel that which is giving you better ROI, and straightforward answer in the boardrooms are that let's go for expansion. Because if you invest in R&D, whether that would be successful or not, we don't know. And there are so many people investing in China, in US.
And so you prefer to buy the technology as opposed to investing in it yourself?
As of now, yes.
As of now.
Yes.
So let me end then by asking you, Mr. Jindal, over the next 5 years, by 2030, you talked about how very few players are actually investing. There's a private capex challenge. How much is JSW across the group going to be investing in India? How much will you invest outside of India?
In terms of numbers?
Yes.
So, it's not very easy, but
given the demand visibility.
Yeah, so we have made a very ballpark number that between now and 2030, 2030-31, fiscal 30-31, we would be investing close to $70 billion in India, and maybe $2 billion outside India.
70 billion in India, 2 billion outside of India. Any more IPOs on the anvil?
I'm not sure about it. Not for the moment.
Not for the moment. Any new areas of opportunity? Any new businesses like electric mobility? You decided to get into that? Anything else on the anvil?
Not yet. No, nothing at the moment.
The plate is full?
More than full.
More than full. Sajjan Jindal, many thanks for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sajjan Jindal here, talking about India's manufacturing moment. Appreciate you joining us here this evening, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Sajjan Jindal and Shireen, for that wonderful conversation. Request you both to kindly remain on stage.
And I'll invite Ms. Lata Venkatesh to come join them on the stage to take the conversation forward from here on.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder, please post on social media using the hashtag CNBC TV18 @GLS and hashtag CNBC TV18 @25. Lata ma'am, over to you.
May I also invite Mr. Leo Varadkar onto the stage, please? We have a very special moment, sir, and we would like you to be part of it. Mr. Varadkar, the voice of Ireland is here, along with the voice of India. Thank you very much, Mr. Varadkar. Well, earlier in the morning, we felicitated 3 icons of the Indian economy who changed us from a socialist country to one with a thriving private sector and thriving financial markets. There was one person who stood shoulder to shoulder with the policymakers to build a vibrant private financial sector. Deepak Parekh is the doyen who set up the first Indian company that provided the middle-class Indian with a loan to build a home. HDFC, Housing Development Finance Corporation, set up by Mr. Hasmukh Parekh in 1979, was actually run by his nephew Deepak Parekh. As Parekh grew the housing major, in leaps and bounds, the Reserve Bank trusted HDFC with a banking license. HDFC Bank was set up in 1994 and within 2 decades became India's largest private sector bank and second largest bank, and known for the gold standard in asset quality. Very quickly, Mr. Parekh, under the leadership of HDFC, went on to set up 2 insurance companies, HDFC Life and HDFC Ergo, and an asset management company, HDFC AMC, obviously. They've all become their leaders in their respective sectors. Mr. Parekh's contribution to the Indian economy extended beyond the group that he founded. He became leaders in several sectors of policy making. He has been member of many key government policy making committees like the Fairwani committee that drew up the plan to set up the National Stock Exchange, RBI's Narasimham committee that set up global standards of banking in India. He is also the go-to man for Indian businesses. The nation awarded him the Padma Bhushan in 2010 for his strategic vision and the impact on India's financial services and banking landscape. For 4 decades, Mr. Parekh has been, of course, the go-to man in the financial sector for his contribution to shaping the Indian financial sector and for setting up of a bunch of strong world-class financial institutions. CNBC TV18 is honored to present Mr. Deepak Parekh with the title of Icon of the Indian Economy. Mr. Parekh, may I welcome you to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Since CNBC has been very kind to me, I have to be kind to them. It's a pleasure to be here today. This summit is of special importance because it celebrates the landmark of 25 years, as it says here, unparalleled business news reporting. For many of us, CNBC is not a news channel, it's a way of life and an integral part of our daily routine. Once hooked on the channel, CNBC TV18 is all pervasive in our homes, in our offices, and anywhere on the go. Your channel helps turn the financially illiterate to literate, startups to stars, sparks new business ideas, empowers with insights, and chronicles every move of the markets. In an era of heightened television media hoopla, CNBC TV18 has for 2.5 decades anchored itself on the principles of trust and reliability. 25 years of remarkable reporting, a leader to excellence, and an unwavering commitment to the truth, fair and unbiased, have been the hallmark one has come to learn, one has come to expect from CNBC TV18. Fact-based, lucid reporting has been your cornerstone. Loyalty, leadership, and expertise has been the integral element of your journey to success. The news never pauses. Every minute there's a feed to report, a soundbite to capture, and a universe in ether to harness. I admire each and every one of you from CNBC for so unstintingly borne the responsibility of bringing to the viewers both range and depth of personalities, newsmakers, and pivotal stories, and so much more. Your presence has been a good service to the nation. Your dedication has been beyond legendary. Kudos for all that, and may there be many more milestones for you to achieve. Typically at this time of the year, there is much to reflect upon the year gone by and much crystal ball gazing for the year ahead. As far as the global economy is concerned, clearly 24 turned out to be better than anticipated. The big win was that there was no recession. Global inflation came off, and the super cycle election year reiterated that the pillars of democracy are still intact. The fears that AI would sow the seeds of extreme chaos into the 24 elections, widely spreading misinformation and deep fakes, did not play out, even though the risk still exists. The opportunities around generative AI are now better understood. In equal measure, the over-exuberance of AI being a silver bullet is tempering. There is better understanding and better realization now that AI is productive, is an enabling tool, and not one that will render much of the workforce redundant. The rules of the game are still evolving and imbibing. A uniform global regulation on AI governance is critical. For India, for us in India, capitalizing on AI entails raising resources to fund increased energy needs, decarbonizing the grid, scaling up the number of data centers, and building factories for the high-end manufacturing of chips. A few weeks ago, when the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, was here, and he aptly said, this is India's opportunity to reinvest itself from the world's back office to the world's front office and be a leader in AI, because we in India, he said, have the talent and the human resources to do so in India. For us in India, exciting times lie ahead. The heft of being among the fastest growing major economies will continue for some time to come. Fueling this ambition calls for a faster pace of GDP growth and investments. So what we need now is higher GDP growth rate, much higher than what we've been having in the last few years, and for that we need more investments. Now, where is the investments going to come from? Today, India's voice matters on the global arena. For the West, India is often viewed as a counterbalance for China's growing heft. Yet the characteristic of Indian diplomacy, Indian model of diplomacy, has served us extremely well. This was best being played out with India's increased import of crude oil from Russia in recent times. India's ability to seamlessly pivot to other countries where it can import crude at the most competitive rate. Excellent global relationships, external relationship enables us to make smarter choices back home. Our initiative, India's government's initiative of expanding BRICS, demonstrated its leadership on a multipolar global south. Most recently, laudable military and diplomatic efforts on the India-China disengagement reflects our credibility in navigating more complex geopolitical environment. Evidently, India's future is about attaining scale, attaining increased production. The aspirations of being a $30 trillion economy by 2047 and a per capita income of $18,000 is not inconceivable. It is possible. Because of what are favorable demographics, rising income levels, low penetration of discretionary goods and services, being perceived as a favorable destination for manufacturing and service offshoring, and the significant improvements in physical, regulatory, digital infrastructure have been transformative for India. In recent period, there has been some concerns of a possible slowdown. Here it is important to note to be more discerning with the data. From a wide suite of high-frequency indicators, there will be variations in different points of time. We all know that government spending was curtailed for a quarter during the election time. So this is a timing issue. It is not a structural change, the present slowdown. Central government capital expenditure is expected to gain traction from here on. There were unseasonal rains in August, which fed into higher inflation data, particularly in agri-products. But expectations are that inflation rates will start coming off from December onwards, especially when the base effect becomes more favorable. GST collections were subdued for the months of August and September, but saw a pickup in October. Services PMI strengthened in October, as did passenger vehicle sales, which were subdued earlier. Urban consumption was a big tepid, with a tilt to premiumization, but rural consumption has picked up on the back of a good monsoon. Rather than reacting to small changes, one needs to look for the longer-term trends. Sure, we will have some blips. There will be periods of slower growth in certain sectors, but they are cyclical in nature and not symptomatic of a long-term slowdown. It is also true that recent corporate earnings have been lackluster. Core sector output has been lower, but steel and cement have shown improving trends. Some pockets of the financial sector have had a slight uptick in retail asset quality deterioration, yet it is not a systemic risk. It is important to reiterate that Indian banks, as well all the financial sector today, all the financial sector players today are well capitalized, and corporate leverage is much, much lower today than it was in the past. There are no concerns on the twin balance sheet problems which we saw many years ago. Now the critical issue today is how are we going to fund India's growth? Our growth ambitions are enormous, but who's going to fund it? How is it going to be funded? And what financial transformation is needed to meet the needs of the next generation? In India, public capital expenditure has been at record highs, but there are constraints on spending owing to the commitment to the path of fiscal prudence. In India and globally too, banking sector has been subject to higher capital requirements. Regulators remain cautious of non-bank finance lenders or short shadow banks, even though they play a very important and integral part in the financial system. While one respects the domain of regulators, for a few bad apples, invariably the entire financial sector gets penalized with much tighter and higher restrictions and regulations. The reality is that banks are not lending sufficiently to meet the growth of our country. Retail depositors don't feel incentivized enough to save through bank deposits. So banks are struggling to raise deposits. After decades and decades, our corporate debt markets are still so shallow. We have many insurance companies now who are asset management expertise, particularly on the equity side. But investment guidelines of insurance companies have for years remained the same, and scope to increasing private sector investment is limited because most of it is taken away by mandatorily investing in government securities, both state and central. Even the market for top-rated companies, top-rated paper is still extremely small. So what is India Inc. doing about it? It is turning to flexi, non-traditional or alternate investments, which typically entails rates of interest which are 4 to 6% higher than traditional norms for banking. Foreign funds seem to be much more confident of lending to Indian companies, which is unfortunate, than the Indian financial sector players themselves. And it is the foreign funds that are making merry with higher spreads. This should not be the case. Globally, deep-pocketed alternative asset managers have increased their penetration in the private credit market, which is currently estimated to be over $2 trillion. Last week I was in Singapore and I met many investors, fund managers who were investing in equity for the last 20 years in India. Most of them are saying we are starting credit funds because we see massive opportunities of lending to Indian companies. These will be foreign currency loans to Indian companies. So these private credit funds in turn raise money from institutions like insurance, pension funds, endowment funds, which are long-term investors. Private credit typically used to fund small and medium companies. But now, private credit lenders are able to cut significantly larger checks. Some say private credit is eating into the space that was traditionally the domain of the bankers. Regulators feel that the risks are high as regulatory supervision is much lighter with alternate assets compared to banks. So what is the way forward? There's definitely a need for increased funding access for mid-level companies as well as large companies. A developed financial sector, a developed financial system needs some amount of flexible funding, some amount of structural finance, some amount of mezzanine finance, and some amount of buyback finance, buyout funding, which we all do not have. If companies get access to timely funding, it helps to overcome unforeseen circumstances. To my mind, the key risk is when credit funds transact excessively amongst each other, because then there is no transparency of what is actually transpiring. Perhaps banks and private credits have to coexist. Some banks and private credit firms have strategic partnership. Here the bank provides the credit solutions to their customers through private credit firms. Doing the due diligence, the banks does the due diligence themselves with a fee, and they use the balance sheet of the foreign private credit suppliers. Yet it would be unfortunate if banks and NBFCs curtail lending to sectors that India needs for growth. Several banks have now built up massive capacities, strong capacities in infrastructure lending, but are now reluctant lenders post the twin balance sheet crisis. Good lessons were learned from the crisis. But we should not get paralyzed from the fears of the past, which we are getting. As long as there's no malified intent, lending institutions need to be encouraged to support business growth within the country. I have always maintained that India grows when India builds. We need to build much, much more. Hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure, and especially upgrade our grid and telecommunications infrastructure. Data centers, global capability centers, warehousing, these are all new opportunities for the real estate sector. But banks are not allowed to lend for land in real estate. So if you want to buy land, you cannot go to banks. You have to go to private credit. You have to go to NBFCs. And you have to pay much higher rate. And in urban areas, land forms a major portion of the cost of a building. We need to increase all sources of energy, thermal, renewable, nuclear, hydro, and biomass. For India, it is not about choosing one dominant source of energy, but increasing capacity as quickly as we can. And all the incremental building that India needs to do for future mandatorily needs to be done in a sustainable, green manner. When one looks at retail finance, given the low levels of penetration, the runway for growth is also immense. Let me give you a few examples. Consumer credit to GDP. In India, consumer credit to GDP is at 40%. And it's the lowest amongst the larger countries. In the US, it's 74, but even in China, it is 62. We are still at 40. Mortgage to GDP is low as 11%. In other Asian countries, it is in mid-20s. In US, it is 52, and in the European countries, it is in 90s. Insurance penetration is at 4% compared to a 7% global average. So there are massive opportunities to increase in this financial sector. That's why you have so many insurance companies and asset management companies. We are very excited to see the increase in retail investors, especially those investing in the SIP, systematic investment plans. But it is also important to increase awareness that retail investors should not fret when there is a market downturn. I worry because there's a large cohort of new investors who have never seen market cycles at all. If these investors, it is these investors that one needs to counsel and instill confidence of staying invested for long periods of time. To conclude, I do hope India sees a calibrated reduction in interest rates sooner than later. We should not choke India's growth. One recognizes RBI's inflation mandate, but there are ways around this. When interest rates are lower, households can buy more, businesses can expand production, and the private sector can increase capital expenditure. Alternatively, a small reduction CRR could also help. India will prosper even more if we resolve to have problem-solving mindsets and work collectively to overcome all our challenges. Industry and the government need to collaborate jointly on what needs to change, to be honest about what is broken and what needs to be fixed. It is a promising future and an era of new opportunity awaits us. I'm extremely optimistic about the future of India. And let me again end by thanking CNBC for inviting me and giving me this honor, which I never expected. I was just asked to come and speak, but thank you, CNBC.
Thank you, Mr. Parekh. Stay tuned for such an exciting chat with Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Karan Johar and Adar Poonawala coming soon.
Oh, for now, in the next session, we're going to explore India's burgeoning role as a premier destination for global investment.
Absolutely, Ritu. India is now the 8th largest recipient of foreign direct investment globally, ranks 3rd for greenfield FDI projects, and is 2nd in international project finance deals, as highlighted in the World Investment Report 2023. In 2022-23 alone, FDI inflows reached $70.9 billion, reflecting strong international confidence in India.
And this surge in investment is driven by some key sectors like technology, infrastructure, and manufacturing. Government initiatives like Make in India and Digital India have not only improved the ease of doing business, but also opened up new avenues for foreign investors to participate in India's growth story.
And to dig deeper, we have with us two global business leaders, Prem Vatsa, the Chairman and CEO of Fairfax Financial Holdings, and John T. Chambers, Chairman, USISPF, and Founder and Chief Executive Officer, JC2 Ventures. And to take this conversation forward, Shireen, over to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take your seats, please? We have very special guests joining us all the way from California. John Chambers, the former CEO of Citi, and currently the man who is looking after the India-US relationship through the ages of the USISPF. Mr. Chambers, good morning. Can you hear us? It's a very early morning in California. We're just trying to get Mr. Chambers. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Chambers. How are you?
Good. If this is Shireen, you always call me John, and I am excited to be there. I just try to keep up with your energy.
Well, you know, I'm trying to keep up with your energy. I know it's 4 a.m. there in California, so we really appreciate you joining us here at the Global Leadership Summit. But John, let me start by asking you about your view on India from a foreign perspective, from a foreign investor's lens. I know you've been a long-term, perpetual India bull. How high is the confidence today?
The confidence today is higher than ever, Shireen, and you knew that was going to be my answer, but my decision is with facts. India will become the #1 economy in the world. I think we were the first ones to predict that several years ago. It will be the fastest growing economy in the world, and the increase of standard of living for all 1.4 billion people. The confidence in dealing with the world's largest democracy, candidly, with the second largest democracy in the U.S., has never been stronger. The startup mentality and the infrastructure build-outs your prior guests talking about instills confidence. And candidly, with the election of President Trump and the key appointments as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor are very, very strong allies of India. So I think the confidence is greater than it's ever been. So it's impossible to double down and double down and double down again. But that's really what I'm saying the world's going to do in terms of India's future.
So double down on India. That's the big call there from John Chambers. But John, you talked about the new Trump administration. You talked about some of the key appointments. Let's talk about what the Trump regime could mean for global growth, which is already fairly fragile at this point in time. And what are the expectations from this new Department of Efficiency with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy at the helm?
Well, you've asked probably 3 questions, Shireen. First of all, you watched the U.S. stock market in response to the election. Responded very well. President Trump focused on the economy, our immigration issues, and crime, and he won in areas that the Republicans have traditionally not carried, including the average working American. It was probably the broadest win I've seen in quite a while by any leader on either side. President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, as you know, are great friends. They get along extremely well, and their communications is great. And with Marco Rubio, you will see him match up perfectly with Jay Shankar in terms of the focus from the Foreign Affairs leader and from the Secretary of State. And in terms of National Security Advisor, most of you know Mike Waltz is very, very pro-U.S. and India relationships, comes regularly to the country there. So I think the combination of the two are going to drive the U.S. and India economies faster together than before. And actually, Shireen, I think we will set the pace between our two countries for our countries to lead on AI. It doesn't mean other countries around the world won't drive it, but I think our startup community and our ability to increase our standard of living and drive our stock markets as well as job creation are going to be very good under this new combination.
Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy?
I like them. You know, we have real character leaders of our high tech and our high business. Shireen, you probably find me boring in comparison, but It is exciting, and they do keep us on our toes, but it does speak to the strength of a democracy, where you have people that can speak out and speak out with enthusiasm and belief. And both of those individuals are huge believers in the future of India and the relationship between our countries. If you look at it across America, regardless of political party, the confidence and trust in India and candidly, the love for your country has never been stronger. But it's also a win-win economically, where we can generate probably 1% more GDP growth in the U.S. from a tight partnership over this decade per year. And India can probably generate 2 more points of GDP growth because of the partnership. So I think this will be not only India's decade and India's century, I think it will be India and the U.S. together on everything from artificial intelligence to defense to job creation, and the model for other countries in terms of how countries that are great democracies work together and innovate together.
You know, you talked about collaborating on AI. The Prime Minister said AI stood for America and India. But John, you know, realistically, what is that going to mean in terms of future collaboration, in terms of the private sector collaborating in areas like AI? We're already doing that in many ways. But what's the aspiration? What's the potential for growth from here?
When you look at it, Shireen, there's been 2 major technologies that changed the way the world works, lives, learns, and plays, affected our lives in every way. The internet, and now the second one will be AI. It will change your standard of living. It will change what you do in your job. It will change how you're entertained. It will cure cancer by using it effectively. It will drive the stock markets for the next decade. It also will move at probably 5 times the speed of the internet and 3 times the impact. That's a nice way of saying what used to happen, for example, in startups in your room, it would take 2 years to develop a product, 1 year to get 5 to 7 customer references that are paying on it. You're in year 3 at $1 million run rate. And by year 5, you'd be at a $5 million run rate, and you're a unicorn in the making. Today, my companies do that like VJ at Pindrop, or what Saket is doing at Safe Securities, or what Bipple did at Rubrix. They develop their products now in 2 to 3 months. They hit a 5 to 7 customers within a quarter or 2, using VJ as an example with Pindrop on deep fakes. He's at a $2.7 million run rate after 2 quarters. He will be at the $5 million run rate in 15 months. It is 3 to 5 times faster, with the impact even larger. So every company, regardless of industry, will go AI. Every government, every defense, and people's lives, you will have an AI assistant at your hand in your mobile phone, or in terms of your individual personal assistant at work.
So John, you know, you talked about investing in startups here in India. You're also backing Indian founders who are based in the Valley. So what's the outlook? How many checks are you going to be signing in 2025? What is going to be the size of the checks that you sign?
Okay, so the answer is 60% of my investments just happen to be with CEOs and a founding team, either that were started in India or in the Silicon Valley, Atlanta, Texas diaspora group. I think that ratio will continue because of the great engineering teams you all have put out and how startups in India are growing the fastest in the world. You know that your IPO market in India is the fastest in the world. US is a little bit slower. In terms of my checks and the balance, you'll see me continue to invest in all 22. They will be around artificial intelligence, and all of them will have artificial intelligence as a foundation. I'm betting heavy on security. My average investment is $3 to $5 million in terms of the approach. I've been very fortunate that in a very last tough 2.25 years, we had 2 major exits in terms of M&A, 2 of the 3 largest with OpenGov, in terms of a group in Pensando, the largest defense exit with Dedrone being purchased by a large defense contractor, Rubrix and cybersecurity with Bipple's team going public, and they're doing a great approach. So right now, we've been very fortunate versus some of our peers. We're going to continue to reinvest and doubling down on India, if not quadrupling down.
Well, we hope you do quadruple down as well, John. But let me ask you for your comments, wearing your former Cisco hat on likely to see happen on the infrastructure side, on the chip side, with the wars that are currently underway in the industry? How much are we likely to head into a phase of significant consolidation? Is that something that you believe is just a question of timing? It's not if, it's when.
Well, it depends on the three categories that you covered. Let's start with semiconductors. I happen to be very close to everyone from NVIDIA to AMD to Broadcom to others in terms of the industry overall. All of those are very active in terms of consolidation, movement into AI growth. And candidly, all of them are very active in terms of investing in the India and U.S. corridor. I don't think you'll necessarily see a consolidation there. I think you will see challenges to NVIDIA evolve because clearly, if you the AI is going, it's much like Cisco when Cisco was the leader in networking. If you want to know how the internet was going, just watch Cisco's growth to 60 or 70 or 80% per year. NVIDIA is the bellwether in terms of the industry, but others are going to focus on it. To your question about cybersecurity, you're right. It is set up for consolidation. I was just with a customer advisory board yesterday, interestingly enough, with Pindrop, talking about the deep fakes. And the 20 customers there said, John, we have an average of 50 cybersecurity companies in our environment. They don't talk together. That one's probably set up in terms of more of a consolidation. I hope to play a role there in terms of my startups. For people in the room, if you want to have a safe future, become an expert in AI and cybersecurity. The two of them will come together in terms of resolution. In terms of your big question, Shireen, I think this might be the first time ever when you go from mainframes to mini computers to PC, client servers, to the internet, to the cloud, and now to AI, where the prior generation might actually produce half the leaders in the new technology. That's not occurred before, but I think with the hundreds of billions of dollars that Microsoft and Google and Amazon and Apple and Meta are putting in, they will be a force here. And then I think you will see some of the players in the room, hopefully some of mine as well, also become a force. So for the first time, the large traditional players, maybe two or three of them will really make this transition and be in leadership roles. And again, I think it's the startups that are going to light it up. For those of you in the room, regardless of your industry, manufacturing, government, healthcare, you've got to have a AI strategy and foundation. And as investors for FDI or others, they're going to say, where are you on your AI implementation? Where are you in terms of driving your productivity at 7 to 10% a year, which I think you can with AI. 2025, some predictions. I think you'll see 2025 be the year where AI crosses the chasm. Everybody talks about it today, but if you talk to the average person in India or the average person in America, it is not affecting their day-to-day activity, either at work or otherwise. By the end of 2025, I think we will see it in a broad level at all of our, both of our countries and in all of our business and personal lives. It's going to move with tremendous speed and excitement. Disrupt, or you're going to be disrupted.
About disruption, John, but before I let you go, given your experience of not just building a company or building or looking at market intersections and inflection points, but also investing in startups, what's the message to the Indian entrepreneur?
The message to the Indian entrepreneur, I believe in ownership and sharing that ownership across your entire company. I think you see VCs both in India, but more and more coming from America to say, let's partner together. I think it's important to dream bigger, Shireen, as you and I have discussed many times. I think one of the many things that just makes me so proud of India, and I've been there 50 times, but my wife traveled with me the last 2 times this year. She fell in love with the country as well. It's a wonderful company, but your innovation and your dreaming is great. I think we can dream even bigger and make that happen together. So I'm the most bullish person on India for the last 2 decades, and I couldn't be more pleased about the future. But the message to the people in the room, dream bigger, execute on good plans. When you get knocked down, that's part of the development of your company. Understand why you got knocked down and get back up, and then go at it again. You'll be stronger after you get knocked down than if you never got knocked down. And I think we have to imagine the future and what AI can do for the companies and for our countries.
John Chambers, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us here at the Global Leadership Summit and imagining the future with us and for us. We truly appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, a very early start for John Chambers. They're 4 a.m. in California. Thank you very much, John, for joining us. It's also my pleasure now to welcome Prem Vatsa, who joins us from Toronto. Mr. Vatsa, thanks very much for joining us here at the Global Leadership Summit. We were just in conversation with John Chambers to get a foreign investor's perspective on India. You've been committed to India across a whole bunch of sectors, Mr. Vatsa. How good does the India story look to you?
Thank you very much, Shireen, and congratulations on CNBC having its 25th anniversary. Very happy to be joining you. And I see huge opportunity in India, like John. I'm very happy to be with you, John. And very bullish on India because of Mr. Modi. I've said that many times. And I see India having 10% economic growth over the next 3 decades. We've invested in India for 3 decades. And so we know India. I immigrated from India at 22 years, when I was 22 years old, about 51 years ago. And so I understand, of course, a fantastic culture in India. And all of you are watching this, there's a fantastic opportunity for India in the next 2 or 3 decades.
Well, a fantastic opportunity is what you see for India. Mr. Vatsa, let's talk about your existing bets on India. Also, let's talk about the new opportunities that you intend to place your bets on. Let's take us through your current portfolio, how good you feel about that. But more importantly, what's next on the India card?
I'll tell you about the past, but so we've got $7
billion about the future
invested in India. And we expect to have another $7 billion over time. Some of the companies that we have is Digit Insurance, which is our insurance company. We're an insurance company. And this is our 39th year, Shireen, that we've been in business and built it from a very humble 10 million in business to 33 billion across the world. And like John says, there's a huge opportunity in India. And so we've got Bangalore International Airport, we've got Thomas Cook of India, we've got Quest, we've got the Go Digit. What we're looking is for honest businessmen, all businesswomen who want to build a company. Honest businessmen and businesswomen build a company with a good track record that they've already have and not looking to sell it, to build it over time. So Fairfax, for example, I've been running it for 39 years now, and it's very decentralized. And I've said we're stewards. We're not owners in the sense that even though I control the company, I've said publicly for many years that I can't sell it. I'm not able to sell it because we want to build this company for the next 100 years. And it's got a terrific culture that we've developed over time, following the golden rule. Treat people like you want to be, treat everyone like you want to be treated yourself. And that, by the way, Shireen, is in all the scriptures of the Hindu faith, the Muslim faith, the Christian faith. Treat people like you want to be treated yourself.
I think that's great advice that you leave us all with, Mr. Vatsa. But you know, you talked about Thomas Cook, you talked about insurance, you talked about the Bangalore airport. So there's infrastructure, there's travel and hospitality, there's of course financial services. Where do you intend to double down on in terms of future growth and future investments?
If India grows at 10%, Shireen, there's no limit to opportunity. I can't tell you specifically what we're going to do, of course, but we are looking for good people, honest people who run an honest business with a track record who want to build something in the future. And we've been very fortunate. India is filled with people like that.
Bigger bets on banks?
We're looking at all possibilities, Shireen. I won't specify any item, but yeah, we're looking at all the possibilities.
Mr. Vatsa, you know, one of the issues that is currently being talked about in business circles is the relationship between India and Canada, which is plummeted to a new low. I don't want to get into the politics of that, but from a business point of view, Canadian pension funds are big investors in Indian companies, in Indian assets. Do you believe that the geopolitical tensions will impact the spending or the investment capacity?
Like you said, I don't get into the political aspects, Shireen, but I don't think it'll affect investment in India.
That is just, I mean, just when he was getting into the meat of things, but I think we got a sense of what Prem Vatsa was saying there, that Canadian pension funds are unlikely to change their view on India, given the geopolitical tensions. Ladies and gentlemen, Prem Vatsa there joining us from Toronto. If you can hear me, Mr. Vatsa, thank you very, very much for joining us here on the Global Leadership Summit. Appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, and Shruti and Ritu, over to you.
Well, thank you, Shireen, for taking us through that conversation with Mr. John Chambers and Prem Vatsa. As always, we're looking forward to hear what they do next with the India investments. Well, we're going to move on to what's next, and that is, as India's economy grows, so do its ambitions on the global stage. With more than 50% of the population under 30 and an average GDP growth rate of around 8% or so in the last 3 years, India has the momentum to reshape its position in the world economy. But for India Inc. to truly go global, we need to look beyond our borders, competing for larger pools of international revenue and scaling our businesses to world standards.
Absolutely, Ritu. And our next session, India's Right to Win, focuses on exactly that. What will it take for India to build world-class and world-sized companies? To help us explore this further, Shireen would request you to come up on stage, and joining her for the discussion is Mr. Anish Shah, MD of Mahindra & Mahindra, and Ms. Falguni Nair, founder and CEO of Nykaa. I request Mr. Shah and Ms. Nair to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Over to you, Shireen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to welcome Falguni Nair and Anish Shah on the Global Leadership Summit stage. Thank you to the both of you for joining us here today. What we are now talking about is India's right to win. And Falguni, I'll start by asking you, because through the course of the day, we've heard many speakers here talk about why don't we have an answer to the US companies like Facebook and so on and so forth. With what you've been able to do with Nykaa, really creating an Indian-born platform, tech platform, what's your take on that? Are we on the cusp of being able to do that? Are we on the cusp of being able to move from an arbitrage economy to a product economy?
Yes, my answer would be yes. I think what I see is that in many of the digital businesses like e-commerce and others, we hear from our global partners that the technology that India is now offering is really ahead of what they see amongst a lot of digital retailers globally. So of course, I mean, I'm not some of the retailers from US, but time and again, even from US retailers, we hear that the technology in India is quite sophisticated. So I think the investment in digital economy that we've seen over the last 10, 15 years definitely puts us in a good place. But, like the strength and size of the domestic market is important to dream big and to want to compete internationally. And that is just happening. Like, I think the way Sajjan said, I also feel that India is a young economy. And going forward, as the strength of our economy grows, you will see more ambition to go for the globe.
Well, you're a young company as well at Nykaa, but I know that we're starting to see the seeds of international ambition being sown. Over the next 10 years, Falguni, I'm not even saying 5, over the next 10 years, do you believe that international expansion is going to be a significant driver of growth for you?
I think what happens is that international is attractive, and especially GCC, where we've entered, and there could be more markets like that. However, India remains such a big opportunity that bulk of our energy and investment will continue to go in India. Actually, when we travel globally and you see the size of many of the countries and the economies, and India is a very large economy, and I think except for US and China, we don't understand. But you know, US, we may get tempted, but otherwise, India is a very sizable economy.
And the consumption cycle, at least to the market that you're catering to, has just about started to take off.
It's just about started to take off. There are high growth rates in India and abroad. So we remain very excited about discretionary consumption in India. And I personally feel that the coming decade could be one of the best for digital and retail in India. And we, with a combination of both, bringing to the consumer through and all that technology can do, we remain very excited.
Do you have a number that you can leave us with in terms of where you believe the industry will be? Not just where Nykaa will be, but where you believe the industry will be on the back of the consumption boom that you're expecting?
I think there has been acceleration in beauty growth globally and also in India. And I think the best time for beauty is yet to come. And similarly, while in the really near term, it seems like physical retail is also moving ahead as strongly as digital, but the advantages of digital remain very strong, and I remain convinced about it.
Convinced about digital? She didn't give me a number. I'm going to come back and try my luck again. But Anish, let's talk about India's right to win. From a Mahindra Group standpoint, and you operate across different jurisdictions, you operate across different companies and different products as well as services. What will it take for India to truly start to eke out niches in the global market?
Shireen, I would argue that that has started to happen already. But for it to happen consistently and at scale, it starts with ambition. And there, what we are seeing is a vision for a Viksit Bharat that requires manufacturing to grow 16 times in the next 23 years. It requires exports to grow 11 times in the next 23 years. In order to make that happen, we need quality, ease of doing business, and a lower cost of doing business. And there are a number of initiatives that at FICCI we have been working with the government in terms of helping outline what will it take for industry to get there. And in terms of the progress we are seeing, the efforts we are seeing, they're all there, and we are very bullish, if I can represent the industry from a FICCI standpoint as well as from a Mahindra standpoint, in terms of where we see India today and where it's headed.
Okay, so confident about where we see India today, but those are also fairly audacious targets, growing 16 times, growing 11 times. We just had Sajjan Jindal speak before the two of you, and his point is that as far as Indian manufacturing is concerned, he said we're not even pre-teen, we're still below pre-teen, far distance to go as to adulthood. I want to understand from you, what continue to be the key constraints on the manufacturing side, Anish?
Let me share some facts first, Shireen. If you look at the automotive industry, we are competing with all the global majors in India. Some have exited, some continue to stay, and Indian companies are actually doing extremely well. At Mahindra, we have tripled capacity in the last 4 years, and we still cannot keep up with demand. So I would argue that we are actually in a much better place
than we were.
Yeah. If you look at the tractor industry, Indian companies make up 80% market share despite all the global companies being in India for the last 20 years. And therefore, there is something that's out there for Indian companies. There's a lot more R&D that's being done. We are developing our vehicles in India. And we are developing vehicles that, from a quality standpoint, compete with the best in the world. And I would just say wait for our electric vehicles.
Well, I think the wait for your electric vehicle is the anticipation. I think it is coming closer to the 26th of November when we'll hear more from you on the electric vehicles that you're launching.
That is right. So we will reveal them at that point in time, and we are very confident that they will stack up in quality versus anyone else in the world.
That's what I want to talk to you about. I think what we're also picking up at this point in time, and there's two different points of view, that one, India should open up, the other, that look, we need to protect Indian industry. What is your view? Do we need to impose import tariffs on the likes of Tesla as they look at entering the Indian market?
So first is that the Indian industry needs no protection. We've had no protection for the last 20 years, and that's made us better. if we had protection, we would not be having the quality that we have today. With regard to duties, there's a completely separate set of questions that needs to be asked, because the questions are around non-tariff barriers, along with tariff barriers, the inverted duty structures, and all of that need to be addressed together. And frankly, they should, because that will make Indian manufacturing a much stronger place.
So yes or no to tariffs?
I would say that it has to be done together, because if it is cheaper to manufacture cars outside India, then Indian companies will look at it and say, can we go outside India, put up a plant there, and then import into India? So it's a more complex topic from that standpoint, and therefore it is something that needs to be addressed, because we want to export to the world. And for that to happen, we need FTAs around the world.
FTAs is one thing, but what's the export ambition? I know when you and I spoke, you said that this is going to be one of the focus areas. It is going to be a key growth driver for the Mahindra Group over the next 5 to 10 years. What's the export ambition for you?
Very significant. In South Africa and Australia today, we have a 6 and 10% market share already. And there we hope to get to 20% and then go beyond that to ASEAN countries, to Europe and the US as well.
So how much will come in from exports as a percentage of revenue over the next 5 to 10 years?
Over the next 5 to 10 years, from a percentage standpoint, still smaller, because as Falguni said, the Indian opportunity is huge. And we are seeing just tremendous demand in India for our vehicles, which also in some ways constrains what we can send outside, because we are building capacity as fast as we can and it's being used up, which is a great problem to have. So therefore, percentages wise, next 5 years would still be lower, but as we look at a 10-15 year horizon, I'd start expecting a much higher percentage of exports.
A much higher percentage of exports. Falguni, let's talk about competitiveness. And I think that continues to be the central theme that is up for discussion as well as for grabs here. As someone who's observed Indian business, been part of Indian business, and now is running a business yourself, how has the needle moved on competitiveness, and what more do you believe we need to do if we have to ensure that we get that right to win globally?
See, Nykaa's source of competitiveness in the global market comes not so much from, duties or any kind of, the cost doesn't matter in our business as the culture and speaking to the consumer matters. And I think what is India's big advantage is the amount of Indians we have abroad.
Yeah.
And Indian culture is really spreading. I was just talking to some friends from Hong Kong, and they said new restaurants have come up in Hong Kong, Indian restaurants, and a third of the consumers there are Chinese. And nobody believed that Chinese will like Indian food. Yes, British will like Indian food, but not Chinese. So I think
is gobi Manchurian Indian or Chinese?
No, I'm talking probably about tandoori chicken in China and in Hong Kong. So I think, in my opinion, what we are seeing is that there is a lot of Indian way of living that is getting popular globally, and that gives us more ambition to say that we can take our brands global. So it's not coming from really so much about the price advantage as knowing the consumer. Because our industry is all about knowing and being able to talk to the consumer through social media in a way that they relate to it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this consumption boom and throw some more lights and data on it as well, Falguni. I mean, what are we talking about? I know when we last spoke, you said that, on an average, if people had 2 or 3 items in their cart, now they're experimenting and it's going up to 5 or 6 items, for instance. Break this up for us. What are the big trends that you're witnessing at this point in time? What really will drive this big consumption boom that everyone seems to be talking about, everyone seems to be betting on?
So I'm talking about beauty and personal care, and personal care includes every item of consumption from oil to soap to shower gels or everything. And with that, the Indian per capita consumption was as low as $6 per capita. After 10 years of effort by Nykaa and the entire industry, we are still at $16 per capita.
Okay.
Developed countries like US are at $250 per capita, and obviously Korea and Japan are at $450 to $500 per capita. So I think Indian consumption is so small and reflective of India's per capita income, which was so basic that we were spending money on what I call as consumer staples.
Yeah.
As you call it, roti, kapda and makan. And I'm just hoping that time has come for discretionary consumption. And as Indian incomes go up, and definitely at the top end it's going up, we will see a lot more discretionary consumption. Because, I mean, in my opinion, personal care, beauty, as well as fashion are basic consumption. If we don't spend on that, what will we spend on? You know?
Well, if you have enough money that you can use for discretionary spending, that's the question, and then you will spend.
But what does an individual live for to better the lives? And what should the country look for to better the lives and believe in it? And we have the education, we have the young population. And I think we should be enablers for a better life and believe in it rather than be always defensive and feel that there's nothing happening in our country. I think from a very young age, I've seen that India doesn't look good at a point in time, but as a moving picture, it looks very good.
As a moving picture, it does. But Anish, let's talk about the consumption bet and this, per capita boost that we're all talking about. I mean, your electric vehicles are not going to be cheap. They're on the sort of premium end of the pricing segment as well. What's the thesis there? Why the decision to actually go at the luxury end as opposed to the mass market side?
So our objective, Shirin, is to offer luxury products for the mass market. And that is what you will see with our electric vehicles as well. We've operated in SUVs, and for us, having a sharp focus in terms of what we do is important. Our approach is do less, but whatever we do, do it very well.
Speaking about doing less and doing more with less, one of the other issues that's being discussed at this point in time is, does private sector, does private industry have the appetite and the capacity to now start to invest in R&D? And I want to put that question to both of you. Creating IP, you're trying to do that at your end as well, Anish. How much has the R&D spend gone up as a percentage of revenue over the last 5 years? How much do you see that increasing too as you chase this right to win globally?
So R&D is critical. That is the foundation of our success. We set up Mahindra Research Valley. We have 4,000 engineers there now. And they've developed all the products that we've launched over the last 5 years and obviously before that as well. And we've seen the success in those products. So it comes from R&D, and we're starting to see more companies across the industry do that. Without that, we are not going to meet the ambitions that we have.
So what will that number look like in terms of how much you spend as a percentage on R&D over the next few years? And how IP driven are you likely to be?
I would say very high. Now, in terms of percentages, it's not fair to compare us with global standards on that.
Enough.
Because we operate much more frugally than most other companies globally do. And we can deliver products at a much more frugal rate.
Falguni?
No, I think even for a young company like Nykaa, the writing is very clear that if you want a sustainable competitive advantage, R&D is way to go. But I think the ecosystem is also not there. There is not enough, conversations around it, not enough talent around it. And I think the country will have to go in that direction. So let's hope we can all make the beginning.
Make a beginning, that's very, very clear. So I'm going to ask you, Falguni, to start by laying out the 5-year roadmap for Nykaa. What should we expect for you? We've also got Karan Johar waiting in the wings. Perhaps he's going to have something put into his cart from Nykaa this evening, but we'll have to wait to see. Waiting in the wings here, the 5-year roadmap for Nykaa.
I think Nykaa would love to go into wellness. I think wellness is a good long-term sustainable business that we'd like to pursue beyond beauty and fashion. I think I continue to remain very excited on India and obviously bringing great, research-driven products to Indians that Indians love. So I think
wellness, private labels, services or products?
Wellness, private label products is what current focus is. But in the long run, it could also be services, for sure.
It could also be services. Anish, 5-year roadmap for the Mahindra Group. Each of your growth engines as well as your growth gems.
Electrify India with our electric vehicles. Enhance farm productivity to hopefully address the food inflation problems. Have a series of services businesses that we do today to be able to provide very high quality services not only to Indian consumers but to consumers around the world.
A number that you can leave us with to quantify this vision?
Multiples of growth over the next few years.
Multiples of growth. Falguni, a number you want to leave us with?
I think we continue to chase industry-beating growth, let's put it that way.
Well, we hope that both of you continue to chase industry-leading growth and deliver on that promise. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Falguni Nair and Anisha. Thank you very, very much. We hope that you do take the right to win global, and we look forward to hearing more from you on that story. Appreciate you joining us here. A big round of applause for Falguni Nair and Anisha. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah and Ms. Nair, and thank you, Shireen, for leading this power-packed session. In the next session, Cinema, Magic to Monetization, we're exploring what it will take to bring Bollywood's box office magic back in a world where audiences are spoiled for choice.
Well, we're going beyond entertainment because cinema is a huge job creator and, if you know, one of India's biggest soft power tools as well. But to stay relevant and expand its reach globally, Bollywood really needs fresh strategies for growth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for GLS blockbuster moment. Growing lots of movies full of romance, action and drama. It's time to raise the curtains and witness the cinema magic here.
A very good evening, everyone. It's great to be here. Hi, Karan, and hi, Adar. It was less than a month ago that the Indian media and entertainment industry woke up to the news, pretty sensational news, that Dharma and Adar Poonawalla were coming together to do a 50-50 joint venture, and that Dharma Productions would now be a partnership between Karan and Adar. This news was greeted with a tremendous amount of excitement, I think, in the Indian media and entertainment community, because as we know, a lot of consolidation has happened on the studios and the platform side, but we haven't really seen that much activity on the content creation side with regard to outside investment coming in to the industry. It's been a traditionally closed industry as far as outside investment is concerned. So Karan and Adar, I'm sure you're sick of the memes that have been circulated, but I can't help but say, Adar, I hope you're not going to be changing Covishield to a K. And Karan, I hope Brahmastra Zeneca is not going to be the name of your sequel to Brahmastra.
No, but I'm definitely changing the company to Pharma Productions now.
That's a good
Which
one.
was the other name.
That's a great
And the
idea.
other one was Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Serum.
That's perfect. Now, this is CNBC, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do any more of those puns. I need to be all serious and businesslike. But since it is Karan Johar, I have to ask him what he was manifesting when he decided that Dharma Productions would now move into this new generation of raising capital. Because, as we know, films has been his passion, his father's passion, and Dharma Productions has been a passion project for all these years. So what were your personal and your business considerations? It'll be great to get a sense of both, because that'll give us a sense of where the media and entertainment industry is headed as well.
Thank you, Sid. Firstly, thank you so much for moderating this session. I couldn't have asked for someone better to do this. Thank you so much on behalf of both Adar and I. I have to say that contrary to what people might know of or feel of Dharma Productions, actually it's a rather nascent company where it comes to multiple productions and building it in a studio model. We actually began our journey when you were very much part of the family with UTV at that time, with multiple productions that we started with Wake Up Sid and I Hate Love Stories and a film called Qurban. And I signed my first deal, so to say, with Ronnie Screwvala. So the Parsi community has been very kind to me. And subsequently, we built Dharma Productions right up to 2023. So in a sense, our journey of producing multiple films and content has been 15 years old. Prior to that, it was just films that I directed, you know, that my father had curated over the years, which were very few films, really. And there came a point of time where I felt that we needed, for our own growth, we needed the investment. We needed to kind of not partner with everyone and increase our profitability. And therein came the decision to sell stake and, you know, build in a partnership with somebody. At that point, you know, we did all the due diligence, we did all the, you know, work. And the idea was to kind of create further verticals at Dharma Productions. Besides, we have Dharma, we have Dharmatic, we have an ad division at Dharma 2.0. But, you know, the whole idea to build our own distribution network perhaps, or maybe dabble in the music arena and many other verticals is something that I dreamt of, but I needed the partnership for that. And in many ways, when Adar, who's been a dear family friend, spoke to me and we decided to come together on this, I felt it was the best decision for us because it was the coming together of somebody, like-minded people, and also someone who possibly would allow me my creative vision and yet contribute so strongly to the growth by giving me his terrific business insight. So I thought it was a great marriage of two minds, you know, and it really wasn't a big decision for us because when it came to partnering with Adar, it was just easy. It was like both Apurva and I, who built the company together, both knew that he was the best possible partnership for Dharma Productions and for where we want to take it.
No, thanks. That gives a great sense of what the considerations were when you were looking at doing this. And Adar, I'd love to ask you, from saving our lives over the last, decade, what is it that led you to believe that this was something that you wanted to get involved in? Because of course you've known Karan for many, many years, but one never really thought of you as being someone who had a great amount of interest in the media and entertainment business. So it'll be great to get your perspective on how you see the business and how you see this part as you go forward.
Thank you, Sid. You know, I was kind of as shocked as everyone else was for making this move. Let me just share some of my thoughts of why I went ahead very quickly to do this. You know, we've all been influenced by movies and films and shows from whenever, as far back as we can remember. But when this opportunity of partnering with an iconic brand and an iconic person like Karan, his ability to tell stories, to influence and change people's minds, making iconic films, putting out content like this, it is a soft power. There's no doubt or question about it. Now, how a corporate group could use that soft power to project and tell stories about what they are passionate about, or how it can help with our businesses, is yet to be seen, and that's something we're strategizing over. But, you know, since this is such a serious and we talk about IRR and all these kind of things, questions were asked, why did I pay so much? What was the basis of this valuation? And I didn't reply to any of those questions, because how does one quantify, you know, IRRs and the typical ways of EBITDA margins, and what's the clear line of sight to growth, and all these very serious financial questions one asks when you make any investment. These were the intangibles that I saw partnering with Dharma and with Karan. And of course, it's not such a bad business opportunity as well. You know, there's other verticals like music, distribution, building up more production on our content creation. These are things that will drive, you know, the next 5 to 7 years of growth at Dharma. And these were some of the reasons that I did it. And let's not forget, it's not such a bad idea to have a little bit of fun also. It's not all about just, you know, making money and getting returns. So these were the reasons and, you know, thinking behind why I decided to partner with Karan.
Yeah, no, I mean, you said, I guess people were asking you why you paid so much money. Karan might say it wasn't so much money.
Yeah.
I didn't know I had a value. I found out. You know, I have to say this, and I probably am not going to come across very clever when I do, but you know, it's just the way I want to come across is who I am. I was traumatized in so many of those meetings. You know, when we spoke, there were things and terms that I'm a creative artist. What is a put and what is a call and what is an exit?
A drag and a tag. I never thought we'd hear the words coming out of his mouth, and drag and tag.
And then he kept saying, you know, I will drag and you will tag. And I was like, I know what drag is in a totally different way. And I know what tag is from a price tag that I pay in the retail zone for. I know what put is and call is in a very different way altogether. But I had no idea what was happening when those Excel sheets would come in front of me. And you know, your reality is staring at you and you think that you've done something so wide and vast. And then there is a value put. So when people tell Adar, you know, like, you've paid so much money, I'm like, has he really?
I said that deliberately to give you a chance to say exactly that.
Because I feel like, firstly, I have to tell you, the dynamism displayed by Adar Poonawalla was almost inspirational to me and to everyone on. We cracked the major part of this deal on a Zoom call, I want to tell you. And he was like a superstar in that. Like, it was literally, he had a few questions which were answered, and then he was like, okay, so when do we sign? And I'm like, for 1.5 years, we're deliberating, we're talking about put and call and exit and entry and everything that you can think of. And then like he comes in, sweeping us off our collective feet. And I'm like, this is probably how I would have loved to do business if I could afford to. And I can't afford to, of course. He can. But I just thought it was also the most essential thing is, I'm here today feeling even more accountable and responsible than I ever was. Prior to this, I was like running my own ship, right? Apurva and I were two people. We ran our company like siblings. He took care of finance, admin, legal, everything, all the stress points, and I did the creativity. Today, I'm talking about profit margins, profitability, reducing costs. How do we show to others how immensely profitable we're going to make this conglomerate? And to me, that is giving me the most exciting sleepless nights. I never thought that I would feel this accountable in my life, and this is great accountability. This is what I think my father tried to make me and Apurva's tried to make me for the last 25 years of my life in 3 months.
I'm so happy you said that, Karan. Thank you. I hope this is recorded and kept in the archives forever. So
well, unfortunately, it is recorded. Everything I say today, I'm staring at Ajay Bijli, a big reason why we're here today. And I want to say the prices are really great at all multiplexes. The popcorn is cheap.
Now that Karan secured the investment,
I'm
he's
so
finding the
scared
popcorn
I'll
cheap.
get into trouble. I'm just staring at Ajay Bijli and I'm like, the Bijli, everything in those cinema halls is cheap. Go watch movies, guys. We need you. We need your footfalls.
What would you say, Adar, to those who might be looking at this industry and have all these myths surrounding it that sort of keep them away from investing in it? Because, as you know, it's been an industry which a lot of people have circled around, but we've never had this kind of a structured investment from someone from outside the business who's come in. You've had a lot of strategics coming in, of course, you know, the studios from the West. You've had the Netflixes and the Amazons and, you know, hopefully the Apple TVs, etc., who are also looking at it. But on the content side, I believe there's tremendous potential in taking the sector forward, being able to hold on to IP, being able to monetize that in the way it should be. But what's held it back really has been the lack of capital and the myths that surround the industry that have just lingered on for this long. So it'll be great to hear from you on what you'd say to people who might be looking at this business.
No, so I think a lot of other corporate houses or funds and investors perhaps haven't traditionally invested in this area is because generally an investor wants a clear line of sight on growth, scaling up, profitability, etc. We all know this industry has its ups and downs, you know, with films doing well, some doing badly, some may go over budget. Now, if we can manage that risk, keep growing in terms of scale of creating more and more content, you've got so many OTT platforms and now some others coming about. I'm very bullish in this area. Now, when exactly is it that we're going to hit, you know, big profit numbers or whatever? You know, it's tough to say. So you have to have a little bit of passion and patience in this area. It can't be like what you've seen in e-commerce or in other manufacturing sectors. There's always going to be some kind of gestation period. So we're going to go through that over the next 5 years. And, you know, if we have this conversation in 2 or 3 years' time, I can tell you if some of those myths were true or not.
Fair enough. It's up to us as an industry to dispel those. So Karan, as far as you're concerned, this obviously is a big move forward. Do you see yourself becoming a studio now completely and holding on to the IP that you're creating and therefore being able to monetize that and building value for the long term?
Absolutely. And the idea, of course, so the good thing is that, you know, we have, the IP has been a huge part of, you know, our valuation as well, built over, you know, a large period of time with all the films that we've done. We've held very strongly onto our IP for everything that we've done. The real issue sometimes were because of the funding that you had to always partner with an existing studio on the bigger and larger films. And with that, even when we made big hits, we were always sharing the profit. In this scenario, it gives us the opportunity of actually increasing and enhancing our profitability by owning the film entirely. But yet, there will be those massive brahmastras that we will make that will need the support of a studio. If I make a film that is over 250 crores, 200, 300 crores, it's not possible to fund that totally at our stage even now. But yet, it's the middle budget film where the cost to profit is super high. Those are the films that you can actually fund entirely on your own, and you can enjoy and reap the benefits of that big breakthrough profit that is to happen. Because I believe the real bread and butter, the real money comes from that middle budget film. Because in the big budget films, you know, while you might make that money up, and it's a large journey to cover that money, and then, you know, the cost of capital and then the cost of P&A, the margins are not very large. But when you strike it in a 65 to 80 crore window film, and you really hit the large number, that is the film I'm chasing. So more than the tentpole film, I'm chasing the middle budget film that gives me a larger return.
Because they're the revenue multipliers that much more when
everybody
it's a
thinks
hit.
bigger the film, bigger the money made. It's not always true. Because bigger the money spent is also the bigger, larger journey to recovery, you know. So that's what we do. And then the verticals, that we are in the near future going to make some announcements about verticals that we're going to begin. And we do hope that everyone eventually wakes up to the fact that we now truly mean business.
So would you do the same thing on the streaming side as well? When you're making series, etc., would you adopt the same model? Maybe the larger tentpole ones are ones that you don't necessarily need to fund yourself, but the middle ones you might look at actually going in and investing?
No, so I don't believe in that model. I believe a series should be greenlit by a platform. And then you should go ahead and make it. Because there are, you know, we've seen those content creating houses that have put in a lot of investments, created tremendous creative equity, you know, and by making series, but many of those lie unsold. And eventually, you know, you need to kind of make sure that your series that you're putting all that might on, the money on, gets a platform in a house. So I'm very clear that in Dharmatic Entertainment, we want to widen the scope of our work for sure, but we want to make sure that it's attached to a platform before we start putting any money into it.
Got it. Also, would there be some projects that you look at from an international perspective which is taking India to the world? Because I think Korea in the last couple of decades has really shown us with their movies, with their music, with their TV, with their food, the soft power that they've managed to really take around the world. And
Sid, I've been doing K-dramas before they did.
That is true.
So I'm quite used to it. So literally. No, absolutely. And I think a few of our projects, definitely. For example, we had a breakthrough film called Kill that released last year that was picked up by Lionsgate internationally. A large international sale happened thanks to our presence at the Toronto International Film Festival where we struck that deal. Subsequently, the film is now being remade in English and also in Tamil and Telugu, and we sold those rights. So we do plan to produce the second part of Kill also, and we hope to have the same international success. Similarly, we are producing a film with Neeraj Ghewan, who is a Cannes award-winning filmmaker, and we plan to take that film, you know, to the international festivals and have sales internationally. Few of those decisions we are definitely going to do, Sid, because I don't understand this concept of planning a crossover film. Because I do believe once you cross, it's all over. Because, you know, it's really not always going to be viable and beneficial. So I don't think you can plan a film for an audience.
Yeah,
a film has to
it is something that happens organically at
Today, for
times.
example, I'm not sure, like, you know, when Lagan was made, or Lapata Ladies, both attached to Aamir, where he planned those films for him. He made great films. The fact that it's going to win an international audience and the love of an international audience has to be a thing that happens post the film's release. So I don't think you can plan an internationally loved film made out of India.
What do you think are the other ways in which the media and entertainment industry can maybe look at the way that other industries have scaled up to be able to drive us to our next level of growth? Do you see any things that we can do as an industry to be able to really have that exponential growth that maybe the IT sector saw in the 80s and 90s, or any other industries that have had that step up?
I think the government has been quite helpful wherever needed. And we can have conversations with them to see how we can promote and penetrate the rural parts of the country a little bit more. And if you can get more screens there and ways of getting into people's homes in villages and other areas, there's talk about having those cinemas, which are not exactly big screen cinemas like you see in the urban areas, but more penetration will definitely help scaling up and becoming more profitable. Also, the kind of films that one likes to watch may not, or what we call good films, may not necessarily do so well at the box office as we know. So, when you're looking at it from a business perspective, if anyone else is also investing, one needs to keep making those kind of films, and also the kind of ones which are iconic. What, for example, Karan has made from Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, all those iconic ones, which are remembered, and then you have a library that's built up like we do, which one can monetize later in the future as well.
What do you think is the state of the theatrical business right now, Karan, and where do you think it's going to go? I mean, we do talk a lot about phases within this business, and you have your ups and your downs. We're probably in a cycle right now, which we've never really been in before, where the bigger films are doing bigger business than they've ever done before, and films that might not have done this business before COVID are going through the roof. And then there are some films that come and go, even with very big stars. So it's clear that the audience seems to be becoming very discerning about that trip to the theaters. What do you think we need to do as a content industry to be able to...
I believe we have to read the room. We've got to read the room as filmmakers. You have to know that today there's a lot of content available at, on streaming services. But there is still a huge desire for a community watch to go to the cinema. So you have to understand, please let's make the high concept films, the films that draw you to cinema halls immediately, not the films that you have access to, on a daily basis on a streamer. So besides the tentpole films, it's the high concept films or the films made sensibly, because the star cast really today is not just the only driving force. It's the trailer. It's the very first impression. So we have to, I always tell filmmakers, this may sound like a sales pitch, but plan your trailer. If a film is giving you a great theatrical trailer, it's going to give you a great theatrical opening. Anything generic is going to slip through. Anything been there, done that is not going to work. So you have to plan your first unit. It has to be a unit that makes sure that an audience is going to say, I booked my ticket, I'm going to go see. And that is happening. As we speak, we've had a great 2 years. According to me, there have been some thunderous numbers as well, like you said. We've touched the 600 crores. We've never done that before. We've done that. And we also have touched 100 crores with a completely new cast. A creature film with a new actor called Abhay Verma has done 100 crores. That is the power of theatrical audiences. We just have to give them what they truly want. We have to read the room, which we have to start assessing within ourselves.
Well, I'm being told my time is up, but I do want to give you guys, both a chance to maybe tell us what your vision is for Dharma 5 years down the line. Like, what would you believe you'd be really happy if Dharma were to accomplish within 5 years?
I think I'll leave that to Karan, because he's the man with the vision and the creative sense behind it. So, Karan.
I'm a filmmaker. When you ask a creative artist what my vision is, it's of course to creatively conquer, and that's all I can really aspire to do, to make beautiful, brilliant stories. Scale is not the only, thing in operation. I want to tell the biggest stories, but I also want to expand the infrastructure of our company. I want to build verticals which go beyond what we already have, which I had the vision for, but couldn't do it earlier, and now I can. And I want to make those verticals immensely profitable in the long haul. So the vision 5 years later, if you and I chat 5 years later, I hope I can tell you that this partnership of Pharma Productions has been an immense success story, and we'll be here again to tell you that.
Thank you, Karan, and thanks, Adar. I just want to say on behalf of the entire Indian media and entertainment creative community that this was an incredibly inspirational announcement that happened, within the last month. And I think it's led to a lot of people thinking that the creative industry, the content creation business, if we're able to capitalize and we're able to bring the right funding, the right partners, the right growth into the business, then I think the next decade could genuinely be India's decade.
And I do believe what Adar has done, I hope, does become something that others as well follow through, because it would be wonderful for that fresh burst of oxygen in our business coming in from outside of the business, because I do believe, and I hope that this is one of many other further collaborations. Even if Adar has to go forge forward and do it again, I'll be proud that he began with me.
Cheers to that. And, hopefully at CNBC's 30th anniversary, we'll be discussing a lot more examples like this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Adar Poonawalla, and Karan Johar. That was quite an engaging, fun, candid conversation. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next session because we're thrilled to present a fireside chat with one of India's most influential entrepreneurs who has just taken his company public. Yes, we're talking about Swiggy because recently Swiggy has partnered with the Government of India to launch a groundbreaking skilling initiative which is aimed at empowering India's workforce with essential skills and creating new employment opportunities.
Well, the Swiggy Skills Program is aligned with India's Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, and it reflects how Swiggy is shaping the future, not just through digital innovation, but through meaningful societal impact.
To take this discussion ahead, I invite back on stage to explore how this Swiggy Skills Program aligns with India's 2047 vision, empowering the workforce and creating opportunities that will contribute to India's economic transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sriharsha Majeti, the co-founder and group CEO of Swiggy. Shireen, over to you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to read out some numbers for you. This is on the back of what happened yesterday on Dalal Street, where we saw Swiggy quite literally deliver its IPO. So Harsha, it's great to have you here. 1 lakh crore rupees on day one of listing. That was the market cap that this gentleman and his team managed to deliver yesterday on the Dalal Street. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Harsha and the team at Swiggy. 5,000 employees have become crorepati's. 11,000 crore rupee IPO saw bids of over 40,000 crores. So once again, from all of us here, Harsha, congratulations. I'm not going to start by asking you about the numbers that you think I'm going to ask you about. What time did you finish partying last night?
4:30 a.m.
4:30 a.m. Was there a sense of relief at the end of it when you actually saw, when you were ringing the bell on the NSE? What was it? Relief? Excitement? What was going on at that point in time in your head?
Actually, it was relief and excitement in that order. 80% of the emotion was just relief. Having sold the dream, it was just a vision. And so many folks chose to join us along the way for the journey. So to see that new level of reality be unlocked was just huge relief and excitement as a founder. The second excitement is, I think, as a founder, it's also just a new life experience.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to figuring out how that stage looks. Now you can
you know what is going to change, right? You're going to have to talk to us every quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think the business has gone through a million changes in the last 10 years. I think it can handle a few more.
I'm sure it can, and we look forward to having those conversations with you. But we're talking about the relief that you felt yesterday as you rang the opening bell at the National Stock Exchange. But in the run-up to the IPO, and a lot of people, we talk about this on stage, we'll ask you all questions about, are you ready to IPO, etc. It's not an event. There's a whole journey leading up to that event. And I want you to take us through what transpired over the last year plus, just to be IPO ready. And in that last lap where the markets turned and suddenly sentiment was not on the side of you, what was the feeling then? How much anxiety did you go through then?
I'll answer the second question first. Actually, honestly, had no anxiety throughout. Because all the anxiety was until you choose to go, until you know inside that you're feeling ready for it. Because being ready means that you lose anxiety over so many other things that are outside your control. That's what I wanted to prepare for, and that's what my version of the company being ready was. And once we got there, truly, that was the big moment. All the anxiety, all the butterflies were till the decision. Once we felt like, okay, I think we're ready, let's go. After that, I think it's just, wake up and do the best you can. I think we did a a great job generally communicating our story in the investor roadshows. We were receptive to feedback that we got on pricing, a bunch of things. So we don't like look back and think of anything that we would change about how we went about it. And that was 90% of our decision. Now, obviously, some of this timing tailwinds can be even more useful, but if you think about it, from the day we started our roadshow, the markets just kept going in a certain direction. That wasn't
down.
Yeah, that was down. Yeah, absolutely. So, but we just powered on. We were like, I think the company is ready. I mean, even if let's say things are tepid on day one, week one, I mean, it's a long run.
Yeah.
So luckily, I think none of us tethered our emotions at all to what that day one price is going to be. Though it's a good thing, a good outcome, a great outcome in hindsight, just on day one, good aftertaste.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that you can't do this perfectly. So to end up on the right side of it is a good feeling.
Absolutely, and I would imagine that it's a good feeling for all of you at Swiggy and your bankers as well. But let's talk about that. You know, I was talking to SoftBank about getting the pricing right. And I think this has been one of the issues we've seen with a lot of startup founders and a lot of startup IPOs, where the pricing has left nothing on the table for the retail investor. You did. And you decided to bring down the price because you wanted to leave enough on the table for the retail investor. That decision and making that call, take us through what was going on when you did that.
I think we were clear all along, Shireen, throughout the process. I think if I had to look back and talk about maybe the two major objectives that we were going for, to get a high quality set of investors who believe in our story and want to be there for the long term, that was number one. And eliminate event risk, that was point one. The number two was we were greedy for a good aftertaste. It's the beginning of the journey for a lot of new investors who are going to come on board. So honestly, the conversations lasted a few minutes. It wasn't...
and it was done.
Yeah, it was done. Honestly, this could have gone another way. I mean, a few more hours and we may have not priced very well. But that's like everything changes in a few weeks. So we're lucky we were able to price it in hindsight, but there's no way to fully know it before going ahead with it.
Well, let's now talk about the road ahead, Harsha. And you know, you've done enough of investor road shows, and you've probably gone over those numbers in great detail. So what I want to get from you is the big picture. What is changing in India as far as consumption is concerned, as far as consumer behavior is concerned, about the capacity to spend? What are the big shifts, the structural shifts that you're betting on? What gives you hope? What gives you confidence?
Absolutely. So I think if you play it out over a couple of decades, we're playing that kind of consumption story in India. I think everything that Swiggy does today, broadly in urban convenience, caters to the top 120, 130 million consumers in the country, or 150. We've gotten about 100 plus in food ever transacted. But I think that is only going to go up. If the country's economic growth is going to be strong, GDP per capita is expected to be good, we ride on rails that benefit significantly from these categories, from these tailwinds. For example, like if, let's say, the GDP per capita goes up, discretionary income falls first into the restaurant industry where we're building on top of.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to have the opportunity of a lifetime to be building these categories at this specific time in India. And we couldn't be more thrilled. So we're just blessed to have an opportunity like that. And we think that consumers, the one thing that maybe now we've learned even more is their expectations just keep expanding. They just keep going higher and higher. And now we're starting to look at consumers wanting things in 10 minutes, but now it's also wanting a lot more things in 10 minutes, and maybe even like wanting their food in 10 minutes. So consumer expectations just tend to keep expanding. That's the one constant.
And that's an opportunity, but that's also a significant disruption that's happened as far as consumer expectations is concerned, as well as the fulfillment expectations when you're dealing with these consumers. As you said, now food in 10 minutes. I mean, you know, how soon is that likely to be a reality, and how much pressure is there now to move down that road?
When you say pressure, what kind of pressure? I think if users want it, then companies need to innovate.
Deliver.
Yeah, I think you just have to keep matching the user's expectations with any luck, beat their expectations even before they didn't know they wanted it. So there's no pressure. I mean, you just have to do it. If consumers want it, then you have to build the future.
So, speaking about building the future, and I think the quick commerce story was written off. The quick commerce story has made a phenomenal comeback in the last 2 years on the back of what you and Blinkit, etc., have been able to do. And it's being held up as the India story, the India playbook. It hasn't worked anywhere else in the world, or not as good as it has worked out in India. Why do you think that's the case?
So, Shireen, there are many, many reasons for it. I think one of the big reasons could be that the physical version of what quick commerce does not exist in India. At some level, I think if you look at how retail has moved in every other geography, because they have big box retailers, then they have modern trade retailers, and then they have corner shops, etc. I think here the equivalent of what we do is actually the modern trade, which is meaningful but never got built out in the way that it got built out in other parts of the world. So there's a real opportunity that it's like almost like a pager movement that we didn't see enough of. So what we think is probably quick commerce caught modern trade very, very early on in the Indian retail journey, and it just offered consumers an opportunity to leapfrog into something that just comes to their home.
So the lines between quick commerce and e-commerce, I mean, as you said, it started with low ticket size items, but now you're pretty much doing just about everything. I mean, or close to everything. I mean, are there going to be any boundaries to what you can do on quick commerce, or is it now e-commerce?
Yeah, I think there aren't that many boundaries. If users are getting used to the platform, they want more and more selection, and they keep searching for it. I mean, the way users also search as they see more and more is a very interesting phenomena. Like maybe in year one, batteries would have been like, a type of battery would have been the one that the consumers wanted to search.
What is it today?
Bed sheets was 3 months back. It was the most searched, like let's say, most searched with less selection than what consumers wanted. So that's an example. Like you would wonder why people want bed sheets in 10 minutes, but they want it. They wanted a bed sheet, and if it could be available in 10 minutes, then they want it. So I think we will see the expansion of this imagination. Consumers are going to keep asking for more and more. Will the entire world be available in 10 minutes? Probably not. But I think there is a continuum, and all of us in the category are figuring out how to extend that continuum and figure out the paradigm that blurs the lines even more.
So how large will these pipes be? I mean, you've already built them out significantly to be able to go from, batteries to bed sheets. What are we talking about now in the next few years?
It's almost everything that can fit in a reasonably sized vehicle near you
will be shipped in 10 minutes.
Should be shipped. I mean, I don't know about 10 minutes. I think we will see some iterations on the operating model that you can't get millions of things in 10 minutes. There's no way that is possible.
I want to go back to the comment that you made yesterday while you were ringing the bell, saying that this was a germ of an idea, which is today this now listed entity with a market cap when you listed at 1 lakh crore rupees. What did it take, Harsha, to go from a germ of an idea to building out Swiggy to what it is in terms of culture, in terms of purpose, in terms of vision, in terms of strategy? What has been the most challenging aspect of putting Swiggy together?
I think the business in general, that's the good news, because it also creates some barriers to entry. It's pretty punishing. There are so many moving parts every single day in every single zone. But honestly, I think my challenge as a founder, building in all of these businesses, super competitive, can be cutthroat sometimes. But the most challenging is to take as many people along as you can. It's not always easy, but to choose that path of win-win every single time is the biggest challenge. And it keeps increasing as the company gets larger, and that's what we need to buck up for.
Well, speaking of win-win, Zomato tweeted when you were listing yesterday with a little heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely from them.
Yes, a very nice gesture. But, how competitive is it getting now? I mean, it's between the two of you, there's Zepto, and there's everybody else now that's looking at getting into the 10-minute space as well. So how competitive is it?
I think Look, Swiggy was born in the middle of a war. In 2014, we were like the 19th player in food delivery that showed up. So we've seen this even
So
in
you're
food
used to battles.
Sorry?
You're used to battles.
Yeah, we've seen them through. Like, I can't remember the last year or two where it felt like a little bit of calm. So we don't know any other world. So that we're used to. But I think in quick commerce particularly, it'll be a little different from food delivery because the market size is just way larger than the food delivery category. So there will be multiple players, multiple competitors vying for a dominant share to be that top 3-4 platforms that will be there in the next 4-5 years once this plays out. So competition will be there, should be there for a market this large.
But do you think it'll be the rule of 3 that's likely to apply, or do you think that there's going to be space for more?
I mean, 3, 4, that's as far as I can imagine. Maybe more than that feels harder unless there's a new unlock on the market size.
So, you said that you're used to battle. You were born at the time of a war. What does it take to go to battle every day? In terms of temperament, in terms of mindset, in terms of how you operate, how are you battle ready every day?
I think I'm not a big fight-driven mindset. I just don't operate like that. I think the way we've gone about our problems is to just figure out what you can do for the consumer better, and that energizes you, and then that eventually gets you to do better. But directly thinking about this is this person, I know I need to beat them, is just not a way that has excited us as a company. Whatever success we've had, it's by figuring out a way to energize ourselves indirectly.
So what is energizing you today? What's inspiring you today? Outside of course, the fact that you're now a listed entity. That's done.
Yeah. No, I'm just really, really energized by this next wave of, what we can do for 2 reasons. One, in the short term, I'm really excited and curious about our life as a public company. The first 1-2 years are going to be very different once you get a hang of how this is. So there's that childlike curiosity that we'll have about this for the next few quarters.
Do you feel at all like it's going to constrain you?
No, I mean, like I said, I think the decision to go public was made after feeling comfortable that it won't constrain. So that was the longest period. I took probably 4 to 6 quarters to come to peace with the decision in the first place. So then I had a lot of this torment. Will I be able to do it? How will this work? Then you're also looking at our peer companies and their trials and tribulations in the stock exchanges. And then you have to live through that vicariously, and then you're like, yeah, I think this too shall pass. We'll see it.
Are you on Twitter or off Twitter?
I am on Twitter, absolutely. I am a content reader. I'm not much of a producer, but
so now as a listed entity, are you putting boundaries for what you will or will not say on Twitter?
So far, we haven't gotten that feedback from the investors to be on Twitter, but we will definitely be there on quarterly calls talking about our story transparently, the goods, the bads, everything. So yeah, we'll be there. So definitely we will be out there talking about what we're up to.
You talked about the goods, the bads, the trials and tribulations. And as you sit here today, the journey to many people in this room and to many young entrepreneurs who are looking at you probably looks like, we can do it too. It's not that hard to do. Let's talk about some of the tough stuff. Let's talk about some of the lonely moments. Let's talk about some of the sort of emotionally traumatic times that you've had to go through just in order for you to be able to build this out and build this out at scale.
Yeah, look, I think 2020 to 23 was probably our toughest time. In a 10-year journey, I think those 3 years taught a lot to the company. I think in 2020, as we were just finishing off an investment calendar, that was huge in food delivery, fighting off many competitors. I think as soon as the pandemic began, just months into the calendar finishing and we were moving to get the business profitable, the business fell down to 10-15% of its volume. Just 3 months after you finished your investment calendar. So at that time, it just felt incredibly hard. It's incredibly punishing, and imposter syndrome and self-doubt and all of those.
But never. No, this is no longer the road to take.
No. I think I just love the overall mission statement of the company so much that that is enough to overcome any of these
Doubt
trials and
and
tribulations.
imposter syndrome.
Yeah. No, I mean, imposter syndrome as well, yeah. I mean, see, imposter syndrome is a different one. Like, that is just me. But the company is the company. So, like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I think we'll just keep choosing this road because we love this road. We think India needs it. I talked about it even in our IPO speech yesterday. I genuinely believe that the next 2 decades are going to be incredible for Indian consumers, India's economic growth. But I think we should not just get economic growth. We should enjoy it. And I think with a little bit of Swiggy in our consumers' lives, I think we can also enjoy economic growth. And I think that's a powerful feeling. It's not just delivering food or delivering grocery. I think we power a lot of dreams indirectly by not having to do the things that maybe you didn't need to. And that is not lost on me. Every time maybe, especially it's a high frequency incidents in Bangalore, you're out there, the traffic out there sometimes, and you're like, oh God, I love what we're doing. And given how high frequency traffic is in Bangalore, then I have many moments to thank what we're doing, our role, in helping shape the India of the next 2 decades.
Well, you certainly are helping shape the India of the next 2 decades. But, I also want to understand from you, in terms of the community that's built around companies like yours, the delivery partners and so on and so forth. And it's punishing and grueling being on Indian roads in our weather conditions, with traffic being what it is. I mean, how do you bring joy into their lives as well? I mean, do you think about that?
Oh, 100%. I think when I said win-win, I think without the ecosystem being happy, I don't think companies can run for too long. And absolutely, I think every day we wake up, we have to keep figuring out how to, grow driver earnings by a certain level, how to improve the ease of doing the job, how to eliminate support issues, tickets. All of these are big pain points. So that's an everyday living, breathing thing. I mean, even if you look at, let's say, some of the surveys on Fair Work, etc., we've done really, really well. And that's because we actually spend a lot of time figuring out how to make lives better. But honestly, the whole platform workers or gig economy is all of 12, 13 years old. Compared to traditional employment, that is probably like tens of thousands of years old, if not even longer. So I think along the way, like this is the 0 to 1 of, let's say, how this works. So as companies in this space, we're also learning every year how to do this better, that better. But we're absolutely on it. Not a day goes by without thinking about this.
Not a day goes by without thinking about it. So the next 5-year vision, Harsha, for Swiggy, the new opportunities as well as the priorities.
I think the next 5 years are, again, going to be a little bit more of the same. We now, between the 3 businesses that we have, food delivery, Instamart, and Dine Out, I think each of them have very strong growth headroom for the next 5 years. I think it will take a lot more innovation to pop open new use cases, make things more affordable for consumers. That's one train. The stuff that is in flight, I think you'll see a lot more of like innovation to pop open new use cases. That coming from our stable for sure. And I think in terms of new businesses, we're always tinkering and putting new stuff out there. Even earlier this year, we launched something called Rare. It's in private beta in Bangalore. But again, everything you see coming out of our stable speaks to the mission statement. We wanted it to be a little bit more of a private members club that is hyper convenience for a smaller part of the audience that we operate in. So everything that you see keeps aligning to this mission statement of unparalleled convenience for urban Indians. So even the next 5 years will be the same, I have no doubt.
Are you taking a break?
No. I can't wait to get back to work now.
Harsha, it's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations once again to you and
Thank
the
you
team
so
at
much,
Swiggy.
Sherry.
Thank you very, very much for joining us here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of
Thank you
applause
so much.
to Sri Harsha
Thank
Majeti
you.
and the team at Swiggy. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Shireen, for leading this inspiring session, and Sri Harsha for your valuable insights. But I'll request both of you to stay on because we have a special moment of recognition. I'd like to also invite Mr. Leo Varadkar, who's the former Taoiseach of the Republic of Ireland, to join Sri Harsha and Shireen on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to India's future, it's important to acknowledge the leaders who have paved the way. We would like to request Mr. Varadkar and Mr. Majeti to recognize Mr. Narayan Murthy's monumental contributions as an icon of the Indian economy. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for N.R. Narayana Murthy.
Well, we have the privilege of honoring Mr. Murthy, the co-founder and former chairman of Infosys, a true icon of India's economy. His vision, his leadership has transformed India's IT sector and elevated the nation's global standing, creating opportunities and inspiring generations of entrepreneurs. Please put your hands together for Mr. Narayan Murthy.
Mr. Murthy and Shireen, request you both to take the conversation forward on India's future 25 years from now.
Thank you very much, Shruti. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a privilege and an honor to have the iconic N.R. Narayana Murthy here with us at the CNBC TV18 Global Leadership Summit. And for me personally, he has been a mentor. I did my first interview with him about 20 years ago, and we've had an interview pretty much every year since then. I've been part of all the milestones that Infosys clocked, and so we're very, very happy, Mr. Murthy, that you could join us here on a very important milestone that we're clocking here today. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Well, Shireen, I have always treated you like I treat my daughter Akshata. So you are special, and therefore attending this event and having conversation with you is, of course, an absolute privilege and a pleasure and pride. Thank you.
The privilege and pleasure is all mine, sir. So let me start by talking to you about the next 25 for India. As you look at where we stand today, Mr. Murthy, and there is a lot of hope, there's a lot of optimism. What is your prescription for the road ahead, the next 25 for India, the Narayan Murthy notes?
Thank you. Well, you know, we have done reasonably well in the last 30 years. And in the last 10 years, we have acquired a new confidence, a new hope, a new sense of energy. For example, in my own middle-class locality where I live in Bangalore, Jayanagar, I see new restaurants coming up, small restaurants, new barber shops, new fitness salons, street vendors selling apple, oranges, peas, capsicum, etc., etc. These are not things that we used to see earlier. In other words, there is a reasonable disposable income. And the urban middle class. At the same time, India has huge challenges. First of all, before I say that, let me say this. I am running 79 years. No, it's very important to say. I am elder to most politicians and definitely much elder to all bureaucrats. So whatever I say is with a sense of affection and admiration. And it's not criticism. I don't know how long I will live. My friend Ratan went away a few weeks ago. Therefore, I have no interest in whatever I say. All that I want is to see an India which has fulfilled the dreams of our founding fathers. Anyway, having said that, I say that at the same time, you see 800 million Indians receiving free rations. You see free electricity being given. You see free bus rides being given. While you look at it from one perspective, these are all good things, but another perspective says that while urban India is making rapid strides, there is a large part of India that has not benefited from all the wonderful globalization that we have had. So therefore, the need of the day for us is to focus on job creation. Primarily low-tech job creation, because most of these people who are on ration or people, they cannot take up jobs in the software industry or whatever it is. So the focus has to be on low-tech job creation. And number two, given that the disposable income of India is rather low, therefore, we have to focus on exports, like China did, and like Vietnam is doing now, and like a few other nations in East Asia are doing. Because that's the only way you can create large number of jobs, and that's the only way you can put some disposable income in the hands of people. And that's the only way that secondary and tertiary industries, like what Harsha was saying, that all this Swiggy and all of that, they can indeed take off. And that obviously is export oriented. What that means is we have to become nimble. We have to learn from our competitive countries. We have to take quick decisions. We have to get to a level of excellence in everything that we do, definitely a higher level of excellence. How do we do it? You know, a lot of my European and American friends tell me that it is time for India to move from an administrative mindset to a management mindset. They tell me that administration is all about status quo. On the other hand, management is all about vision, high aspiration. It's about achieving the plausibly impossible. It is about cost control. It is about raising the confidence of people. It is about making things happen quickly and being very competitive. It's about learning from our competitors, etc. So maybe Prime Minister Modi, who has done a brilliant job so far in terms of accelerating our economy, all of that, may want to look at whether we need more of managers in the government rather than administrators. And to do that, they perhaps may want to look at, rather than the current method of having some, whatever it is, some 3-4 subjects, examination, etc. for the IAS, he may want to look at selecting people from the various management institutes, bringing them into the government. I hope the opposition won't have much objection, like they have already raised. Bring them into the government. First, get them trained at Missouri on decision-making under uncertainty, on facing the competition, on creating competitive advantages, on being open-minded to learn from people who have performed better than us, on strategic thinking, on simulation, on workflow management, on project management, and other management techniques. The second thing that we may want to do, because we have, I often used to tell at Infosys, the reward for winning the semi-final is to get to play a tougher game, which is the final. Therefore, the fact that India has tasted success, the fact that India under Prime Minister Modi has done a good job so far, what that really means is this: we, the Indian citizens, must be in a position to play an even tougher game, a more difficult game, a game that will gladden the heart of every Indian. And to do that, one of the things that we may want to look at is, instead of becoming general administrators, we may want these management trainees that are trained at Mussoorie to be allotted to specific functions in the public governance system: agriculture, defense, and manufacturing, infrastructure, whatever it is. And then they have to spend the required number of years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, etc., like it happens in some of the developed nations, so that they do become subject matter experts and they can find solutions to us. And the third thing that I would like to suggest is, India has a lot of intellectuals who have had tremendous accomplishments in the private sector. And if every ministry has a committee of these experts who have accomplished, and the chairman of that committee has the same cabinet position as the minister in charge, and if any major decision to be taken is to be approved by both the minister and the usual bureaucracy, as well as this committee, I do think that we will accelerate our growth very well. I hope India becomes a nation that is more management oriented than just administration oriented. If I may be permitted to say this, one of my British friends was telling me, he was a cabinet secretary long time ago. And I once told him, he's a very good friend, I told him, "What man, you fellows, you have destroyed our country, bureaucracy, all of that." He said, "No, Murthy, that is not true, because we have evolved with times." He says, "Go to any service in the UK and you will get the promised service on time without you having to remind them even more." That is absolutely true, because both my children are residents of the UK and they get all their tax residency certificates, everything. And then I asked him, why is it that we have this mindset? He said, when East India Company handed over India to the Crown in 1858 or so, it's about 142 plus 24, 166 years ago. The first batch of ICS went sometime in 1858. And I believe they were given only two objectives. Two. One, keep the natives under control. Don't allow their to come up. Don't raise whatever objection you want for whatever ideas they come out with. Delay implementation as long as possible. And of course, the second was tax. So he said, unfortunately, that was his view, not my view. He seems to feel that that mindset has not gone away in India. So therefore, my request at this old age is that Prime Minister Modi takes a decision to convert the administrative mindset to management mindset, take more and more managers and give them opportunity to bring speed, imagination and excellence in decision making and in implementation in the public governance system. I believe India will then accelerate even more because he has a very laudable, very visionary objective, which is to reach $50 trillion by 2047. I think we are all with him. I think we want it to happen. We will do whatever he wants us to do. But without a very efficient, effective, agile, open-minded public governance system, that may be somewhat difficult.
So since you're talking about moving from an administrative mindset to a management mindset as far as governance is concerned, let me ask you, Mr. Murthy, Donald Trump has decided to appoint Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to head a commission or a committee which will work with the government, not part of the government, but with the government to look at efficiencies across all government functions. Do you believe that that is something that we should experiment with?
I don't know because, of course, Donald Trump is now going to be the president, so it is not proper on my part to comment. Certainly, he knows much more than I do about his country. But I do think that reducing government, reducing latency of action, reducing fat, reducing inefficiency, they are good whether it's America or India or Timbuktu. That's all what I can say.
No, fair point. But let me ask you this, Mr. Murthy. You talked about your friend, the late Mr. Ratan Tata, we spoke about the kind of leadership attributes that he held very close to his heart.
Yeah.
You believe in many leadership attributes that you hold very dear to you. I know you famously told me once that, in times of a disagreement, let everybody bring data to the table and let data decide and not egos. So leadership attributes that you believe, Mr. Murthy, that you would like Indian entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs to focus on as we move forward.
Well, first of all, let me say that the entrepreneurs of today are so much smarter than I ever was. I mean, look, the gentleman, Harsha from Swiggy, he says he will deliver food in 10 minutes in this environment where I took 1 hour and 25 minutes to come from Santa Cruz West to this place. He is a magician. He is a magician. He is a remarkable guy. Therefore, we must all salute him. We must salute him not because he may be able to do or he may not be. That's not the issue. Even to have such an audacious vision, even to have such an audacious aspiration, target, that itself is fantastic. So anyway, having said that, the attributes that I have found have been rather useful at Infosys have been first, courage. As I often say, without courage, no other attribute of a leader will ever find utterance. Courage of conviction, courage to do the right thing, courage to walk the untrodden path, courage to go against the most majority of naysayers. I think these are absolutely necessary for a leader. So therefore, I would say first is courage. The second thing is what I learned from Mahatma Gandhi, that is leadership by example. If you want austerity in your company, you the leader show austerity. If you want punctuality in your company by every employee, you come to the office first. Then you don't have to give big speeches. So I think I can go on and on the issue of leadership by example, but I think we in the corporate world must embrace leadership by example. The third thing that I would talk is, this is something that not just the corporate leaders, but leaders in every area in India, in corporate world, in politics, in NGOs, in bureaucracy, everywhere. And that is putting the interest of the community ahead of my personal interest. If I did that, my personal interest will be much larger in the years to come. That's exactly what we at Infosys followed. In the beginning, none of us had any cars. We all traveled by economy until we were $1 billion in revenue, and that was the time that I was there, and we were $288 million of after tax. Until such time, we all traveled economy, even on international flights. So the point I'm saying is, let everybody lead by example. The third thing I would say is, if we seek respect from our stakeholders, then everything will come. Revenues will come, good employees will join you, good investors, long-term investors will be there for you, your profits will improve, and your market capitalization will improve. Therefore, don't take the objective as having much bigger market capitalization. Just say, I will earn respect from every stakeholder. And the day you take the decision, everything else will fall in line. And then, you talked about being fair and using data and facts. A leader has to be fair. Fairness, as you know better than I do, is doing unto others what you want them to do unto you. And that happens if you try and use data and facts to decide every transaction. And you have to start every transaction on a zero base, because then your employees will have full confidence in you. Even if they lose a transaction, they will say, this gentleman or this lady tried their best, and this time I didn't have proper data, therefore I lost. So that's very important. And then, of course, I already spoke about it. This is what I learned from my extraordinary friend, late Rahul Bajaj. And then once in 1993, I was a nobody. Even today I'm a nobody, but at that time I was even a smaller nobody. And I asked Rahul Bajaj, I had probably 30 seconds with him, which management book should I read? Rahul was Rahul, the way he would talk. He said, why are you trying to waste money on managed books and all? Realize that competition is your best management guru. I tell you, from 1993, I wrote it down on a page, and I pasted it in my office. Until I retired in 2014, I practiced. Competition is your best management guru. The last thing, I can give an 8-hour lecture on all the whatever I learned, but the last thing that I will say is, when in doubt, disclose. That is the finest corporate governance principle that you people can follow. I will stop here, because otherwise I can go on and on and on.
That will be an 8-hour masterclass, and I know that there are many people in this room who would sign up to listen to you, Mr. Murthy, but those are gems. When in doubt, disclose. I have a personal library, a collection of Mr. Murthy's gems. He always also, I remember saying, telling me that let the good news take the stairs and let the bad news take the elevator. And that's another very important lesson that he has taught me over the years. But Mr. Murthy, let's talk a little bit about work-life balance. Your 70-hour comment has gone viral and you're not going to be able to live it down anytime soon. And any change in thinking on that one, or do you believe that you were just grossly misunderstood?
No. First of all, I don't believe in work-life balance. I don't know if KV is here. KV Kamath, about 25 years ago, he was on a platform at a function like this. And he was asked, KV, what do you think of work-life balance? He said, look, we in India, we're a poor country. We have a lot of challenges. We first have to get life and worry about work-life balance. So therefore, my view is, at this point of time, when Prime Minister Modi is working so hard, probably he works 100 hours a week, when his cabinet ministers are working very hard, when his bureaucrats are all working very hard, the only way we can show our appreciation for all these wonderful things that are happening is by our working out. Frankly, I was a little bit disappointed in 1986 or something when we moved from 6-day week to 5-day week. I mean, I was not very happy with that. I think in this country, we have to work very hard because there is no substitute for hard work. Even if you're the most intelligent guy, you need to work hard. So therefore, I am sorry, I have not changed my view. I will take this with me to my grave. I am very proud of having worked very hard. I used to go to the office at 6:20 in the morning and return at 8:30 in the evening. That was 14 hours and 10 minutes. And I worked 6.5 days till I retired. And I'm very proud of it. Therefore, I am not going to take it back.
Yes, I know you believe very firmly in that. I know Mrs. Murthy doesn't necessarily agree with you. I know that there has been a lot of conversation around that. But I don't know how many of you know this. He's quite the romantic. He courted Mrs. Murthy when they were both in Pune while she was an engineer at what was then Telco. And Mr. Murthy, I know that you would sing to her as well. I'm going to put you in a little bit of a corner. Do you remember the Elvis Presley song that you sang to Mrs. Murthy?
Well, I have sung a lot of Kannada songs, but very few people here understand Kannada. I used to sing Hindi songs, but my Hindi is so bad, I just would not dare sing it in public. However, I used to sing to her several English songs. I'm a great fan of Elvis Presley, Frank Sinatra, and later on Perry Como, Cliff Richard. You name them. So maybe since you are like my daughter, you have that freedom and you have asked me.
I'm going to exercise it today.
And I will try, but I'm a goof up, so I hope you people will put up with me. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it seems some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't sing, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. Thank you.
Mr. Murthy, alternate career, sir, at 80. Alternate career at 80.
You know, I am 79. Nowadays, obviously, I can't sing well. But when I was young, even my wife was impressed.
Impressed enough to marry you?
At that time, she was not my wife. She was impressed. I sang this song in a rickshaw. And then I proposed to her. And probably she had to accept because that rickshaw driver thought I was crazy or something. So she said, okay.
So finally, Mr. Murthy, thank you for that love lesson as well. So he's given us corporate lessons, singing lessons, love lessons. Finally, Mr. Murthy, your message to India Inc. Your last message to India Inc.
Well, you know, as I said before, we are an extraordinary juncture in the history of this country. Never before in the last 300 to 500 years did India receive any recognition, did India receive any respect. But that day has come. And if we let go of this opportunity, it will come probably after a long time. So therefore, this is the time for every one of us to join hands with our Prime Minister, with our ministers, both at the center and the state, and then show that we fully appreciate them by working smart, by working hard, by practicing good values, and by conducting ourselves as model citizens of this country. And as corporate people, you have a very, very important job of demonstrating good governance and ensuring that there is no governance deficit. I would say if we created jobs and if we followed good principles of corporate governance, I believe we would have done our job. And I would say that it behooves us to do this at this point of time because we are at a unique juncture. I don't think any other generation of Indians had this opportunity. And therefore, let not this opportunity slip away from our hands. Let us seize it with both hands. Let us work hard. And let's make sure that posterity remembers as a set of people who had the country's interest first. And that's my fervent request to you. Because at the end of the day, remember that the founders of this country had the dream that India will be a nation where the poorest child in the remotest village has decent access to nutrition, healthcare, shelter, and education. And most importantly, has the confidence that its own progenies will have a better quality of life than it has had. And that is our responsibility. And that's our task. I still remember a Polish story. There was a Polish author, and it was in 1900 or so. He decided to migrate to US because he heard that US was a very rich country and the roads of New York were paved with gold, etc. So on the ship, everybody was telling all kinds of stories, and he landed at Ellis Island. When he landed at Ellis Island, he observed three things. One, the streets of New York were not paved with gold. Number two, the streets of were not tall. And number three, that he was to pave the streets of New York. Therefore, there is nobody else outside India who will take up this responsibility for right reasons. It is your and my responsibility to make sure that the life of our posterity, life of our progeny, the life of future children will be completely fulfilled in terms of the basic needs and in terms of hope and confidence, and that those children will receive respect from the Committee of Nations. That's all what I would say. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, N.R. Narayana Murthy, thank you very, very much, sir, for joining us here this evening. What an absolute pleasure, privilege, and honor it is to have you join us here at the Global Leadership Summit. Thank you so much.
Well, a huge round of applause again for Mr. Narayana Murthy. Thank you.
And we've got more singing coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Ajay Bijli in the house, and he's going to be performing in exactly 30 minutes from now. So keep those dancing shoes on. We've got Ajay Bijli in a whole new avatar joining us shortly. Thank you very, very much, sir.
We do, and we're looking forward to it. Thank you again, Mr. Narayana Murthy, for sharing those pearls of wisdom on life, on work, and a whole lot more. Now, as we continue, we recognize the changing face of leadership. It is more complex and more multifaceted than ever. Modern leadership demands adaptability, it demands inclusivity, and the ability to address complex global challenges while balancing national interests.
Modern leadership calls for a vision that transcends borders. Leaders must blend resilience with an approach that addresses both local and global challenges, embodying a mindset fit for an interconnected world. This interaction on finding leadership in a fractured world will explore how European leaders are stepping into global roles in today's world order.
And leading that conversation is Navteej Singh Sarna, diplomat, author, and former Indian ambassador to the US, known for his deep insights into global affairs.
And with that, we are honored to welcome Dr. Leo Varadkar, former Taoiseach Republic of Ireland, Ireland's youngest Prime Minister, whose leadership reflects courage, openness, and a commitment to a vision that goes beyond traditional boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Varadkar and Mr. Sarna to the stage. Gentlemen, over to you.
Should we start? Good evening, Ambassador.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Narayana Murthy is a hard act to follow, but I have a great star with us, and I'm sure we're going to follow that effectively. I have with me His Excellency Mr. Leo Varadkar, who was the youngest ever Prime Minister, or the Taoiseach, as it is called in Ireland, and it's a great joy to have him here. Back to Mumbai, Mr. Varadkar, Excellency, how does it feel? You've been to Mumbai before.
Good evening, everyone, and great to be here this evening. I'm not going to sing for you, so I don't think I can best the last performance. But first of all, congratulations to CNBC TV18 on 25 years, a really great milestone and one you should be proud of. I first came to Mumbai when I was a teenager, only 14 years old. but came back here as a medical student to work in KEM Hospital in my 20s. And since then, I've been here every 5 years. And that's mainly because my father is Maharashtrian from Konkan, between here and Goa. And my mother is from Ireland, but still have a lot of family here. And it's been really great to see India grow and change and develop so much in those years, and always a privilege to have a chance to visit. And I hope now that I'm less busy, it'll be more frequent.
But your Maharashtrian DNA, does something start throbbing when you breathe out clean air?
There are many, many great things about India. I think the diversity, the colors, the noise, the smells, the food. Maybe not the air quality, perhaps not the best thing, but a very, very special place. I was just thinking when I arrived a few days ago, when I first arrived in India, in an airport in the 1990s, I think it was, how much infrastructure has improved. You know, an airport that is as good as any airport you would go to in the world. Used the new coastal road yesterday to get downtown. Great to see that working. Great to see the metro under construction. So a lot of progress, a lot of economic progress as well in particular. There's inequality too, and I think as a country becomes richer, that also becomes more obvious. But also I think it's great to see India being a country, as many people said today, that is much more respected in the world. And I know it may not have been, it may seem like a small thing, but you know, when India succeeded with its space program and landing a probe on the moon, that was something that really had people in Ireland and Europe, in other parts of the world, who didn't know about India's story really wake up, and really impressive to see that happen.
And you had quite a journey yourself, you're barely 45 years old. You've been a politician, you've been a doctor, you've been the first mixed race Prime Minister, Taoiseach of Ireland. How has it been? Are you in awe of yourself?
As I say, pride comes before a fall, so I think it's never a good idea to be in awe of yourself. Good to work hard, as Mr. Murthy said, but also to be aware of your own limitations. But I've been very lucky as well. Had a good education, becoming a doctor, worked in that for 7 years. Then went into politics, 20 years in Parliament, but spent most of that time at the cabinet table as a government minister, and then 7 of those 13 years as Prime Minister or Deputy Prime Minister, helping to lead a lot of changes in my country, in Ireland. And it's been a privilege to have that. It's hard work, it's also a bit of luck, that's the truth of life, but also hopefully have a lot more to offer. As you say, 45 years old and a lot more to do.
And while you were growing up, you were a proper Irish boy. So it was only when you became the Prime Minister did people start saying he's mixed race?
No, I think from my dark skin and my Indian surname, it's pretty obvious that I'm not a regular Irish person, for want of a better term. When I met President Obama for the first time, we had this conversation that both of us had the experience of growing up in a country that was almost entirely white, and that we were the people with the funny name, the tall, dark guys with the funny name, and we both had that experience. And of course, that shapes your politics and makes you want to know more about the world. And
are you taller than President Obama?
I think I'm slightly taller, but he's a tall man. He's skinnier though. I've a little bit more weight on me, but I was very much brought up in the culture in which I was raised, and that was something my parents wanted me to do. I am sorry that I never got to learn Hindi or Marathi. That would be an enormous asset now, but wasn't the case at the time. I think my father was just so busy, but always knew about the culture, knew about my family and relatives here in India, some of whom I'll get to meet tomorrow. And then also, as is always the case, India's food and music and films follow it all around the world. So,
and you probably got some of your nationalism from India. You are known as a very vocal nationalist for Ireland and even for Irish unification. Is it the impact of your Indian ancestry?
Well, I'm always careful about the word nationalism because it can mean different things in context. And certainly, for me, it doesn't mean thinking that your country is superior or thinking any less of people of other nations. I'm very much an internationalist, but I do support the unification of Ireland. Would like to see that happen. And my father's family, my Indian family, were very involved in the independence struggle here. So two of my uncles are recognized freedom fighters. They spent time in prison under British rule. And of course, both Ireland and India have that experience of being under British rule. For us, it was 700 years. I think you managed to remove them a bit quicker than us. But there is a strong connection between the two countries that goes back a very long time. So when Dr. Ambedkar was writing the Constitution for India, the Irish Constitution was one of the ones that he helped to use. Nehru and De Valera, one of our first presidents, and Taoiseach, was in correspondence with each other. And then there's this literary connection between Tagore and Yeats, so it goes back a long time. And then, of course, you'll know the role that Irish priests and nuns had in education in
I'm
India.
a student of Irish brothers in school, and they did a great job. They used to pinch us very often, but the rest was okay.
That's against the law now, as you know, but I hope they gave you a good education.
But excellent. We're going back to the freedom movement commonalities. I'm sure you know, Excellency, that our revolutionaries were also very close in touch with each other, and sometimes even after their death, because the Indian revolutionary Udham Singh and the Irish revolutionary Roger Casement were hung in the same prison, in Pentonville prison in London, and they were buried in the same unknown patch for years. So there is a lot in common that we have in that aspect itself.
And there's also the history of partition as well, which of course is a different story for India than it was for Ireland. But again, at the time of independence, the partitioning of Ireland between North and South happened shortly before that. So I think a lot of common historical experience.
Yes, Excellency, I think one of your great achievements has been making sure Good Friday Agreement, the spirit of Good Friday Agreement stays, and even through Brexit, you fought very hard to make sure that there is no land border or a customs border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So much so that a Tory MP, I think, said, "Oh, why does he behave like that? He's behaving like an Indian."
I think that was a compliment in that context, so happy with that. The history there, as I think some people will know, but maybe not everyone, is that the United Kingdom and Ireland joined the European Union together back in 1973. They decided to leave, we decided to stay. So we used the euro, we're in the European Union. But because Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland had to leave too, even though most people there didn't want to. And that created a real complication for us because we've had peace for more than 30 years. And that's based on an agreement where the two communities share power in Northern Ireland. And there isn't a border between North and South. People can move freely. Aside from the fact that the phone signal changes and the currency is different, you wouldn't necessarily know that you'd crossed a border. Some road signs are different, but that's all. And we were very keen that that shouldn't change. That the fact that Britain and really England, because it was English people, not Scottish people, who voted to leave, that wouldn't cause the North and South to become more distant, and we really didn't want there to be a hard border or physical infrastructure. So I had to work hard both with Prime Minister May and then Prime Minister Johnson and then later Prime Minister Sunak to make sure that we had an agreement in place to keep that border open, but also so to allow people to move freely as well. It's not just about economics, it's not just about goods and trades and tariffs. It's people being able to get on a train in Dublin and get off in Belfast and do their work there and study there without there being any barriers.
You said quite recently that unification should not be an aspiration but an objective. Do you really see it happening, say, in our lifetime?
Well, I don't think it's inevitable. Certainly things like demographics and events like Brexit, I think make it more likely in the future than it is now. If you ask the younger people in Northern Ireland, they're more likely to be in favour of unification than older people. So that is, I think, the direction of travel. But it isn't inevitable. And I often give the example of Australia becoming a republic. They had a referendum there, I think 25 or 30 years ago. They didn't ask the right question, they didn't do the right preparations, and it was defeated. And now they can't decide if they're going to have another referendum or not. So for it to happen in Northern Ireland, there has to be a referendum both north and south, and it has to pass both north and south. So I think if it's something that we want, and it is something that I want, we have to work towards it and lay the groundwork and make sure that we're able to answer satisfactorily any questions or doubts that people may have.
Referendums are dangerous things because it is rumored that when David Cameron was eating a pizza somewhere when he got the idea of a Brexit referendum, and they haven't lived it down.
Yeah, well, they're particularly dangerous if you lose them. And I think when David Cameron decided that, he was put under pressure by his own party to do it, by hardliners in his party. I think he thought, one, it might never happen, and two, if it does happen, that I'll win it. Yeah. And it was a gamble that failed, unfortunately, and created, I think, a lot of difficulties for them economically, and then difficulties for their neighbours. But it was their decision, and we have to respect the decisions that people make in a democracy.
But Excellency, you made a very brave choice for a referendum, and it comes to mind now when we see the campaign that Kamala Harris ran on the issue of abortion. There was a case in Ireland when an Indian origin dentist, Savita Halapawar, she lost her life because of the local laws against abortion. And I believe you pushed for the referendum and got a change of constitution. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's a very, very sad story. And I know in India, the right to abortion has been there, I think, since independence. It's not a particularly political issue here. But in Ireland, abortion was illegal in almost all circumstances. And that law was made even stronger in 1993 when a conservative country, and we put into our constitution a provision preventing any government from liberalising the law. And over time, I think attitudes changed. But one of the things that really drove that was a very, very sad story of an Indian dentist. She'd come to live in Ireland with her husband, and her pregnancy was ending. She was miscarrying. The baby wasn't going to survive, but the doctors who were in charge at the time made the decision not to end the pregnancy or delayed ending the pregnancy because they were concerned about the strictness of our laws, or what they say, the chilling effect of our laws. And I think we're seeing some stories like that now emerge out of America, where states have made abortion effectively illegal. But it really touched the hearts of Irish people. There were murals and pictures of her put up in our cities. Women felt very, very strongly about this issue in particular, but men too. And I made the promise then in 2017 that we'd put it to a vote, that we'd allow people to decide whether or not to lift the ban on abortion. And we made that change, and it was a big result. It was 68% yes for changing our laws. And it wasn't just the cities, it was the rural areas voted yes as well, which we didn't necessarily expect, and older people as well as younger people. So it was a very significant change, and I think puts us in a very different place, I think, to other countries where those rights are being rolled back.
Yes, and if we mention Kamala Harris, how can we not mention Donald Trump? Did you see it coming?
I always thought it was a possibility. To be honest, I didn't think it would happen. Certainly going back to the events of January 6th, I thought that would be the end of Mr. Trump's, or President-elect Trump's political career. And then he's obviously made this great comeback in the last year or two, which has been extraordinarily impressive, and now won those elections. So I always thought it was a possibility, but in my heart and in my gut, I felt that President Harris would win on the day. But clearly did not. And again, it's for the people of America to decide who their president is. And we have to accept and respect that result, and a very clear result on his part. And I always say that, you know, if you don't respect the people that a country elects, you're not respecting those people. And I think we need to respect that and try and work with them as best we can. And we did, of course, in his first term, although I think the second term is going to be different.
Is it going to be more rocky than the first two?
I think it probably will be, because, you know, the first time when President Trump won, he didn't win the popular vote. It was a relatively weak mandate. This was 48-50. It's closer than people may think. It was not a landslide, but it's still a very clear mandate. Also, as the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court,
yes,
many are his appointees. So that's a big change too. And then also in the Republican Party, there were a lot of people who didn't agree with him or would resist him, like John McCain and Mitt Romney and Lynn Cheney. And all those people are gone now. He's very much in control of his party. And you can see from the appointments made to the new cabinet. So I think the second administration, Trump 47, will be more radical and will be able to get more of their agenda through than Trump 45. So it's something we have to be prepared for and be aware of around the world.
So are we going to actually see mass deportations of millions and 60% tariffs on China and 20% on everybody else, including Europe?
It'll be interesting to see how the mass deportations play out. You know, all countries carry out deportations, including America. It's an easier thing to say than do. You know, you can't just leave people at a border. The country that they come from has to be willing to take them back. So it may turn out to be a difficult promise to fulfill, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in America. On trade, I think President Trump means what he says, that there will certainly be the threat of tariffs on other countries, and in many cases there will be tariffs. But that, of course, means there'll be a response. So products being imported into America will be more expensive for American consumers, and American products will become more expensive for us to import. And there are potential opportunities there, I think, particularly for countries like India. So if President Trump puts up trade barriers to the rest of the world and to Europe, at the same time Europe is trying to de-risk but not decouple from China, there's a real potential for India there, I think. And somebody was saying before, earlier on, how India is not yet the factory of the world, but it could potentially become the factory of the world, particularly when it comes to Europe, because if we're moving away from China and America's moving away from us, there's a big opportunity there for Indian manufacturing and Indian companies as well, which is why it would be great to have a trade agreement between the EU and India. I know we've been talking about that forever, and because I think of the bureaucracies on both sides, it's been hard to make it happen. But even a basic light one to get it started would be.
Well, you have India
bonus.
Inc. here, Excellency. So what would you like India to do to be more present in Europe? I know we are present in Ireland. Could you tell us if that's been a success, and what are we not doing enough?
Well, I think, speaking as an Irishman, we now have a very big Indian community in Ireland. We have a skills deficit, and there are a lot of Indian people with skills, and they're filling big gaps in our economy and big gaps in our public services, and we're very grateful for that. And also a lot of students too, who then choose to stay for a bit longer. I would like to see more Indian companies invest in Ireland. There have been a few emphasis, for example, Wipro, the software company, TCS has a big operation in Ireland, and just in the last year they won the contract to run our new public pension system. So, you know, a very huge contract, and amazing to see an Indian company win that. But we'd like maybe more Indian companies and Indian business leaders even just to come to visit Ireland and to see what we have to offer, because it's English speaking, because there's a very positive business culture, because we're in the Euro and in the Eurozone. I think if anyone is thinking of having a base in Europe, Ireland is one of the best choices that you can make, and that's beyond the advantages that exist around tax and so on. So we'd love you to be in touch with our consulate here in Mumbai. Our consul is here, and our IDA have offices here too, and just have Ireland on your agenda, and we'd love to have you visit and see what's possible.
But Are the walls not actually coming up? If you're talking of tariffs, you're talking of protectionism, people are becoming more, immigration is becoming more difficult. So is this going to be a one-way street, or do you still have hope that we'll go back to a globalist world?
I have a lot of hope. My politics is liberal, it's internationalist. I believe in free trade, free enterprise, the free movement of people. And I know there have been setbacks in recent years. But I strongly believe that the arc of history bends towards progress, as somebody said. But of course, there'll be setbacks on the road. But we shouldn't think that history has ended. There will be more elections all over the world in the next couple of years, and the results of those elections are not determined. But I do think those of us who have a liberal and open view of the world will have to listen to what people are saying when they don't vote for our candidates, better understand what their concerns and fears are. For some people, it's change happening too quickly. For other people, it's change that they're opposed to. But we have to understand those issues and try to convince people. And that's, I think, a challenge for all of us.
But if I can push you a bit on this, a lot of Europe is going right. In many countries, you have right-wing leadership, and at the same time, you're adding this whole security issue. If the United States withdraws from Europe, what happens? Is everybody going to start looking inwards, start preparing their own defenses, or are they going to abandon Ukraine in the process?
I am very, very worried about Ukraine. I know people around the world have different perspective about what's happening in Ukraine. Some people see it as a proxy war between the West and Russia. Some people blame NATO expansion for the war in Ukraine. I have a totally different view because I asked the Ukrainians what do they think and what future do they want for their own country. I allowed a Ukrainian refugee to stay in my house for 9 months after the war, and what I see in Ukraine is a small country next to a big country, a bit like Ireland is next to Britain, and that big country wants to be able to tell it what to do, wants to have it in its sphere of influence. And I think the Ukrainian people should be allowed to decide for themselves what their future is, if it's in the European Union, if it's in NATO. It's not for America or Russia to decide that. They should decide it for themselves. And I would be concerned that there could be a change of policy now from the US, and Ukraine won't have the support of the US. I think that will then trigger the European Union and European countries to work together and be stronger, because we have relied on the United States for our security and our defense for 75 years, and we can't assume that anymore. Even if it's not President Trump, there'll be another president after him, another one after that, and for too long Europe has relied on the United States for its own security, and we now have to do that and do that for ourselves. And one of the things I did as Prime Minister, Ireland is not in NATO, but we brought Ireland into the European Common Security and Defence Policy, which is called PESCO, and I think we're going to need more cooperation on that level.
Well, you resigned as Prime Minister after being so successful, and when you resigned, people likened you to Jacinda Ardern, the New Zealand Prime Minister, and she said she ran out of fuel. Did you run out of fuel?
No, I think it was for different reasons, and I know Jacinda Ardern quite well. She was one of the few people I told a few months beforehand that I was thinking of stepping down, because it's still relatively unusual for politicians to resign before they have to. For me, I was in it for a long time. 20 years in Parliament, 13 in government. If I'd run again, I would have been looking for a third term as Prime Minister, a fourth term for my party. And I wasn't loving it and enjoying it in the way that I was before. And that's me being very honest about that. And the other reason as well is that I do think when you make changes, when you do things in politics, your political capital diminishes over time. And mine was certainly starting to diminish. And it's very hard to replenish that. You can, but very hard to do. And I took a decision that for my party and for a lot of our candidates, some of whom are personal friends, that we might be able to do better under a new leader. And there is evidence that that's been happening. Since I stepped down, we won the local and European elections. But it's very hard to know when to go, because there's always another project you want to finish, or another thing you want to finish off.
And now that you left, you've done Prime Minister, you've done everything. The last inevitable question, what next?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm going to spend most of the next year really doing a few different things, and then maybe decide what I like and what I want to do next. I definitely don't want a full-time job.
Well, you obviously want to keep it a secret, so we won't push you on that. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Excellency. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bharatkar.
For being a part of the Global Leadership Summit and being a part of this very significant milestone for all of us as we celebrate 25 years. As I pointed out, this is where the magic happens. This is the CNBC TV18 team that puts the 24 hours that you see on television together. So a big round of applause. Thank you to this fabulous team for joining us here today, and deeply, deeply grateful to each one of you. Sorbi Prasai, come up. Okay, let's cut. Huh? Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Here today to celebrate this big milestone here on CNBC TV18. and gentlemen, as in the next 30 seconds, Ajay Bijli and his band are going to be performing for the CNBC TV18 Global Leadership Summit. So please stand up, put on your dancing shoes, and let's get the party started. We'll also have impressive creation. As we continue the celebrations, we have a very special treat in store.
Plane, and if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman, and in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or like as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to know, with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space than we had of our own oceans. And so are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Some would say that there's multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orbs.
And so this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me, that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And it seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate Constellation program?
Ma'am, I would not be authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. A discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different.
The next Indian icons, beating everyone on the globe, B6E and XEV9E. Mahindra's electric origin SUVs. Catch them at Unlimit India.
यूं तो हर दिन है एक रानी वो, चाहे दिवाली हो या कोई और रात। रोज नहीं होती इनसे मुलाकात, जिम्मेदारियां रोज के गहने हैं शायद। लाइफ में थोड़ी बिजी भी है शायद। कुछ दिन होते हैं दिवाली जैसे खास, तब होती है इनसे मुलाकात। नई रानी है, नवरानी है। तनिष्क प्रेजेंट्स नवरानी।
significant safety concerns, and to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier. It's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing does, is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, et cetera. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe, and that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
I think we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological, it might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean though?
Artificial intelligence, ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us, and every time we look out in the universe, we are humbled relative to what we don't know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman Mace especially for holding this important bipartisan hearing. And I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic. I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us, and certainly to the advocates and the pilots, is that we need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country the country is owed explanations and ensure that the safety or national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue, so I'm very grateful to all of you. And I also just want to add, just personally, I think it's really important for me, two things guide my questioning and my observations on UAPs. One is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data, and stay serious on those issues. And the second thing is I think that we should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles, who is on the way. He's going to be here any second. Is that correct? We'll check, and he'll be the last member with questions that we have today, and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know, but also if we're spending money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue, because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that that technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere in the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Well, thank you all for being here, and Madam Chairwoman, I'm out of breath because I sprinted to get here, but this is an important hearing. I think we all know that there's something going on. Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir. Mr. Congressman, I absolutely am convinced of that, as are my colleagues inside the government.
And the reason why I pose that question, and this has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. the so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled. It passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it? Do you believe they've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases, it's actually regular activity. You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure, and again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gayude, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate?
People think I'm just wasting my time scrolling. What they don't know is I'm actually scrolling on this. It has career-focused insights, industry news and gyan, interviews and podcasts. Literally everything a professional needs. Genius. Naukri 360. Check it out on the Naukri app.
Sometimes hands speak. They speak of passion, of interest, of the right choice and precise action. Choose. Over 250 investing assets. Act. Start with a free demo account. Achieve. Invest wisely. You can touch the dream or just tap it. Fast and convenient withdrawals. Pocket Broker. That's all in your hands.
Thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing is the fact that the government executive branch not sharing with Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Well, I mean, and to your point, I think we've seen over the decades that we have certain adversaries like China, like Russia, that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen that there is something out there. The question is it ours? Is it someone else's? Or is it otherworldly? And Madam Chairman, I would posit that as the legislative body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining access to that information, I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel who may very well be in harm's way. We have technology that ultimately may threaten our very existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles. And with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative...
The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust, and it's just obvious I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and, again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend Jerry Connolly is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Aero, along with ODNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Aero revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed.
Agoda pe milega low rates on flights, international and domestic. Agoda.
This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you, and in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded? Right? And now we've seen this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now, these are pilots, these are military, these are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the President-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation, and the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant, so come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay, and our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander of Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject, even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level was addressing the safety risk posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear. UAP are real.
10 grams protein as in 2 cups of dal.
Max protein snacking matlab no cheating.
Secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements. A watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose three principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them, whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon. We don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency, and this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we as Americans have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. it is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for Representatives Ogles of Tennessee and Boebert of Colorado to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by AARO, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP, NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of long-standing, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent use app that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute-long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seemed strange that they had 3 and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on T-shirts, hats, and bumper stickers. Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management T-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP Independent Study Team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive.
You know what's worse than a Monday commute to office? Making a resume. But my flatmate showed me this. Update your Naukri profile, choose a template, bas ek tap, and done. Genius. Naukri 360. Check it out on the Naukri app.
Scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask, if it's yes or no, to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you state in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, before, to put this in perspective, when
are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
It may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss.
Okay.
That,
Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
We would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft, yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse, okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story and your report, do you have more than one credible source?
I do.
Sourcing, okay.
I do.
And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway, just a few seconds, about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today?
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear
high res,
high resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA independent study team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think produced a lot of interest data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for
The next Indian icons, beating everyone on the globe, B6E and XEV9E. Mahindra's electric origin SUVs. Catch them at Unlimit India.
for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. In science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate, or the Earth rotates around the Sun, or the Sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries. I was privileged to be part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you know, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic of crash retrieval.
Give me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself?
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
Just one-on-one? Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counternarcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right, so you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just say facts.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture of everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself, you're in a SCIF, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I needed, sir.
What if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It wasn't an option, but they probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about you have to be, wait, you're putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread the needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the U.S. government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, the littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So it was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface, and so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. You familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
And that's almost 20 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern, from Congress.
Well, what would they say?
I I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this Oversight Committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DOD.
Sometimes hands speak. They speak of passion, of interest, of the right choice and precise action. Choose. Over 250 investing assets. Act. Start with a free demo account. Achieve. Invest wisely. You can touch the dream or just tap it. Fast and convenient withdrawals. Pocket Broker. That's all in your hands.
अंकल मेरी चाबी और आपके लिए ये क्यूट सा ऊंट राजस्थान से अंकल जी मेरी चाबी और आपके लिए फ्रिज मैग्नेट वन मोर फ्रॉम सिंगापुर वन मोर छुट्टी अफोर्ड कैसे कर लेते हो हाँ अंकल आपने तो अपना स्वीट होम कब से नहीं छोड़ा बुक नाउ ऑन अगोड़ा पाइए कमाल के प्राइसेस अक्रॉस 3.9 मिलियन होटल्स एंड होम स्टेज चाबी क्राबी अगोड़ा दुनिया देखो कम दाम में
over military facilities than just a random airport out there.
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information has been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades, and there's information that will hopefully be entered into the record.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report, and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human intelligence, and then, as you mentioned, the retrieval and the reversal.
Any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks, Chair Lady. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record documents provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations. Lou Elizondo.
So ordered.
I also want to thank my buddy Jeremy Corbell for providing us documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again, and it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Aero at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the Commander of Fleet Forces Operations Officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was, and he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the Commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts, and then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
So I've no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay. How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of and technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order of a torpedo. So
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited,
well, I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater, so I'll take that as a yes.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Have you experienced any experience with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman. As I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by Arrow. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on Arrow's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, are the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not the author.
Mr. Schellenberger, were you the author of this report? There's
No, I was
no
not.
name on it.
No.
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
But you expressed some confidence in the sources.
I would.
Earlier in testimony, you expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the reason.
But you're not naming them. It's a big department. But many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it also could be a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from from a study here, a report. Did all of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used?
I'm not sure I understand.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is, the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, et cetera, or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Groffman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP." Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is again why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
Well, Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back-engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that?
I cannot.
None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word stalked was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is it's an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So I guess would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something alive or not, because even that definition is hard. There was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, it was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that. I want to just start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but I just, for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots, report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discuss NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material, modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Sol Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level, and when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff. Thank you. What I would say, too, is you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You're comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question really becomes this. For what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying, and forbidding the public from getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like your finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there are several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, we were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution-oriented, and when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet and suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into, let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
So there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of Unknown origin.
Did you was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics, that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Aero for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there's biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
Is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government and our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? They're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about, and that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And really the response is, it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now that to record these things, and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody? Show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
Well, a colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this